Krillin looked at Shang Yun, who ignored him, seeming to see his former self. He shook his head and said, "He'll stay in the village at the foot of the mountain for a day to prepare some things. If you figure it out, come find me, and we'll set off together." After speaking, Krillin looked at Shang Yun, who remained unmoved, then turned and walked away. Thinking of this, Shang Yun's mind cleared. He understood his current situation. He had transmigrated to the Dragon Ball world, a world where anyone could destroy the Earth with ease. Fortunately, this seemed to be the beginning of the story. Everything was still possible. There was even a chance to travel through time and space and return to his original blue star. Rubbing his forehead, Shang Yun recalled his life on the blue star. Before transmigrating, Shang Yun was an ordinary person on the blue star raised under the red flag. His family was average, though there were troubles along the way. He grew up mostly carefree. After graduating from an ordinary college, his family thought he was too honest, so they sent him to the army. After 2 years, they tried to use connections to make him a non-commissioned officer, but just as everything was arranged, he couldn't endure anymore and strongly demanded to be discharged. Helpless, his family couldn't take back what they had given, so they settled for finding him a job instead. The job was leisurely, just sitting in an office. His supervisor took good care of him, rarely assigning him work, and even gave him opportunities to earn extra money. Yet Shang Yun took it all for granted. Timid and fearful, he would quarrel with colleagues over trivial matters, always thinking it was others' fault, constantly complaining. The supervisor knew Shang Yun had gotten in through connections. Though displeased, he didn't bother with him. Later, Shang Yun coincidentally met a high school classmate. They quickly fell in love, and though both parents objected, they resolutely registered their marriage. Shang Yun had no skills and no savings. Though they lived simply, both had jobs and life trickled on steadily. But at the beginning of the year, after enduring 3 years of the pandemic, Shang Yun faced layoffs. Yes, at 30 he was laid off, the reason being his contract expired and wasn't renewed. His child was only 1.5 years old. After discussing with his wife, hiring a nanny would cost $6,000 a month. With the economy in recession, what job could pay that much? He decided to stay home with the child during the day and deliver takeout at night to support the family. Half a year passed like this. Recently, Shang Yun quarreled with his wife, again over money. She hadn't been laid off, but hadn't been paid for half a year either. Life was hard, and she felt Shang Yun was useless. Yet Shang Yun thought he was doing well enough. What man would willingly stay home to take care of a child? In his desperation to make money, Shang Yun was scammed. A telecommunications fraud promising cashback commissions. He had no savings, yet the scammers tricked him into borrowing $500,000 from various platforms and banks. He was completely brainwashed. Even while transferring money to the scammers, he was urging them to accept it quickly. He went a day and a night without sleep, led by the nose by the scammers, only wanting to get his money back quickly. Not a second did he spend questioning whether he was being deceived. Even when the police called asking if he was being scammed, he said no, while simultaneously transferring another $50,000 to the scammers. Money he had borrowed overnight from every lending platform, the last he could possibly get. He realized he had been scammed only because he ran out of money. He couldn't borrow anymore. Yet the scammers still claimed an operation error, needing another $100,000 to activate, urging him to find a way. But he truly had nothing left. He never imagined that someone as clever as him, as poor as him, could still be scammed. It truly confirmed that saying, "You haven't been scammed not because you're smart, but because you're lucky and haven't met the script designed for you." He stood on the balcony cursing the scammers. A day and a night without rest, his spirit oscillating between hope and despair. How would he repay the $500,000? He thought of his family's disappointed expressions, of how such a man could educate a child. His mind filled with despair, he jumped from the balcony. Worried he might not die, he made sure to dive head first. But the instant his feet left the ground, he thought of his child. Almost 2 years old, couldn't be without a father. How would he survive? Who would protect him like his own father? Shang Yun regretted. He sobered up. He didn't want to die, but watching the ground rushing toward him, there was only despair. He could only scream in terror. Oh, the images in his mind ended, but his heart could not calm. Shang Yun's heart still cried out, "Ah, I don't want to die. I cannot die. I must protect my child. My child. Without a father, how will you live?" Quickly, Shang Yun reacted. This was the Dragon Ball world. Here one could travel through time and space. Here the 7 Dragon Balls could grant wishes. As long as he found the 7 Dragon Balls, he could return to protect his child. But the power levels in this world were terrifying. Especially when the Super Saiyan appeared later, power grew like a rocket. Anyone could destroy Earth with a flick. As an ordinary person, how could he survive and gain strength? In his past life, he was too proud. Mediocre ability, yet looking down on everyone, not knowing the height of heaven or the depth of earth. He thought he survived entirely on his own ability, yet knew nothing and refused to learn. Hearing a quote or two, he'd show off everywhere to display his talent. He believed he cared for nothing, had no obsessions, thus no weaknesses or leverage against him. But asking himself honestly, he cared about fame and fortune, always wanting to stand out and be recognized, yet unwilling to learn. He was impulsive, restless, blaming others when things went wrong. He knew he was wrong, willing to admit it, yet unwilling to change, making mistake after mistake. This outcome was his own doing, inevitable sooner or later. Think of how many times fate had warned him in his life. If only small setbacks could have made him see his true nature and change, how wonderful that would have been. But no, this was fate. All his own choices, this outcome was destined. Even if he escaped this calamity, there would be another, perhaps greater, more desperate. Since he had been given another chance through transmigration, he should change properly. Change his mindset, fix his shortcomings. After all, what can be changed is a shortcoming. What cannot be changed is a weakness. He needed a plan, could no longer wander aimlessly without purpose. On life's journey, fate is ordained by heaven, but fortune can be changed. Change fortune enough, and fate itself will transform. Xiangyun stood up and straightened his clothes. Although they were covered in pudding, at least they were still clean. It seemed that his previous self was a diligent person. Now Xiangyun sought the purity of his heart, but he was not yet able to achieve it. For now, he could only remind himself through external cleanliness. Just like everyone knows the verse by the sixth patriarch, Huineng Bodhi has no tree, and the bright mirror is not a platform. Originally, there is nothing where can dust settle. The verse is simple and easy to understand, advising people to have no distracting thoughts. The human heart is originally pure and flawless, so what is there to cast off distractions? However, as one grows older, thoughts naturally multiply. Knowing is not the same as being able to do. It is better to take a step back and first learn the verse of Shun Shio. The body is the Bodhi tree, the heart, like a bright mirror. Constantly wipe it clean lest it gather dust. Very few people can accomplish even this. At least Xiangyun believed he could not. For now, he would focus on external matters and not worry about the thoughts in his heart. After organizing his clothes, Xiangyun quickly ran out of the room. His fifth senior brother had already left for a while, and if he didn't hurry, he would surely get beaten. Although he wanted to escape, it was best to avoid a beating beforehand. After all, in the original plot, Klin had run away only after being beaten too badly. When he had entered the mountain gate yesterday, fifth senior brother had already shown Xinyun the way, so Xiangyun ran straight to the kitchen without hesitation. From a distance, he saw fifth senior brother's stout figure blocking the kitchen door, hands on his hips, seemingly on the verge of losing his temper. Xiangyun quickened his pace and pretended to be out of breath, saying, "Fifth senior brother, I'm here. I just went to the bathroom. I'll wash my hands and start cooking now. Hurry up. The first senior brother and the others are coming back soon." Fifth senior brother waved his hand impatiently and walked away. "All right," Xiangyun quickly replied, not daring to ignore him for fear of being beaten. If he got hurt, it might affect his upcoming escape. Entering the kitchen, he immediately saw 3 stoves, each with a large pot on it. Goodness, they were huge enough for Xiangyun to take a bath in. With only a dozen or so people in the temple, they must really eat a lot. But it made sense. Martial artists have big appetites. Just think of Sun Wukong. Now it was definitely too late to escape. At this moment, the first senior brother and the others were probably heading up the mountain. If he ran down now and bumped into them, it would be disastrous. He could only obediently cook, but with limited time, what should he make? As Xiangyun pondered what dish to prepare, he had already started gathering firewood and busying himself with lighting the fire. No matter what he made, the first step was to get the fire going. Looking back at the vegetables nearby, there were indeed many varieties, including chicken, duck, fish, and meat. Monks are allowed to eat meat, but they must do so discreetly. Fortunately, all the meat had been cleaned. If he had to prepare each item separately, it would take forever. He thought it would be easier to stew everything in one pot. That's right. Xiangyun recalled seeing on a social media app how one could put many ingredients into a pot and stew them, then serve them on plates afterward. One pot could even yield 18 dishes. With this in mind, Xiangyun hurriedly began his work. He quickly rinsed the ingredients. As long as there was no visible dirt, it was fine. The meat could be left as is. Cleaning it would be a hassle. He put all the ingredients into the pot, added water, seasoning, and covered it. He also steamed a pot of rice and boiled a pot of seaweed egg drop soup. All right, just wait for it to cook. Soon a delicious aroma wafted through the air. Xiangyun first picked out the vegetables that were already cooked and started eating, knowing he would need plenty of energy for his escape. Feeling the time was about right, he didn't care whether everything was fully cooked. After all, it wasn't for him. He served the dishes onto plates and managed to prepare more than 20 dishes. "Xiangyun, what dishes have you made? Hurry and bring them over." I could smell the aroma, even from the base of the mountain. It was the first senior brother returning, followed by other senior brothers. "The first senior brother is back. Please sit, I'll bring it to you right away," Xiangyun said with a flattering smile as he bent his waist. Soon the meal was laid out on a long table with all the senior brothers sitting in a circle waiting for the first senior brother to speak. "Let's eat," the first senior brother said. While eating, Xiangyun has done well. This is really good. The previous servant disciples were simply incomparable. "Thank you for the praise, first senior brother," Xiangyun replied with another bout of flattery. "First senior brother, please eat with everyone. They'll go chop some firewood." The first senior brother replied without looking up, his mouth full of food. Xiangyun shouldered a bamboo basket and took an axe down the mountain, not daring to take anything else for fear of raising suspicion. At this moment, the first senior brother glanced at Shang Yun and said to fifth senior brother, this Shang Yun is not bad. Keep an eye on him and don't let him run away. Fifth senior brother, who seemed to have his entire head in the bowl, replied hurriedly, rest assured, first senior brother. Shang Yun is very obedient and only wants to follow us to practice. Shang Yun ran briskly, carefully, making his way down the mountain, heading straight to the place he had agreed upon with Klin, which was at the noodle shop in the village at the foot of the mountain. Panting, Shang Yun reached the noodle shop. He was afraid that if he was late, Klin would leave, so he did not dare to pause for even a moment. Now Shang Yun was very grateful that he had eaten beforehand, otherwise his 10-year-old body would not have held up. Finally arriving at the noodle shop, Shang Yun rushed inside. There weren't many people inside, and Shin Yun immediately spotted Klin sitting by the window. Klin's appearance was too recognizable, a little bald head, no nose, short stature, and wearing training clothes just like in a comic. At this moment, Klin was eating noodles. Klin, I'm here, Shin Yun shouted, gasping for breath as he walked towards Klin. Hearing someone call his name, Klin paused his eating. His first reaction was to grab the package on the table and jump out the window. Seeing Klin jump out the window, Shang Yun hurriedly followed suit. At this point, Klin had already run more than 10 meters away. At this time, Shang Yun's stamina had already recovered, having learned the Heart Sutra. Although he was just a beginner, it was enough to restore this little bit of strength. While chasing, Shang Yun shouted, Klin, it's me, Shang Yun. Shang Yun, is that you, eh? I thought the senior brothers were chasing after me. Yes, it's me, senior brother Klin. The two excitedly embraced each other. It was hard to believe that two people who had met only once could be so close. Perhaps it was because they shared similar experiences. Both were orphans, both were teenagers, both wanted to live well, and both felt lost about the future. In the most helpless moments, having someone to accompany you is far better than being alone. Senior brother Klin, I was worried you would forget about me. I didn't dare to stop after coming down the mountain. Luckily, you didn't leave. By the way, why did you run away as soon as you heard me call your name? Shang Yun spoke first. I wanted to leave early, but then I thought you might suddenly come to your senses, so I decided to wait a bit longer. If you don't show up before dawn tomorrow, you will just have to run away, and as for the reason to flee. Kellen pulled Shang Yun to the roadside to sit down. It's because I suddenly realized that if you decide to run, there won't be any more servant disciples at Duolin Temple for a while. The senior brothers on the mountain didn't pursue before because there were still other servant disciples working, but now that there aren't, they will likely come after us. Kellen analyzed the situation seriously for Shang Yun. Oh, that shouldn't be the case, right? Duolin Temple is the strongest force in this area for dozens of miles. There should be many people coming to learn and cultivate. How could there be no servant disciples? At this moment, Shang Yun no longer had the surprise he felt earlier. Instead, he appeared panicked. If those senior brothers came after them, the two of them wouldn't stand a chance. The reason they didn't chase before is that Duolin Temple didn't lack people. There were too many who came to seek a master, and there always seemed to be poor kids willing to be servant disciples. Now that's changed. A life for the servant disciples at Duolin Temple has become difficult. This is no longer news, as the escaped servant disciples have already spread the word. Initially, there were just 1 or 2 people, and everyone didn't believe them, but as the numbers grew, doubts arose. Now there are also significantly fewer people going to Duolin Temple to seek a master for cultivation. The poor dare not approach. Otherwise, the senior brother wouldn't have to lead people down the mountain to recruit disciples. These are all things I heard earlier at the noodle shop. Kellen, seeing that Shang Yun didn't believe him, hurriedly explained. Oh, what should we do? Let's run. Do you know the way? Which direction should we run? Shang Yun said anxiously. No wonder there were only a dozen people in all of Duolin Temple. Stop thinking about running for now, and let's hide. Kellen kept his eyes fixed ahead, patted. Shang Yun bent down and crawled towards the bushes. What? Shang Yun turned his head to look and saw 3 monks from Duolin Temple swaggering into the noodle shop, with the leader being the 5th senior brother. He immediately fell silent and crawled after Kellen into the bushes. The bushes were less than 10 meters away from the noodle shop, and Shang Yun and the others didn't know what was happening inside, so they dared not act recklessly. At that moment, Shang Yun remembered that he could use the Heavenly Eye technique, but using it required mental energy. Given Shang Yun's current state, he wasn't sure if he could activate it. Let's give it a try. Shang Yun concentrated, his mind focused on the wall of the noodle shop, and silently recited, activate the Heavenly Eye technique. Suddenly, the wall before him became transparent. Shang Yun saw the noodle shop owner talking to the 5th senior brother, who was turning to look at the spot where Kellen had jumped out. Shang Yun thought this was not good, and was about to tell Kellen when he suddenly felt a darkness before his eyes, and he fell flat on the ground. It seemed he was mentally exhausted, but fortunately, he would regain consciousness shortly. However, he could no longer activate the Heavenly Eye technique. Perhaps this was the nature of orthodox divine abilities. They wouldn't let you harm yourself by forcing their use. But that was only 3 seconds of use. Kellen saw Shang Yun with his bottom in the air on the ground, and thought he had accidentally fallen. He hurried over to help him up. Are you okay? I'm fine, senior brother Kellen. They must be here to catch us. What should we do? Shang Yun shook his head. Run. Which way? I don't know. Don't say off they are coming out. The two quickly lowered their heads, not daring to make a sound or move, both of them with their bottoms stuck up. Listening to the footsteps gradually approaching and then receding, neither of them dared to raise their heads. Senior brother Kellen, have they gone far? Xiangyun scratched his bottom and asked softly. They should have gone far. They dispatched 3 people just to catch 2 servant disciples. They really take this seriously. The 5th senior brother has strong power and defense, but his speed is lacking. He must be leading the team while also playing around. The real exertion comes from those 2. Kellen also didn't dare to lift his head. After a moment, Kellen said, Xiangyun, I have a plan. If we run together, we definitely can't escape. Let's split up and run in opposite directions. We'll meet at Donglin City in the east. The first to arrive will wait at the first restaurant on the far eastern side of Donglin City. Xiangyun was just about to agree when they heard, haha, you two are lying in the grass like pigs looking for food. Let's see where you run now. It was the 5th senior brother. What should we do? Xiangyun and Kellen quickly turned to run, but they found 2 people already standing behind them, arms crossed, looking at them with amusement. Xiangyun looked at Kellen, who was trembling all over. Although the 3 surrounded them, Xiangyun saw that the grass and soil were wet, and the 3 had not entered the bushes, so they could still run out. Seeing Kellen gradually calming down, he patted Kellen. The 2 exchanged a glance and suddenly pushed each other, then ran in opposite directions. At this moment, the 3 from Duolin Temple had not yet reacted. They likely hadn't expected that in such a situation the 2 would still dare to run. Quick, chase them, shouted the 5th senior brother. The other 2 chased in opposite directions. Xiangyun also didn't know which direction he was running, but he was sure it wasn't towards Duolin Temple. It didn't matter, he just wanted to shake off the pursuers behind him. Just as he was thinking of pushing harder, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his back and stumbled, falling to the ground. Due to inertia, he slid forward a bit, tasting dirt, but fortunately, it was muddy ground, so he didn't get hurt. Before he could turn around, someone grabbed him by the neck and lifted him up. That person brought Xiangyun before the 5th senior brother and threw him down. At this point, Xiangyun could no longer stand up. Run? Why aren't you running anymore? With your little body, you dare to resist. If it weren't for your good cooking, I would have killed you today. The 5th senior brother said triumphantly. First, take him into the noodle shop. Xiangyun was lifted again. As they walked into the noodle shop, it was already getting dark and there were no customers left. The owner hurried over. He appeared to be in his 30s, clasping his hands together and saying, 5th senior brother, you caught them. Come on, the meal is ready. Upon hearing this, Xiangyun suddenly realized that this noodle shop was also a property of Duolin Temple. No wonder they found out so quickly. There must be quite a few people from Duolin Temple in this village. Good, let's eat. It's almost dark. Oh, first lock this little guy in the woodshed and wait until we find Kellen before heading back together tomorrow. The 5th senior brother's eyes squinted into slits upon hearing there was good food, and he turned to the disciple, holding Xiangyun, and said yes. That disciple took Xiangyun to the backyard. Boom! A loud crash came from outside, and through the door they saw a stone pillar leaning into the ground. A person descended from the pillar wearing long black hair braided into a long braid, appearing to be a middle-aged man. His expression was gloomy, with a triangular face, a mustache, and a sharp jaw that gave him a villainous look. He wore traditional clothing with the upper body in peach pink, and as he slowly approached the noodle shop, one character could be seen on his clothing kill. Xiangyun was already on the brink of fainting when the sudden loud noise startled him into a moment of clarity. He raised his eyes and gasped internally, the assassin Tao Bai. Where's this? The coordinates should be correct. The target should be nearby, Tao Bai muttered to herself while walking towards the noodle shop. Is this the Duolin Temple? Tao Bai said coldly, her gaze fixed on the few people in the noodle shop. The aura she emitted was so strong that the shop owner was directly frightened to the ground. Who are you? What do you want at Duolin Temple? At this moment, the 5th senior brother had beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. The strongest assassin, Tao Bai. Tao Bai. The assassin Tao Bai who has never failed. Tao Bai sneered. The 5th senior brother was first taken aback, then seemed to recall something, exclaiming, Tao Bai, what are you doing in our Duolin Temple territory? This is not a place where you can act recklessly. It seems I've arrived at Duolin Temple. My control remains precise, Tao Bai said coldly. Take me to find the abbot of Duolin. What do you want with our abbot? Upon hearing that Tao Bai was looking for the abbot, the 5th senior brother relaxed a bit, thinking she must be a friend of the abbot. After all, in the 5th senior brother's mind, the abbot wasn't exactly a good person. At this moment, Xiangyun had already been thrown to the ground, lying there afraid to move, even breathing cautiously, because he knew how terrifying Tao Bai's combat power was, as she could kill them without even using her tongue. Kill, lead the way. I won't kill you for now. What? You want to kill the abbot? Just because of you, Tao Bai, don't think that just because you've killed a few ordinary people you can claim to be the world's #1 assassin and truly be invincible. The 5th senior brother probably thought of the abbot's strength, or perhaps he was used to dominating in Duolin Temple. At this moment, he had shed his previous panic, instead standing with his hands behind his back, slowly taking 2 steps towards Tao Bai to show his dominance. But he wasn't foolish. He knew not to approach too closely until he understood the opponent's strength. I detest those who do not cooperate with me. They should all be killed. Tao Bai turned sideways, hands behind her back, no longer looking at the few people as she walked to the table and observed the feast laid out before her. It seems you haven't eaten yet. Then you'll just have to become a starving ghost. The 5th senior brother seemed to have some kind of attachment to the food. Upon hearing that they couldn't eat, he was immediately driven by hunger, his mind going blank, and he no longer continued to probe Tao Bai's strength. He shouted, "Let's go together. Kill him." The monk who had been holding Shang Yun hesitated for a moment, but then charged forward as well. Despite his hesitation, his speed was not slow. He quickly overtook the 5th senior brother, rushing towards Tao Bai while raising his right hand into a fist ready to strike down. It seemed Shang Yun had previously avoided being hit by this move. Humph. Tao Bai let out a cold scoff, her right hand slowly dropping from behind her back, then abruptly slapping the pair of chopsticks placed on the table. The chopsticks flew swiftly towards the monk. Thud thud. There were 2 muffled sounds, and the monk was sent flying back at a speed faster than before, crashing into the 5th senior brother. They both fell to the ground, landing right beside Shang Yun. Shang Yun squinted and saw that each of them had a chopstick embedded in their foreheads, their eyes wide open, dead. Meanwhile, Tao Bai was pulling out a handkerchief to wipe her hands. Shang Yun continued to pretend to be dead, while the shop owner was now slumped on the ground, a puddle of water spreading between his legs, having wet himself out of fear. Tao Bai frowned, contemplating whether to kill the shop owner as well, but after glancing at the dying Shang Yun, she addressed the shop owner. "Do you know the abbot of Duolin?" I do. He'll take you there right away." The shop owner, panic-stricken, hurriedly got up, disregarding his wet pants, and flattered, "Let's go." Yes, after you please." The owner hurriedly walked ahead to lead the way. "Stay behind me." Tao Bai frowned and coldly snorted, glancing back at Shang Yun, the dying man, too lazy to take action. Yes. The owner quickly bowed and ran to the back. Shang Yun remained motionless on the ground, squinting his eyes to watch the two gradually walk away. In fact, Shang Yun was not just pretending to be dead on the ground. He was also operating the Heart Sutra of Prajna. The Heart Sutra of Prajna was the ultimate mental method he had comprehended from the Mahaprajnaparamita Heart Sutra, embodying balance and peace, accumulating strength over time, and almost integrating all the advantages of Zen internal power. However, to comprehend and enhance it, one's understanding and Buddhist nature were crucial. Shang Yun had already entered the initial stage of the Heart Sutra of Prajna. At this moment, he was operating it with full force, rapidly restoring his physical strength and mental state, while healing his injuries. After about half an hour, Shang Yun slowly opened his eyes, observed his surroundings, and upon finding no movement, he stood up, evidently having recovered. Shang Yun wore an expression of having survived a disaster. Fortunately, Tao Bai had appeared, allowing him to escape once again. As he relaxed, he suddenly felt very hungry. He thought of the sumptuous feast at the table, turning back to see it still intact, indeed bountiful, with 3 roasted geese alone. Tao Bai's control was impressive. He bypassed the corpses on the ground and headed straight for the food, grabbing it and shoving it into his mouth. Shang Yun thought he needed to eat his fill quickly and run away. Although he was unsure of the situation on the mountain, he knew this place was not suitable for lingering. Among the 36 stratagems, fleeing was the best strategy. Taking advantage of the current safety, he needed to run, but first he had to eat enough. Once Shang Yun had eaten his fill, he found a tablecloth to wrap up the roasted goose and duck the convenient food for taking away, and then set off towards the east. As he hoisted the package, Shang Yun noticed that his physical strength seemed to have improved. Carrying so much while running, he didn't feel overly exerted. Upon careful thought, it should be the effect of the Heart Sutra of Prajna. It seemed he had underestimated this mental method and needed to practice it diligently. In fact, the Heart Sutra of Prajna was not a static practice. It didn't require silent meditation to cultivate. It could be integrated with all activities in life. Indeed, movement, standing, sitting, lying down, eating, drinking, playing, and enjoying are all forms of cultivation. However, such cultivation requires controlling one's mental state and maintaining focused immersion. The mental method would operate on its own. The more focused one is, the faster it operates. But if distracted, the method would cease, and the speed of self-cultivation would depend on personal talent. Such an invincible mental method, I must master it, Shang Yun thought, but he also knew that haste makes waste. He silently recited the Mahaprajnaparamita Heart Sutra, clearing his mind of distractions, comprehending the Zen essence within, and elevating his mind, waiting for everything to fall into place. At this moment, Shang Yun's heart gradually ceased to harbor fear and anxiety. The ominous clouds of survival crisis that had long dimmed his spirit were dissipating. It wasn't that he was no longer afraid or anxious, but he understood that these emotions would not help the situation. It was better to remain calm and focus on the task at hand. And what Shang Yun needed to do now was Shang Yun walked steadily eastward, eating from his pack when hunger came and drinking from roadside streams when thirst arose. Though his pace seemed hurried, his heart was remarkably calm, unattached to the past, unafraid of the future, moving with the ease of a drifting cloud and a solitary crane. When he bent to drink at the river, watching fish play in the current, his attention was effortless, yet keen. He seemed to predict the fish's next turns and could sense the slightest shift in their movement. Closing his eyes in quiet contemplation, he found he could perceive faint stirrings at a distance. A soft chime sounded. "Congratulations, host. You have attuned to nature and realized your true heart. Your state of mind has advanced. You have preliminarily entered the realm of unity of knowing and doing and have awakened the supernatural ability Tianer Tong, divine ear." At that moment, Shang Yun, head bowed on his journey, heard the voice of 9527 at his ear. My realm advanced, and I learned a new skill." Shang Yun smiled with surprise. 9527 opened the attribute panel. "Affirmative, host." A transparent panel materialized before him. "Host Shang Yun, age 10. Cultivation, method Maha Prajna Parmitha Heart Sutra. Realm unity of knowing and doing. Knowing is the beginning of action. Action is the completion of knowing. Supernatural ability Tianyin Tong, divine eye, can perceive the forms and fortunes of sentient beings across the 6 realms and see all manner of worldly shapes without obstruction. Current level elementary. With a compassionate heart awakened, can see through within a 10-meter radius. Tianer Tong, divine ear, can hear the words and joys and sorrows of beings across the 6 realms and all manner of worldly sounds. Current level elementary. With compassion awakened, can hear clearly all sounds within a 10-meter radius. Cultivation text Prajna Heart Sutra. Rank 1 comprehended from the Maha Prajna Parmitha Heart Sutra. Current stage refining essence into Chi. Martial skill Prajna Force. Rank 1 derived from the Maha Prajna Parmitha Heart Sutra, an unsurpassed method of channeling Chi that can be integrated into any combat technique. Its force is ferocious and boundless. Each rank doubles the palm power of the previous. Combat techniques none. 9527. I don't seem to have changed much. Shang Yun studied the attribute panel and felt little had altered except that his realm had shifted and he had gained the divine ear. Otherwise, nothing substantial had changed. Host state has entered unity of knowing and doing. As long as the heart is maintained, inner demons will not arise. During cultivation, one will not be disturbed by external things, achieving a mind without objects and single-minded devotion to practice. So my cultivation efficiency is higher than. But this Tianer Tong, shouldn't divine abilities be powerful? Why, like Tianyin Tong, does it only extend 10 meters? And using Tianer Tong must consume mental energy, right? Will I run out quickly then? Shang Yun asked with concern. Tianer Tong consumes mental energy when actively employed, but it also passively enhances the host's hearing. Even when not activated, the host can hear nearby sounds more clearly, though less minutely, than when fully engaged. Much like Tianyin Tong, which passively improves vision even if not consciously used. 9527 explained. Tianyin Tong and Tianer Tong are 2 of Buddhism's 6 supernatural powers. Scriptures say these 6 powers require great wisdom, immense fortune, and steadfast perseverance across 500 lifetimes of tribulation to have a chance of realization. Among them, the power of exhaustion of the senses is something only the Buddha could attain. 9527 added. Thus the difficulty lies in realizing them. Once realized, one only needs to keep the proper heart state and continue cultivating to improve them. Remember, do not use supernatural abilities for evil. If the heart breaks, the powers will dissipate. Understood. Shang Yun accepted the lesson. Starting is always the hardest part. Going from 0 to 1 is difficult, but once you have 1, progressing from 1 to 10 becomes far simpler. He also understood that he must not employ his powers for what he himself would deem evil. Committing acts he judges as wrong would mar his heart, and only with a perfected heart could one comprehend and wield higher abilities. Alas, the divine eye's penetrating sight would be a single-use boon. Gathering himself, Shang Yun resumed his journey. Gradually, he began to see scattered houses and then people tilling fields or herding cattle. The city could not be far. Houses grew denser, and paved roads began to appear. On reaching the western metropolis, he found it truly bustling. Shang Yun recalled that Burma's family lived in the western metropolis, and by chance it was not far from Master Wushan's Kaiōshin Island. Shang Yun kept to the eastern side of the city. Though curious about his surroundings, he did not linger. He had learned to be undistracted and to remain true to his heart. He inquired as he walked and finally found the first eatery on the city's east side. By coincidence, it was a noodle shop called Yujin Noodle House. He asked about Kellen, but found no trace. Kellen had probably not yet arrived. Shang Yun was not overly worried for Kellen's safety. Kellen's current ability was not weak. He simply cowered under the bullying of senior brothers and was afraid to resist. Yet he would run when desperate. His speed for escape was still formidable. Shang Yun's food had run out. Though he could maintain contentment by heart, a martial practitioner's appetite was inexorable. As the Prajna Heart Sutra advanced, so did his hunger. He was now very hungry. Standing before the noodle house, Shang Yun pondered. Indeed, Shang Yun took a job at the noodle shop, washing dishes, room and board included, and 60 yuan paid each day. He was content. He had wanted to tell the owner he did not need the wage, only the meals, because he knew he ate far more than most. The owner was practical. Young people work to earn money, and if they eat a lot, so be it. Young folk need strength to labor. Shang Yun settled into the noodle house. Besides washing dishes, he helped with other chores. He kept busy by day and slept soundly at night. Emptying his thoughts and devoting himself to work, he found life unfolding with quiet insight. Meanwhile, Shang Yun's Prajna Heart Sutra continued to progress. At first he had not noticed, but the afternoon before, while feeding cattle, a stirring rose in him. He looked up to the sky and saw a stone pillar streak past overhead, upon which stood a man, Tao Bai Bai. Watching the stone pillar vanish into the horizon, Shang Yun felt no shock. Initially, he thought his elevated heart state had banished fear, but upon reflection, given the murderous aura that emanated from Tao Bai Bai, it was strange that Shang Yun felt not only unafraid, but a flush of eagerness, a desire to test himself against Tao Bai Bai. That perplexed him. He reasoned it must be the increase in his strength, a bodily assurance translating into confidence. He also inferred one more thing: if Tao Bai Bai still lived, Abbot Duolin had likely been slain by him. Tao Bai Bai was, it seemed, a diligent killer, either engaged in killing or always on the road to kill. After working for 2 more days, they finally waited for Klin, who did not appear to be in a frantic escape, suggesting he had come at a leisurely pace. Klin, carrying a large backpack, hurried over as soon as he saw them. The two embraced, tears of joy streaming down their faces, both relieved that the other had not been captured. Although Shang Yun believed Klin could escape, seeing him in person finally put his worries to rest. After a moment of nostalgia, Klin suddenly leaned in mysteriously and said to Shang Yun, along the way I inquired about any esteemed martial artists, and to my surprise I discovered that the legendary Master Wu Tian, the Turtle Hermit, resides on Turtle Island, which is near this city, roughly located to the east over the sea. Moreover, I learned about Master Wu Tian's preferences. If we cater to his likings, we should be able to become his disciples. He. Shang Yun watched Klin, who was brimming with excitement, quietly listening without interrupting his plan. Shang Yun understood that everyone has their own fate, and hastily influencing another's chance could lead to unforeseen consequences. The greatest kindness one can show is to focus on oneself and avoid overly impacting others, even if that person is experiencing hardship. For that is their opportunity. It is only when one is at their lowest that they can truly gain understanding. Offering help can also disrupt their chance. Additionally, Shang Yun was well aware that excessive words can lead to trouble. He couldn't explain how he knew this information. If he altered the plot, he would lose the advantage of foresight, which would not be worth the risk. The two reached a consensus and decided to set off the next morning. Klin initially wanted to leave immediately, but Shang Yun stopped him. It was already dusk, and the night sea could be dangerous due to its rough waves. Shang Yun greeted the boss, since he would not be working there the next day. He took out the money he had earned over the past few days and bought a small boat along with some provisions and fresh water, inviting Klin to dinner that night. Although it was just ordinary food, it filled them up. That night the two shared a bed, both open-minded individuals, and they slept soundly. The next day before dawn they woke up, greeted the boss, who was busy, and set off with their backpacks. The sea stretched infinitely before them as they took turns rowing the boat, relying solely on the sun to determine their direction. Perhaps Klin had a destined connection with the Turtle Hermit, for they finally spotted a small island before darkness fell. The island was not large, with a house situated in the center. Upon closer inspection, 2 figures stood on the island: a thin old man with a shiny bald head and a thick white beard carrying a large turtle shell that bent his back, and a young boy with thick hair dressed in a white tank top and blue pants carrying a red stick on his back, the material of which was indiscernible. At that moment Shang Yun was rowing the boat, while Klin rested. The two on the island had already spotted them and looked on with curiosity. As soon as Shang Yun brought the small boat to shore, Klin eagerly jumped out with his backpack, but perhaps due to its weight, he ended up landing face first in the sand. Shang Yun could only shake his head in disbelief, while Wukong stared in astonishment. Klin nonchalantly pulled his head out, dusting off the sand, just as Shang Yun also disembarked. The two expressed their intentions, and at first the Turtle Hermit appeared contemplative, about to refuse. However, upon receiving the offerings from their package, his tone shifted. I rarely accept disciples, but your sincerity is evident. Complete one more task, and I will agree to take you in. Wukong also greeted the two, and they introduced themselves to one another. Master Wu Tian, what task do you require? We assure you we will complete it. Klin squinted his eyes confidently. The Turtle Hermit, embodying the image of a wise recluse, clasped his hands behind his back and said, find a girl and bring her to the island, but she must come willingly. After hearing this, their expressions varied. Wukong, being naturally innocent, did not grasp the implication, while Shang Yun understood the plot. Clint initially wore a shocked expression, but eventually agreed with narrowed eyes. The turtle hermit then summoned the flying nimbus and demonstrated how to ride it, but he ended up tumbling over, revealing that only those with a pure heart can ride the nimbus. After 3 of them tried, it turned out that Clint could not manage to ride it, as his mindset was akin to that of the turtle hermit, a perfect match in temperament. As for Sun Wukong, it goes without saying that he was naturally pure-hearted, while Shang Yun, though not perfectly pure, had achieved clarity of mind, and was indeed of a pure disposition, allowing him to ride. To accommodate Clint, the 3 eventually chose to row to the shore, and then continue on foot to find a girl. They searched for a long time and encountered many girls, but most insulted them as perverts. Finally, they spotted a blue-haired girl named Lan Chi surrounded by police. Wukong mistakenly thought the police were bullying the girl and rescued her from their grasp. After assessing, Clint deemed Lan Chi met the turtle hermit's requirements and decided to take her back. Shang Yun did not stop him. He cooperated fully in the search. He knew of Lan Chi's dual nature, but also understood that her destructive power would not harm them. On the contrary, bringing her to the island would neither disadvantage the turtle hermit, nor would it fail to add some fun to life on the island. On the way back to the island, Lan Chi did not sneeze, and Wukong and Clint did not witness her powerful golden-haired form. Upon seeing Lan Chi, the turtle hermit was quite pleased and finally agreed to accept Wukong and Clint as his disciples. Thus, all 3 successfully became disciples of the turtle hermit, embarking on a challenging yet unique cultivation journey. The first step was foundational physical training, which is the most fundamental aspect. Regardless of the skills and combat techniques learned, to unleash their true power, one must have a solid physical foundation. Even Shang Yun's Prajnapam relies on enhanced foundational abilities, no matter how many layers one raises or how many times one amplifies. If the foundational abilities are lacking, no amplification will suffice. Of course, the turtle hermit's training was never solely about enhancing physical strength. It was also about the purification and elevation of the spirit. Every morning, the 3 had to wake up early, carrying heavy milk crates, delivering milk to the island's residents from door to door. They needed to run quickly along the rugged mountain paths to build their leg strength and endurance. Along the way, they faced various obstacles, such as steep slopes, muddy paths, and rushing streams, but they had to overcome these difficulties to ensure the milk was delivered on time. This training not only tested their physical strength, but also cultivated their sense of responsibility and perseverance. Next came farming. It must be mentioned that the turtle hermit owned a large tract of farmland. No wonder I was always curious in the comics about how the turtle hermit managed to sustain himself in seclusion. Did he eat fish every day? Gue Xianren set the 3 to till the earth with farming implements, preparing the soil for sowing. The grueling labor demanded relentless exertion, forging strength in their arms and resilience in their loins. As they turned the furrows, they learned patience and meticulousness, for only by tending every inch with care could a healthy harvest be ensured. They were also put through weighted running drills like Gue Xianren, each of them strapped on a heavy shell, and ran long distances. Whether on the beach or through the mountain woods, they ran without respite, constantly pushing their limits. Over time, the loads were increased to sharpen their endurance and stamina. When their foundational fitness had risen sufficiently, Gue Xianren began teaching them combat techniques. He started with the fundamentals, personally instructing the 3 in basic martial forms, fistwork, kicks, throws, and the like. They drilled each movement until it became second nature. Gue Xianren demanded exactness. Every technique had to be precise, forceful, and swift. They practiced onion-on sparring to test what they had learned and to refine their skills in real exchange. To sharpen their reactions, Gue Xianren employed a variety of training methods. For example, he would hurl stones or balls at them without warning, so they had to dodge quickly, or he would issue sudden commands during drills to force immediate responses. Such exercises not only honed their bodily reflexes, but also cultivated mental agility. The 3 frequently engaged in live confrontations to measure their martial level. Under Gue Xianren's guidance, they held regulated matches or fought freestyle. In combat, they constantly tried new moves and strategies, learning how to face different opponents and situations. Gue Xianren watched from the side, offering timely instruction and invaluable counsel as they fought. These teachings were alien to Shang Yun's past life, and precisely what he needed most. Possessing an enlightenment system, he understood that others' methods were ultimately limited. Even the most brilliant borrowed art has its ceiling. He fancied that having mastered these techniques, he might fuse them with his former cultivation ideas to forge his own method. He overestimated himself. There was little he could truly appropriate, and whatever he might create would likely fall short of Gue Xianren's taught forms. It would be wiser to devote himself wholly to mastering Gue Xianren's techniques. In truth, Shang Yun's cultivation of the Banruo Heart Sutra had already made him formidable. The Banruo gene he had cultivated resembled the great internal arts of his former life. Jiang Xingong, Shenjiao Jing, Yijin Jing. a potent synthesis of mighty inner power. It enhanced his roots, sharpened his comprehension, and accelerated his growth. It also allowed him to learn opponents' moves swiftly. Yet it contained no fixed techniques of its own. Its only combat-oriented facet was akin to Bei Jie Wang's Jie Wang Quan, though superior. Gui Xianren also taught them meditation. They would sit in still seclusion, close their eyes, concentrate their attention, and banish distractions so their minds could find calm and release. Through meditation, they increased their focus and willpower, strengthening their inner core. They were also taught to endure pain and to conquer fear. Gui Xianren subjected them to harsh ordeals, standing for long hours beneath the scorching sun, immersions in icy water, to temper their endurance and fortitude. In these trials, they learned to bear suffering, to persevere to the end, and to refuse surrender lightly. To help them overcome fear, Gui Xianren fabricated daunting scenarios confronting ferocious beasts, training at dizzying heights, and the like. By facing such challenges, they gradually quelled their fears and grew braver, their confidence hardening with each trial. On Gui Xian Island, their cultivation was comprehensive. They improved physique and martial skill, while cultivating resolute will and noble character. After learning meditation, Shang Yun scarcely slept. Each night after training, he would sit by the stream in meditative posture, combining practice of the Banro Heart Sutra to both elevate his power and hasten recovery of body and spirit. While meditating, he reviewed the day's drills, reflected on his shortcomings, and replayed battles in his mind. He discovered a glaring deficiency: his defense. In Qi Longzhu, the defensive approach was simple. Either rely on protective equipment or cross the forearms over the chest to withstand blows, drawing internal qi to the point of impact, and then letting the flesh take the hit. Shang Yun wished to devise a defending technique. Though offense is often the best defense, the present world was too perilous. He needed a method that would allow him to face foes without constant fear of being taken by surprise. There were countless defensive arts to draw upon from the martial tales of his past life. Shang Yun's task was to synthesize them with the combat style of Qi Longzhu and select the methods that best suited him. He did not require many new techniques. Gui Xianren's instructions sufficed, and with Tianyin Tong and Tianer Tong, the heavenly eye and heavenly ear, he could gain experience through actual combat. The fighting in Qi Longzhu was crude and relied heavily on physical ability. Solid constitution trumped finesse. What Shang Yun needed were arts like Jin Zhong Zhao Golden Bell Shield or Tai Bushan Iron Cloth Garment that could harden the body to absorb or even reflect damage, and comprehensive skills such as Longsheng Banro Gong or Tianxi Guixia's Jingang Baweishin Gong that would elevate his bodily constitution across the board. Having chosen his direction, Shin Yun trained alongside Gui Xianren while delving into the Mo Banruo Baluamida Heart Sutra, the Mahaprajaparamita Heart Sutra. He asked Gui Xianren about ways to circulate qi within the body. The elder was surprised that Shin Yun had already cultivated an energy technique so swiftly, and his curiosity about Shin Yun grew. 3 years passed in this regimen, and all three saw great gains in combat power. Outwardly, Wukong seemed the strongest, Kellen second, and Shang Yun the weakest. But Shang Yun had not yet unleashed his Banruo gene, so once his offensive strength doubled, who would truly be strongest remained uncertain. A mechanical chime rang out. Ding. Congratulations, host. New ability comprehended. Banruo gene has advanced to Jingang Banruo gene. The long-dormant mechanical voice of Unit 9527 suddenly sounded. Shang Yun reflexively opened his attribute panel. Over these 3 years, he had often checked it, hoping to see whether he had grown stronger or awakened some new power. Shang Yun silently intoned within his mind, "Open the attributes panel." Host Shang Yun. Age 13. Cultivation, Method Mo Prajna Permitha Heart Sutra. Realm Jixing Hai, unity of knowledge and practice. Knowing is the beginning of action. I action completes knowing. Divine abilities, Tianyin Tong Heavenly Eye perceives the births and deaths and the joys and sufferings of beings across the 6 realms and beholds all forms and colors in the world without obstruction. Current level primary. When the heart opens with compassion, it can perceive within a 10-meter radius. Tianer Tong Heavenly Ear can hear the languages of joy, sorrow, worry, and delight among beings of the 6 realms and all manner of sounds in the world. Current level primary. With compassion awakened, it can clearly hear all sounds within a 10-meter radius. Gongfa Prajna Heart Sutra Tier 1 comprehended from the Mo Prajna Permitha Heart Sutra, a supreme method for refining Qi. Current phase, refining essence into Qi. Martial skill, Jingang Prajna Force Tier 1 derived from the Mo Prajna Permitha Heart Sutra, an unsurpassed method of directing Qi that can be integrated into any combat technique, producing unmatched ferocity and comprehensively enhancing bodily constitution. When employed, a diamond-like Dharma manifestation forms around the body, which while intact can rebound all incoming damage. The realm has no upper limit. Each successive tier doubles the physical enhancement of the previous tier. Battle techniques, Gixianliu and Gui Pai Qigong Wave. On the foundation of the Prajna force, Shang Yun comprehended the Jin-Gang Prajna force, which elevates the body in every aspect. At profound levels, it would likely render its practitioner nearly invulnerable, much like the supreme, untroubled art. In the second-year training under Gixianren, Shang Yun's attribute panel gained the combat technique Gixianliu, indicating he had learned most of Gixianren's fighting methods. The system grouped them under the name Gixianliu. Shang Yun learned the Guipai Qigong wave while dueling Sun Wukong. That day, the three prepared early to await Gixianren's special training. Gixianren ambled over and said, "No training today. I have good news, your formal instruction is finished. From now on, you must cultivate on your own. A master opens the door. Cultivation is a personal journey." "Oh really? Our training is finished. But I don't feel any stronger," Kellen said, clenching his fist and looking at Gixianren with puzzlement. Gixianren said with a mysterious smile, "Take off your shells and jump as hard as you can." The three curious did as he instructed. "Wow, so high. I can jump that high." Kellen cried out with excitement. Wukong's voice followed, equally exhilarated. Shang Yun tried as well, and found he could leap some 20 meters into the air. It was astonishing. Shang Yun was thrilled too, though he did not repeat the bound as obsessively as the other two. Gixianren observed, "You are strong now, but mastery eludes you. Only through combat can you fully control your power. Therefore, I will send you to participate in the 21st Tianxia Dai Wudahui on May 7, year 750 of the AI era. This tournament will be held on an island near Nandu. Now depart." Gixianren cast a meaningful glance at Shang Yun. After greeting Lan Qi, the four set off together toward Nandu. Upon arrival, Gixianren told the three to register and wait for their assignments, then disappeared somewhere without telling them where he had gone. Shang Yun understood that Gixianren would also take part in this tournament, but under a disguise and the alias Chenglong. His purpose was to ensure the three would face worthy opponents, learning to master their strength through battle and comprehend that there are always those beyond oneself. The competition was held within a large arena complex divided into preliminary venues and a final stage. The preliminaries took place in indoor gymnasium-like halls with multiple competition areas. The finals were staged on an outdoor plaza built with a raised ring surrounded by spectator stands, allowing the crowd to watch from every angle. The venue brimmed with spectators and a fervent atmosphere. Everyone came eager to witness who might be crowned the world's greatest martial artist. Whenever a spectacular duel erupted, the audience would cheer, applaud, and shout, rallying behind the contenders. A total of 137 contestants had registered. The preliminaries grouped competitors by drawing lots and assigning them to different sectors. Each sector held unknown matches of falling out of the ring or being knocked unconscious constituted defeat. Matches lasted 1 minute. If no victor emerged within the time, the referees would determine the winner. Each sector offered 2 advancement slots from which 8 contestants would ultimately qualify for the finals. The final 8 would then battle in elimination matches on the outdoor plaza's ring. The contest grew fiercer as the field narrowed. These were, after all, fighters vying to prove themselves the best in the world, and every participant strove to display their utmost strength. Dedicated staff organized and managed the matches, drawing lots, scheduling bouts, and so forth. Referees supervised proceedings to ensure fairness, adjudicating winners in accordance with the rules. A medical team remained on standby. Should any contestant be injured, stretchers would carry them to a nearby hospital for treatment. Fortunately, the three were not drawn into the same bracket, which meant that given their abilities, each stood a fair chance of reaching the finals. While waiting, Wukong introduced Kellen and Shang Yun to his friends, the handsome youth with black spiky hair Yamucha, Pure, the beautiful girl with long blue hair Bulma, and the chubby pig Willow. Bulma, at about 17, was in the bloom of youth and undeniably lovely. As the preliminaries progressed, Kellen encountered a senior brother from Duolin Temple. Having long been bullied by the temple seniors, Kellen carried a deep-seated fear and instinctively remained defensive, constantly dodging and never daring to strike back. "Kellen, fight back. He's weak. Don't be afraid," Wukong shouted anxiously upon seeing Kellen's state after his match. By then, Shang Yun had finished his own bout. Seeing Kellen's condition, he intended to offer counsel, but Wukong had already interjected, so Shang Yun said nothing further and quietly stood behind him, offering silent support. Shang Yun considered for a moment and then called out, "Kellen, stop hiding. Stand there and take 1 punch from him." Kellen turned to Shang Yun in bewilderment. Take a punch from him." Under the astonished gazes of those around them, Shang Yun gave Kellen a resolute look of reassurance. Kellen trusted that Shang Yun would not deceive him and realized that perpetual avoidance was no solution. With time running out and hesitation fading, he crossed his arms and braced himself to endure the senior brother's punch. "Ha, Kellen, you've been scared silly, haven't you? Ha, the senior brother taunted. Kellen, puzzled, felt something stir within and suddenly looked sharply toward Shang Yun, who once again returned a steadfast gaze. Kellen's confusion gave way to a flash of resolve as he met Shang Yun's determined eyes, finding the courage he had long thought lost. With a loud bang, the senior brother crashed against the wall, having been kicked out by Krillin. Krillin had won. Excitedly, he jumped off the ring and punched Shan Yun in the chest, saying, "Thank you, Shan Yun." Shan Yun smiled without saying much. This left everyone puzzled, and Bulma, unable to contain herself, asked what is going on. "We tried to persuade him for so long, but it was useless." Shan Yun said to let Krillin take a punch, "So why is Krillin suddenly not afraid?" Shan Yun glanced at Krillin, who chuckled, "Thank you all for your concern, but at that moment I truly couldn't think. All I could see were the times I was bullied by my senior brothers, unable to fight back. But after taking a punch from my senior brother, I realized that the pain was not what it used to be. I even felt no pain at all. That's when I understood I had become strong and my senior brother was no longer my opponent." Everyone was enlightened by his words. Sometimes experiencing something firsthand was better than 1,000 explanations. Bulma stared wide-eyed at Shan Yun, full of curiosity. As the competition progressed, the preliminaries neared their end, and Shan Yun encountered an interesting opponent, Lan Fong. "Hey handsome, are you not mesmerized by your sister's beauty?" Lan Fong bent over, revealing her fair skin, one hand on her hip, while the other playfully pointed at her lips, throwing flirtatious glances at Shan Yun, shyly asking. "Beautiful," Shan Yun replied calmly, hands behind his back. "Beauty is beauty. There's no need to sugarcoat the truth. So do you have the heart to hit a pretty sister?" "Sister is just a weak little girl. Why don't you jump down from the ring and let me win, okay?" Lan Fong continued to act cute. At this moment, Yamcha and Master Roshi, disguised as Jackie Chan, were already drooling, while Bulma, arms crossed, muttered disdainfully, "Him shameless." Everyone looked at Shan Yun with curiosity, eager to see his reaction. "No," Shan Yun replied flatly. In truth, Shan Yun felt a bit shy. After all, he was in his teenage years, filled with youthful vigor and facing a stunning beauty who seemed to be inviting him to take a step closer. It felt as if just agreeing would prompt her to come closer. At the same time, Shan Yun was quite curious about what kind of experiences could lead Lan Fong to use her beauty to seduce her opponents. After all, in Shan Yun's view, Lan Fong was strong, as such experts were usually proud and wouldn't resort to such trivial tactics. Yet Lan Fong used them so adeptly right in the spotlight, and Shan Yun recalled from his previous life that when Lan Fong fought against Nan Wu, unable to defeat him, she resorted to the strip-tease tactic, removing her outer garment to reveal her lingerie in an attempt to distract Nan Wu, leaving the innocent Nan Wu blushing and cornered. However, Nan Wu, remembering his mission to fetch water for his hometown, closed his eyes, calming his heart like still water, successfully evading Lan Fang's attack and jumping behind her, delivering a chop that knocked her out, ultimately securing his victory. Had Lan Fong suffered immense grievances, forcing her to rely on her beauty for survival, leading to her habits. Shan Yun continued calmly while he focused all his energy on the heavenly ear and heavenly eye abilities, concentrating on Lan Fong, hoping to discern her inner world through these powers. To outsiders, Shan Yun appeared somewhat dazed, as if he were lost in thought. The heavenly ear and heavenly eye abilities are divine powers that are not restricted by time or space. After 3 years of cultivation, although his attributes didn't show an increase in realm, Shan Yun knew he had made some progress. Each time he battled against Wukong and Krillin, he could vaguely sense their thoughts and next moves. Lan Fong was taken aback momentarily, not expecting a man to be immune to her beauty. Just as she was about to change her approach to continue seducing him, she noticed the boy across from her, though calm, was intensely focused on her, his eyes shining with curiosity and pity rather than the desire she was used to seeing in other men's gazes. An uncomfortable feeling of being seen through washed over her, leading her to abandon seduction and take a fighting stance instead. "Sister is about to attack. Handsome, remember, I am just a delicate girl, so be gentle." Lan Fong instinctively feigned weakness and then took the initiative to attack, rushing towards Shan Yun. As she got close, she threw a powerful kick, aiming to knock him out of the ring before he could react. At this moment, Shan Yun was concentrating on deploying his 2 divine abilities and was unaware of Lan Fang's attack. However, the sensations from these powers guided his body to evade, narrowly avoiding the kick. Seeing that Shan Yun dodged, Lan Fong quickly retracted her leg to avoid going off the ring herself. Turning to look at Shan Yun, who was still gazing at her in a daze, she huffed, "So you were just pretending to be foolish." Angered, Lan Fong continued to attack, yet Shan Yun dodged each one effortlessly. Unbeknownst to Shan Yun, his body was acting on its own while his mental energy was rapidly depleting. He began to see glimpses of Lan Fang's past experiences behind her. In a northern archipelago, there was a girl named Lan Fong. Her father passed away when she was very young, and she had almost no memories of him. Later, her mother, struggling to survive alone, remarried, leading to a childhood overshadowed by darkness. Due to her beauty, she became a target for her stepfather's sexual harassment at a very young age. Those days were filled with fear as her spirit was eroded by endless suffering. Yet fate seemed to take a turn one day. After her mother died, when she was once again assaulted by her stepfather, a passing teacher appeared like a god, saving her. The teacher took her in out of pity. Lan Fong seemed to see a glimmer of hope in the darkness. She longed to change her fate and decided to learn martial arts from the teacher. Initially, she was filled with hope and anticipation, believing she had found a new direction in life. But she never imagined the teacher was also someone who coveted her beauty. One quiet night, the nightmare returned, and the teacher raped her. At that moment, Lan Fang's world shattered, and despair engulfed her like a tidal wave. She had thought about committing suicide to end her painful life. But thinking of letting the teacher continue to roam free ignited a burning fury within her. Thus, Lan Fang decided to endure the humiliation and bear the burden. She used her beauty to serve the teacher just to gain his trust and learn martial arts. Days passed, and Lan Fang grew stronger in the midst of suffering, her spirit becoming resilient, no longer weak enough to seek death. She silently accumulated strength, waiting for the opportunity for revenge. At last, when her cultivation bore fruit, Lan Fang personally slew her master. In that moment, she felt liberation. Years of anguish and hatred surged forth and dissolved. Thereafter, Lan Fang embarked upon a wandering path across the world, upholding justice and vanquishing tyranny, becoming an embodiment of righteousness. Yet, whenever confronted by an opponent too formidable to overcome by strength alone, her past conditioned her to instinctively wield a lure as a weapon, luring them into vulnerability before striking without warning. She knew such methods lacked moral luster, but in this merciless world they were the very means by which she endured. Gradually, Lan Fang yearned to transform her life, to step into light, to live with dignity and grace, yet she knew not how. So she set her sights on the world's supreme martial arts tournament, hoping to prove her worth, to earn reverence and admiration, and thereby affirm her own value. Ding! Congratulations, Sovereign. Your innate spiritual insight has awakened the power of karmic perception. It grants awareness of your own karmic trajectory, and that of all sentient beings across the 6 realms, spanning hundreds, thousands, even millions of lifetimes, revealing deeds, both virtuous and grievous, identities assumed, and paths traversed. Ding! Congratulations, Sovereign. You have mastered a martial technique, the art of unfaltering resolve. When evasion proves impossible, this art draws the mind into profound stillness, then instinct, guided by the technique, executes a single flawless evasive motion, though at great cost to spiritual energy. As Shang Yun stirred with compassion and mercy toward Lan Fang, intending to guide her gently, the mechanical voice of Unit 9527 chimed forth. Chanju's spirit dodging art. Shang Yun named it thus, for the technique demanded inner serenity, and its evasion unfolded with uncanny, almost sentient grace. Name confirmed. Chanju's spirit dodging art. Please review. Open the attribute panel. Shang Yun murmured, intrigued by the power of karmic perception. Sovereign Shang Yun, age 13, in cultivation, scripture, Mahaprajna Paramitha, heart, Sutran cultivation, realm, unity of knowledge and action. Knowledge is the origin of action. Action is the culmination of knowledge and spiritual powers in a divine. I perceives the births, deaths, joys, sorrows, and myriad forms of all beings across the 6 realms, unimpeded and unobstructed. Current rank novice. When compassion and mercy arise in the heart, enables clear vision within a 10-meter radius. In divine ear, hears the voices of joy, sorrow, suffering, and delight from all beings across the 6 realms, as well as every sound resonating in the mortal realm. Current rank novice. When compassion and mercy arise in the heart, allows discernment of all sounds within a 10-meter radius. In power of karmic perception, reveals one's own karmic history, and that of all sentient beings across the 6 realms, spanning countless lifetimes and all deeds therein. Current rank novice. When compassion and mercy arise in the heart, enables perception of another's present life experiences. Cultivation arts in Prajna Heart Sutra, first layer, an unparalleled Kaiōshin method derived from the Mahaprajna Paramitha Heart Sutra. Current stage, refining essence into Chien Vajra Prajna vigor, first layer, a supreme Ki-channeling art derived from the same sutra. Infusible into any martial technique, its force is peerlessly fierce, enhancing all physical attributes. When activated, a Vajra Dharma image manifests around the body. So long as the image remains intact, all incoming damage rebounds. Its potential is boundless. Each successive layer doubles the physical enhancement of the prior. In martial techniques, turtle hermit style, Kamehameha wave, Chanjua spirit dodging art. The power of karmic perception reveals not only one's own and others' past deeds, but also traces of rebirths across dozens, hundreds, even thousands of lifetimes. Yet at its novice rank, it perceives only the present lifetime, and only when genuine compassion arises in the heart. Any trace of ill intent shatters its efficacy. Indeed, this novice-tier power bears many constraints. NAS for Chanjua. The spirit-dodging art demands absolute inner stillness, and each successful activation depletes vast reserves of spiritual energy. Teaching it to Wukong would be futile. His Super Saiyan transformation thrives on fury, not tranquility. Composing himself, Shang Yun turned his gaze back to Lan Fang, whose brow glistened with sweat as she began removing her upper garment, revealing a damp undergarment clinging to her mature womanly form. Master Rashi swayed as if intoxicated, face crimson with blood rush. Oolong wore the slack-jawed leer of a lovesick boar. Even Yamcha lowered his head in shy embarrassment, stealing furtive glances at Lan Fong, afraid Bulma might catch him. Big brother, don't tease big sister anymore. She's so tired. Just let her land one hit, please, Lan Fong pleaded, rubbing her eyes with delicate fingers feigning tears. Lan Fong, the pain you once endured has passed. Why carry its weight still? Shang Yun fully activated the first layer of Vajra Prajna vigor. A faint 3-inch aureole of golden light shimmered about him, lending his presence the solemn majesty of an enlightened being. Lan Fong faltered, uncertain of his intent. Yet daunted by his aura, she abandoned seduction and assumed a guarded stance. You harbor kindness. You champion the weak and subdue the tyrannical. You've wandered in confusion, burdened by bloodshed, seeking redemption through acts of mercy. But know this: true mercy begins not with releasing others, but with releasing yourself. Only when the heart rests in equanimity can true joy arise. Beyond bodily suffering, all other pain is self-imposed illusion. Every trial that unfolds in your life is one you are destined to meet, and if you were not ready to bear it, fate would never have placed it upon you. You are a courageous girl. You have already conquered your own cowardice. Now the adversary you must face is not me, but the turmoil within your own heart. Shang Yun channeled the Prajna Heart Sutra, amplifying his voice with the Vajra Prajna vigor, so that each word resonated directly within Lan Fong's soul. Lan Fong lowered her arms from her chest and stared at Shang Yun. Who are you? How do you know all this? As she whispered, then lunged forward again, launching another assault. This time Shang Yun ceased evading. He allowed her strikes to land, only raising an arm to deflect blows aimed at his lower body. A woman's fury runs deep indeed. To target a 13-year-old boy so cruelly revealed how deeply he had pierced her wounds, shaming her into blind rage. Gradually Lan Fong halted. Her undergarment soaked her breath, ragged, her fury spent. She sank onto the ground, gazed at Shang Yun, and fell silent, thinking only, what manner of being is this? Release others' transgressions and liberate your own heart. All things arise from the mind, see through them, and the body feels light as air. Shang Yun spoke calmly, yet he was far from unscathed. Though unharmed physically, his internal chi neared exhaustion. The Vajra Prajna vigor inflicts no bodily strain like the Kaiōshin, but draws heavily upon the chi cultivated through the Prajna Heart Sutra. Ordinarily Shang Yun's reserves would sustain him far longer, yet by refusing to evade and instead absorbing each blow, he accelerated his chi depletion exponentially. Lan Fong, still catching her breath, stilled her mind to reflect upon Shang Yun's words, suddenly grasping their meaning. She rose slowly, picked up her clothes from the floor, dressed herself with quiet composure, and cast a profound, lingering glance at Shang Yun before turning away and leaping down from the arena, leaving the crowd utterly bewildered. Shang Yun exhaled softly, retracting his Vajra Prajna chi, and turned toward the host. You may announce the result. Oh, I declare, Shang Yun is the victor of this match. Shang Yun had won and advanced to the finals. Soon the 8 semifinalists were confirmed. Master Rashi, disguised as Jackie Chan's son Wukong, Krillin, Yamcha, Nam, Bertirian, Gyro, and Shang Yun. The final pairings were drawn at random. The first bout pitted Krillin against Bertirian, a revolting fighter who relied on foul body odors and viscous phlegm as weapons. Upon learning of these grotesque tactics, Krillin recoiled in disgust, refusing close-range combat. Even spectators seated far from the ring recoiled and retreated, overwhelmed by the stench. In the climax, Bertirian pinned Krillin beneath him and unleashed a noxious blast, knocking Krillin unconscious. Just as Bertirian raised his fist for the finishing blow, Shang Yun shouted from the stands, Krillin, wake up! It's all illusion, born only in your mind. You have no nose, you cannot smell the stench. Snapping back to awareness, Krillin swiftly felled Bertirian, and in sharp, ironic retribution unleashed a thunderous blast directly into Bertirian's nostrils. The vile fighter collapsed, overcome by his own stench. The host, now wearing a gas mask, ascended the stage to declare Krillin the winner. Next, Yamcha stepped forward, unluckily matched against Master Rashi disguised as Jackie Chan. Yamcha opened with a fierce assault, unleashing his signature technique, the Wolf Fang Fist, but to Master Rashi it was little more than child's play. Within moments, Master Rashi dispatched Yamcha from the ring. Yamcha bowed out in disappointment, and Master Rashi advanced. Next came Sun Wukong versus Gyro, a bloated dragon-like creature whose ultimate technique, Magic Gum, could paralyze opponents, freezing them helplessly in place. At the bell, both fighters exchanged brutal, bone-jarring blows. Though Gyro's massive frame lent him imposing presence, his martial prowess fell far short of Sun Wukong's. Gyro later ensnared Sun Wukong momentarily with Magic Gum, unleashing a furious barrage, but Sun Wukong shattered the restraint. Sensing inevitable defeat, Gyro immediately surrendered, raising a white flag. Sun Wukong emerged victorious. Then came Shang Yun versus Nam, a venerable martial artist whose participation in the World Martial Arts Tournament was driven not by fame or fortune, but by compassion. Hailing from a drought-stricken village, Nam sought the prize money to secure clean water for his people, an act revealing both profound virtue and unwavering responsibility. Nam possessed formidable strength and unshakable willpower, a true ascetic. In past renditions of the tale, he was even granted passage upon the cloud somersault, a celestial vehicle reserved solely for those of pure heart and unblemished spirit. His ability to ride the cloud somersault testified to the exceptional clarity of his soul, free from greed, malice, or corruption. The two warriors stepped onto the ring, exchanged solemn bows, and assumed battle stances, yet neither moved. Each waited motionless, searching for the other's opening. Minutes stretched into silence. Though the finals imposed no time limit, the restless crowd grew impatient, shouting and jeering. But both men remained unmoved, eyes locked, senses sharpened, undisturbed by external noise. Sun Wukong and Krillin watched with quiet fascination. Even Master Roshi, no longer flirting with women in the audience, observed Shang Yun with quiet admiration, astonished that his own disciple possessed such depth of character. At last, yielding to mounting audience pressure, the host climbed onto the ring and urged them to begin, even if only with a single movement. Shang Yun smiled, gently pressed his palms together, and said, "Master Nam, please strike first. I excel in defense." Nam blinked in mild surprise, unprepared to be addressed as master. Flustered yet deeply impressed by Shang Yun's earlier conduct, he nevertheless steeled himself. His villagers awaited his return, and victory was essential. "Then forgive my offense." Nam bowed once more, palms joined, and charged forward. The moment Shang Yun gave a slight nod, Nam launched a rapid double strike toward Shang Yun's chest. Already rooted in defense, Shang Yun evaded effortlessly, stepping back repeatedly to widen the distance. Nam pursued relentlessly, shifting techniques fluidly, yet Shang Yun still withheld counterattack, dodging solely through footwork and subtle body evasion. As they neared the ring's edge, Shang Yun abruptly halted his retreat, drove powerfully off both feet, vaulted skyward, and executed a flawless somersault behind Nam. His left foot touched down, he pushed off instantly, lifting his right leg to deliver a sweeping kick toward Nam, who was already hurtling beyond the boundary. Nam panicked, never expecting such cunning from one who appeared so guileless. He yanked back his legs and flapped his arms wildly to break, but momentum carried him over the edge. Just before hitting the ground, he twisted midair, landing face down on the ring's rim, knees bent, toes hovering just above the floor outside. As Nam began to exhale in relief, he saw Shang Yun already rushing toward him, foot raised, aimed squarely at his face. In that heartbeat of terror, Shang Yun halted abruptly, exactly 1 meter away, and gazed at Nam with a serene, knowing smile. Nam hauled himself back onto the ring and stared baffled. Shang Yun smiled. "Master Nam, you grew careless. Remember, even a lion expends full strength when hunting a hare. Do not hold back on my account. Because I am young does not mean I am weak." "I stand corrected," Nam replied, bowing deeply, palms pressed together. Master Roshi, still disguised as Jackie Chan, set aside his levity and watched Shang Yun intently, thinking, "This boy is extraordinary. Unmoved by glory or gain, truly admirable. One day he shall surpass even me." They resumed their stances and attacked simultaneously, clashing in earnest. Nam fought with broad, powerful motions, each strike heavy, deliberate, and devastating. Shang Yun knew his limitations, raw experience was scarce, and his strength lagged behind Nam's. Rather than rely on his Vajra Prajna Chi, he resolved to hone his instincts and technique, engaging Nam solely with the turtle hermit style. Punch met kick, strike met block. The exchange was relentless. At first, Nam landed blow after blow, while Shang Yun struggled to land a single hit. Though Nam's style appeared open and forceful, his speed was deceptive, his rhythm impeccable. He slipped past Shang Yun's attacks with uncanny timing and countered without pause. Under this unrelenting pressure, Shang Yun felt as though dozens assailed him at once, overwhelmed, disoriented. Yet his cultivation of Vajra Prajna Chi, though dormant, subtly fortified his physique. After enduring dozens of strikes, he gradually attuned himself to Nam's cadence, and finally began to fight back. Every thought and intention sows a cause, every present experience reaps its effect. Mortals remain ignorant of karmic law, yet has karma ever spared anyone? Shang Yun had asked Nan Wu to spar with him at full intensity, so the beating he endured was well-deserved. Yet it was precisely this thrashing that revealed another flaw: his lack of a high-impact explosive technique. Though he had mastered the Kamehameha wave, he found it insufficient, lacking both suddenness and overwhelming force. Moreover, as cultivation progressed, the Kamehameha grew increasingly ordinary. The Scion method, distributing ki evenly throughout the body during daily life, and then concentrating it into a single point for attack, was inherently crude. Key accumulation was slow, requiring prolonged focus, and explosive output remained limited by sluggish convergence speed and poor endurance. Shang Yun cultivated the Prajna Heart Sutra, refining the upper, middle, and lower dantians. Currently, he stood at the refining essence in a chi stage, focusing solely on the lower dantian, located 3 finger-widths below the navel. His internal chi rested there, naturally ready for instantaneous mobilization, faster and more efficient than systemic redistribution. Yet this still failed to resolve his fundamental constraint: insufficient peak chi capacity. What he truly needed was the ability to transcend his cultivation level in battle. Fortunately, he possessed the Nirvana Enlightenment system and had already acquired the Mahaprajnaparamita Heart Sutra. All he needed now was to extract a combat technique from its profound wisdom. The two continued their fierce, evenly matched clash. Gradually, Shang Yun shifted from passive defense to active counterstrikes, occasionally even landing clean blows upon Nan Wu. Shang Yun knew that without activating the Vajra Prajna technique, his base strength fell short of Nan Wu's. Yet, foreseeing countless future confrontations like this one, he resolved to leverage his formidable physical resilience, seizing this very moment to attempt spontaneous mastery of a new martial art. What he required now was a technique capable of simultaneously deflecting incoming assaults while launching devastating counterattacks, ideally one that could amplify his power exponentially, like the Kamehameha wave or the Gallic gun. With direction came resolve. As Shang Yun fought, his mind raced, analyzing, adapting, striking. Below the ring, Krillin watched with growing confusion. Why has Shang Yun's offense slowed again? Just moments ago, he landed several counters. Now he merely dodges, striking only sporadically and missing every time. Indeed, what's happening? Goku and Bulma echoed in unison. Yamcha observed the fighters intently, silent and pensive, then turned toward Master Roshi, who disguised as Jackie Chan stood nearby. He's experiencing enlightenment, battlefield enlightenment. This young man possesses extraordinary karmic fortune. Master Roshi exclaimed, astonished. Nan Wu too sensed something unusual in Shang Yun, his gaze distant, lost in deep contemplation. He considered halting the match to inquire. Nan Wu, do not cease your assault. Shang Yun is undergoing enlightenment, likely forging a new technique. He needs your pressure now more than ever. Master Roshi, perceiving Nan Wu's hesitation, shouted urgently. This was his disciple's rarest opportunity, one many cultivators never encounter in lifetimes. Nan Wu instantly understood. Remarkable fortune indeed, he mused inwardly, and immediately refocused, committing himself fully to aiding Shang Yun's breakthrough. The audience, unaware of the profundity unfolding, muttered accusations of stage theatrics. Pressured, the announcer reached for his microphone to intervene, only to be gently restrained by Krillin. Shang Yun's mind blazed with lightning-swift calculations, cycling chi through his meridians, repeatedly striving to unleash attacks far exceeding his normal output. Yet repeated trials yielded at most a tenfold amplification, even at absolute maximum exertion, and future adversaries would dwarf him by far more than tenfold. Just as despair began to creep in, Nan Wu lunged forward with a straight punch. Shang Yun retreated a step, deflected the blow with a subtle wrist turn, then swept Nan Wu's supporting leg, sending him stumbling backward onto the ring floor. It was Nan Wu's own carelessness, so absorbed in guiding Shang Yun's growth, he'd neglected his own guard. Gazing upon Nan Wu's fall, Shang Yun's eyes flared with sudden clarity, 4 ounces deflecting 1,000 caddies. Indeed, countless techniques from his past life enabled the weak to overcome the strong, redirecting an opponent's force against them, or even merging it with one's own strike. Techniques such as star-shifting palm, great cosmic shift, flower transplanting art, and Tai Chi Chuan all embodied this principle. Closing his eyes, Shang Yun centered his consciousness upon those ancient arts, determined to forge a technique worthy of the Dragon Ball world. Nan Wu sprawled across the ring, blinked in surprise, then flushed with embarrassment. With a swift kip-up, he sprang back to his feet, only to freeze mid-lunge at Master Roshi's commanding voice. Hold your attack. Shang Yun stands at a pivotal threshold. He requires absolute stillness and silence. Master Roshi cried urgently. Nan Wu obeyed instantly, standing motionless where he stood. Shang Yun now sensed the broad contours of his technique, but remained uncertain of its foundational principle. Unwilling to abandon the pursuit, he silently recited the Mahaprajnaparamita Heart Sutra. At the phrase, all 5 aggregates are empty, his spirit trembled, clarity struck. The 5 aggregates, form, sensation, perception, mental formations, and consciousness, constitute all sentient existence. All 5 aggregates are empty, signifies that these aggregates are impermanent, illusory, and devoid of intrinsic nature, thus unworthy of attachment. To realize this truth is to liberate oneself from suffering and transcend the cycle of birth and death. If all phenomena are ultimately empty, mere illusions, then why not manifest a void spirit domain around the body? Any attack contacting this domain would dissolve into insubstantiality upon contact. Its energy, thus fragmented, could be channeled into the practitioner's limbs and redirected outward with amplified force. As for absorbing such energies to enhance personal cultivation, Shang Yun dismissed the notion outright. Every individual's energy carries unique attributes and often bears the imprint of their emotions. Yes, emotion, never underestimate its power. It can unlock capabilities far beyond one's perceived limits. Consider Goku's Super Saiyan transformation, fueled by rage, or Yang's grief-stricken palm from the Divine Eagle and the Serpent Slayers born of sorrow. The deeper and more intense the emotion infused, the greater the surge in power. Yet such paths are perilous emotions. Joy, anger, grief, pensiveness, sorrow, fear, terror are double-edged. Each may yield astonishing effects, but each also corrodes the 5 vital organs and depletes essence, chi, and spirit. Hence Goku's eventual demise from heart failure. Unchecked fury consumes the heart itself. Shang Yun cultivated Chan, Zen, and thus required no such emotional crutches. To sacrifice his fundamental mind for transient power would shatter his cultivation from within, no enemy needed. His own heart would break, his martial arts self-annihilated. Time seemed long yet vanished in the blink of an eye. Boom. Nanwu felt a violent shockwave erupt from Shang Yun and instinctively raised both hands before his chest to brace against it. Shang Yun's entire body trembled as his aura surged. Emerging from deep enlightenment, he had broken through. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have comprehended the Mahaprajna Paramitha Heart Sutra. Your Prajna Heart Sutra has advanced. Current cultivation stage, second realm, refining chi into spirit. The mechanical voice of Unit 9527 always appeared with impeccable timing. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have independently devised a combat technique. Technique description: upon entering a state of meditative emptiness, the host generates a void spiritual domain around himself, capable of disintegrating, nullifying, and absorbing all incoming attacks. Absorbed energy may be redirected as counterstrikes or dissipated harmlessly into the air. Should an assault exceed the host's capacity, the domain shatters, inflicting simultaneous spiritual and physical damage. Domain size scales with cultivation strength, and may even envelop others within its boundary. Please name the technique. Meditative emptiness, void spiritual domain. Shang Yun exclaimed, inwardly elated. This was his first self-crafted combat art, and one of extraordinary power, so his exhilaration was only natural. His earlier technique, Zen perception, the spirit avoidance art, had been unconsciously forged by his heavenly eye and heavenly ear abilities guiding his body, an effortless gift devoid of creative struggle, thus evoking no sense of triumph. Shang Yun snapped back to awareness, recalling he was still mid-contest. Without pausing to inspect his attribute panel, he pressed his palms together and bowed respectfully toward Nanwu. Many thanks, Master Nanwu. No, please do not be so formal. I did nothing at all. What insight did you attain? Might I witness it? Merely a defensive technique, yet I humbly request your guidance and refinement, Master Nanwu. Shang Yun spoke modestly, yet keenly aware that the audience below had grown restless. These were ordinary spectators, drawn solely for spectacle, with no action unfolding. Their impatience mounted. Master Nanwu, the crowd grows impatient. Let us settle this in a single decisive strike. Please unveil your ultimate technique. Shang Yun smiled calmly. Ultimate technique. My ultimate technique is perilous indeed. Any struck must slumber 10 full days and nights before awakening. Are you certain? Shang Yun nodded faintly. Very well, brace yourself. Nanwu hesitated no longer. A gesture of profound respect. He thrust off the ground with both feet, soaring over 100 meters into the air. At the apex of his ascent, he crossed his arms before his chest, inverted his posture, and dove head first, velocity accelerating fiercely as he roared Sky Cross Fist. In his past life, Shang Yun had long wondered about the Sky Cross Fist, potent yes, but rigid, predictable, easily evaded by lateral movement. Now facing it firsthand, he realized its complexity. Nanwu could twist his waist midair to alter trajectory. Evasion would only be possible in the final instant, when Nanwu neared the arena floor and lacked space to redirect. Yet the ring was small. No matter how Shang Yun moved, he remained ensnared within the technique's lethal radius. Shang Yun chose not to evade. He wished to test his new art's true efficacy. Meditative emptiness, void spiritual domain. Palms joined, he manifested a 3-foot spherical barrier around his form, gazing upward as Nanwu descended. Crying out the technique's name does lend it undeniable presence, he mused. Boom! They collided. Or rather, Nanwu slammed into Shang Yun's barrier, while Shang Yun stood unmoved, palms still pressed together. Nanwu braced his hands against the shimmering dome, executed a flawless backward somersault, and landed lightly on both feet. Staring at Shang Yun, he thought, an astonishing barrier, utterly negating my attack. Am I truly halted here? My villagers still await me. What shall I do? Shang Yun dissolved the domain and smiled. Master, I yield. I concede defeat. What? Nan was stared, disbelief etched across his face. Shang Yun offered a gentle smile and descended from the ring. Below, Master Rashi watched him go, stroking his beard and nodding slowly. Indeed, a most promising youth. His technique appears perfectly tailored to counter my Kamehameha. Ah, truly the student surpasses the master. Shang Yun, were you injured? Krillin and Son Goku asked urgently. Why did you surrender so quickly? Bulma added, puzzled. I am unharmed. I've already gained what I sought. Further combat would yield little more. Shang Yun replied with a serene smile. Though perplexed, the others voiced their support. In truth, Shang Yun harbored deeper intent to witness Son Goku and his companions grow, to refrain from interfering with the path they were destined to walk. According to memories of his past life, Son Goku was fated to battle Nanwu, and each such clash was vital, forging his strength and spirit. Having forfeited, Shang Yun was permitted either to depart or remain as a spectator. He chose departure. He had matters of his own to attend. At the venue's entrance, he spotted a familiar figure, Lan Fang. Shang Yun, I watched your match. You truly are extraordinary. She smiled, still radiant, still beguiling. Victory and defeat are fleeting. What I seek is unwavering cultivation. Miss Lan Fang, may I ask, is there something you require? I am lost adrift. I wish to cultivate alongside you, perhaps learn something, find direction for what lies ahead. Her charm softened, her tone turned earnest. To cultivate beside me, and what precisely do you hope to learn from me, eh? Very well, but sacred arts are never lightly bestowed. Do you possess wealth? Perfect. I need funds, and she arrives just in time. How much? 100,000. Lan Fang blinked in astonishment, never imagining this dazzling beauty would be met with a demand for money. It depends. Come, help me acquire something. You'll cover the cost. Shang Yun turned and strode ahead. Lan Fang sighed and followed. Inside, the Capsule Corp retail store shelves gleamed with astonishing variety. Capsule Corp belonged to Bulma's family. She would one day become Earth's preeminent scientist and its wealthiest citizen. The all-purpose capsule stood as the company's signature marvel. Deceptively humble in appearance, each capsule concealed miraculous potential. Pressing its activation button released whatever object resided within, be it dwellings, automobiles, aircraft, battle armor, starships, tools, or weapons, materializing instantly, fully formed. Objects stored within were compressed to microscopic scale, rendering them effortlessly portable. Son Goku and his companions frequently employed these capsules during travel, carrying everything from tents to motorcycles, granting unparalleled mobility and convenience. Such technology liberated humanity from the burden of carrying bulk. A handful of tiny capsules sufficed to summon all necessities, each bearing the unmistakable blue capsule insignia. What are you doing here? Lan Fang asked curiously. What else can I do here? Of course I'm here to buy things. Just make sure you have the money ready. Shang Yun looked at the capsules on the shelves, dazzled by the variety and marveling at how impressive the technology is. Ah, what do you want to buy? Just to be clear, I can't afford anything too expensive. Lan Fang exclaimed, looking terrified, as if she were a little rabbit about to be eaten. Just some daily necessities and transportation tools. I don't know how much they cost, but didn't you say you wanted to cultivate together? It's perfect. I want to travel cultivating while on the road. Shang Yun was speechless. Oh, so it's like a wandering monk. No, wait, aren't wandering monks supposed to self-cultivate on foot? That sounds tough. Oh, I don't want to do that. So, I need you to buy some tools. I don't like suffering. Cultivation is meant to make oneself happier, not to endure hardships. Alright, I got it. You can browse around. Ooh, I'll go buy the things. Lan Fang said seriously. Remember to buy me some new clothes. Got it. Lan Fang walked toward the salesperson without looking back. Shang Yun wasn't worried about whether Lan Fang had money. A girl like her often loved to help the poor at the expense of the rich, so she definitely had money. Even if she didn't, it didn't matter. For Shang Yun, the journey was primarily about cultivation. Whether he could enjoy it or not was unimportant. What mattered was happiness. Finding joy in the midst of suffering would contribute to the elevation of his mindset. Girls take their time shopping. Shang Yun soon lost interest in the capsules and waited at the entrance. The sky was getting darker and the Grand Martial Arts Tournament had likely concluded. More people were beginning to fill the streets, and the outcome of the competition was clear. Master Rashi had probably won. Lan Fang finally finished her shopping. It seemed she had bought quite a lot and was carrying a backpack. The two walked towards the venue of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament and happened to see Sun Wukong and the others coming out together. Sun Wukong looked very weak after a day of fighting, having transformed into a gorilla and endured quite a beating from Master Rashi, so he was naturally very hungry. Master Rashi suggested treating everyone to a meal, and Shang Yun followed along. The meal consumed all of the prize money Master Rashi had won in the competition. Master Rashi did not expect this and was left speechless. After the meal, he turned to Lan Fang and said, "Beautiful lady, do you have any plans? Do you need my help?" Lan Feng replied lightly, seeming uninterested in Master Rose's offer. No, I want to travel with Xiangyun. Travel? Xiangyun, are you going to travel? Aren't you supposed to be cultivating with Master Roshi? Krillin asked Xiangyun in confusion upon hearing Lan Feng's words. Didn't Master Roshi say before that we had basically learned everything? The rest is up to us. I just want to travel and experience other martial artists, Xiangyun smiled and replied. Yes, that's also a method. You can choose your own path from here, Master Roshi pondered. In the end, Krillin chose to continue cultivating with Master Roshi, while Sun Wukong decided to search for the Dragon Balls. The three parted ways, agreeing to meet at the next Grand Martial Arts Tournament in 3 years. Xiangyun was reluctant to cultivate with Sun Wukong because he understood that the experiences Sun Wukong would face next were crucial for shaping his character. They would help him become a responsible, caring person. Words alone were not enough. He needed to experience and feel these things. Xiangyun did not want to interfere with Sun Wukong's understanding of life. What if unintentionally he caused Sun Wukong's character to diverge from that of the comic in his past life? Who would protect Earth then? Beautiful Miss Lan Feng, are you really going to travel with this kid Xiangyun? Traveling and cultivating is quite tough. Why not cultivate with me instead? I have a small island where we can row a boat and enjoy the sea. As they were about to part, Master Roshi invited Lan Feng once again. Suddenly Lan Feng returned to her charming demeanor and said to Master Roshi, "Am I beautiful?" But some people seem to be blind to it, she added, glancing back at Xiangyun. Bulma looked at Xiangyun with curiosity, eager to see how he would respond. Xiangyun knew she was hinting at him. He didn't want to say much, but since they were about to travel together, some things had to be clarified, otherwise it would be awkward on the road. Miss Lan Feng outer beauty is ultimately fleeting. Even with persistent skincare, it lasts only 20 to 30 years. I believe the most beautiful people are those like Master Wu Tian, who possess kindness and love for all beings. The best beauty treatment. Xiangyun deliberately paused here. Master Rose's face turned red as Xiangyun referred to him as the most beautiful person in front of a beautiful woman. Come on, what is the best beauty treatment? Lan Feng urged, while Bulma also looked at Xiangyun, eagerly waiting for an answer. It is a compassionate heart. A heart filled with compassion will naturally reflect beauty on the outside, Xiangyun said, putting his hands together and smiling. Even that old coot has a compassionate heart. Lan Feng and Bulma looked at Master Roshi with disdain. Master Roshi exchanged glances with Xiangyun, who chose not to continue. Bulma walked away with Yamcha, bringing Oolong along. It seemed that Oolong, like Poor, had become Bulma's sidekick. In fact, Bulma and Yamcha were a great match, but unfortunately, they were both too young with too little experience to hold on to each other. Xiangyun, you have a kind heart and are too merciful. Take this secret manual. The techniques inside may help you. Master Roshi handed Xiangyun a book before leaving. The group exchanged farewells and went their separate ways for cultivation. Xiangyun set off toward the southwest. Xiangyun, do you really expect me, a girl, to carry all this luggage? It's heavy, Lan Feng complained. Most of this is for you, and since you're traveling with me for cultivation, this backpack is part of the journey. It's light, isn't it? Xiangyun walked ahead, not looking back. Such a light backpack counts as cultivation? Lan Feng exclaimed in surprise. Light? Didn't you just say it was heavy? Did I say that? Yes. Oh, come on, you're a big boy. Why are you so picky with me, a little girl? You're older than me. You. The two chatted casually. As the sun set in the west and the moon rose in the east, the two reached the wilderness. There were no inns around, but fortunately Lan Feng had a universal capsule for a mobile home in her backpack. She took it out, opened it, and went inside to rest. Xiangyun did not go in. He needed to reflect on the path ahead. Now in the world of Dragon Balls, he possessed a certain level of self-defense capability and could stand his ground. However, the true crisis had yet to begin. In 3 years, at the 22nd Martial Arts Tournament, the first major villain, King Piccolo, would appear. Given Xiangyun's current strength, he might not even be able to defeat King Piccolo's egg. Xiangyun once sought Bulma to acquire the Dragon Radar, but then he realized that the dragons on Earth were too weak. Searching for the Dragon Balls would lead to two outcomes. One was to wish to return home, but with the power of the gods on Earth, the dragon he created would be unable to fulfill such a wish. The only option was to wish for increased strength, allowing him to endure through the Namek saga. However, Xiangyun's power must be improved through his own comprehension, not through external aids, lest he risk regressing and losing sight of his true goal. In truth, Xiangyun was aware of the evil dragon's narrative. In his heart, the power of the Dragon Balls was not aligned with the righteous path, and thus should not be used lightly. A night passed without incident, and Xiangyun sat cross-legged, honing his mind and practicing the Heart Sutra of Prajna. As dawn broke, Xiangyun had already completed his morning exercises. Lan Feng was still asleep in the car. He found a bit of food in the vehicle to satisfy his hunger before returning to his cross-legged meditation. In the distance, the sound of footsteps approached rapidly. The stride belonged to a single person. Xiangyun suddenly opened his eyes, propelled himself to his feet, and gazed in the direction of the figure who was moving quickly, stirring up a cloud of dust behind them. It seemed that the person had also spotted the RV and Shang Yun gradually slowing down and stopping not far from him. As the dust settled, Shang Yun could finally see the person clearly. It was Nan Wu. "Master Nan Wu, why are you in such a hurry?" Shang Yun asked knowingly. "Little Master Shang Yun, I need to return to my hometown. There is a shortage of water there. Yesterday, Master Wu Tian gave me a capsule that can hold water, and I spent the night collecting water in the park to fill the canister, which is why I am rushing back to the village." Nan Wu replied, his hands clasped together, looking weary. "You haven't rested all night, have you? As far as I know, your hometown is located on a desert in the southwest, which takes several days to reach by car. Given your appearance, it looks like you plan to run the whole way. Plus, you fought all day yesterday. How can your body handle it?" Shang Yun had great respect for Nan Wu. He understood the water shortage in Nan Wu's village and knew that Master Wu Tian had gifted him a water-holding capsule. While at the capsule company, Shang Yun had thought about having Lan Fong buy another water-holding capsule for Nan Wu. After all, having an extra canister would be safer, and 2 should suffice for the village's water needs for over a year. However, that would only be a temporary solution. The village's water crisis couldn't be resolved through such means. Shang Yun was aware of the primary reason for the water shortage in Nan Wu's village. "I've already delayed for a night. I need to return as soon as possible to save as many people as I can. The village still needs your protection. You can't wear yourself out. Since we are traveling without a definite destination, why not make your village our first stop?" "You? Who else is with you?" Nan Wu inquired. "Miss Lan Fong, may I invite Master Nan Wu to join us in the car? Our first stop will be his hometown." Lan Fong, perhaps awakened by the earlier commotion, exited the vehicle, prompting Shang Yun to ask her directly, "Is that all right?" "Sure." Lan Fong was dressed quite lightly at that moment, stretching and walking over to the 2 men with her arms raised, saying, "Master Nan Wu, you didn't come specifically to find me, did you?" "No, it's not." Nan Wu's face flushed instantly, his hands raised defensively in front of his chest, but upon seeing Lan Fong approaching confidently, he quickly placed his hands behind his back and lowered his head, stepping back. "Ha ha ha." Seeing Nan Wu's reaction, Lan Fong placed her hands on her hips and laughed heartily. "Miss Lan Fong, since you agree, why don't you drive? Master Nan Wu's village is located in the desert in the southwest." Shang Yun quickly intervened. "Huh, wait, you both want me to drive?" Lan Fang's laughter suddenly halted. "I can't drive. Master Nan Wu lives in the desert, so he probably can't either," Shang Yun said, shrugging. "All right then," Lan Fong said, hands on her hips, walking towards the driver's seat. Shang Yun and Nan Wu exchanged glances and jumped onto the roof of the car, sitting cross-legged and closing their eyes to meditate. "Tch." Lan Fong rolled her eyes in response to the noise from the roof. Watching Nan Wu meditate, Shang Yun silently contemplated his attribute panel. Host Shang Yun. Age 13. Mind Method Maha Prajnaparmitha Heart Sutra. Realm unity of knowledge and action. Knowledge is the beginning of action. Action is the completion of knowledge. Supernatural powers. Heavenly eye, able to see the birth and death, suffering and joy of beings from the 6 paths and perceive all forms and sounds in the world without obstruction. Current level beginner with the heart open to compassion, can see through a radius of 100 meters. Heavenly ear, able to hear the language of beings from the 6 paths and various sounds in the world. Current level beginner with the heart open to compassion, can hear everything within a radius of 100 meters clearly. Fate vision, able to know one's own and others' countless lifetimes and deeds. Current level beginner with the heart open to compassion, can perceive others' life experiences. Technique Prajna Heart Sutra. Second layer understood from the Maha Prajnaparmitha Heart Sutra, a supreme method of refining chi. Current realm refining chi into spirit. Martial skill Indestructible Prajna Force. First layer understood from the Maha Prajnaparmitha Heart Sutra, a supreme method of manipulating chi, can be integrated into any combat technique with unparalleled strength that significantly enhances physical attributes. When activated, an indestructible form appears capable of reflecting all damage as long as the form remains intact. The realm has no upper limit, and every advancement doubles physical attributes. Combat technique Turtle Sage Style, Turtle School, Energy Wave, World-Shattering Palm, Zen Awareness. Spirit Avoidance Technique, Zen Meditation. Void Spirit Domain. Looking at the information on the attribute panel, Shang Yun felt a hint of joy. He could not determine how deep his comprehension of the Maha Prajnaparmitha Heart Sutra was, but the system provided prompts based on his understanding, just like with the Heavenly Eye and Heavenly Ear, both of which had improved. The world-shattering palm was recorded in the manual given to Shang Yun by Master Turtle Sage during their parting, and he had already learned it last night. The world-shattering palm converts all of one's energy into electrical currents. This electrical energy possesses immense binding and offensive power. Once an opponent is struck by the current, they will remain bound for a period, making it hard to break free, while also inflicting continuous damage. Although one will not suffer fatal damage immediately after being struck by the world-shattering palm, the ongoing electrical attack will cause immense pain and bodily harm to the opponent. Master Turtle Sage once claimed this technique to be incredibly powerful, being hit could very likely result in loss of life. When executing the world-shattering palm, the intense electrical current generates dazzling light and strong energy fluctuations, creating a significant visual impact that can psychologically intimidate the opponent. However, this technique has its flaws, requiring the user to join their hands together to gather energy, meaning a certain preparation time is necessary before use. In the ever-changing chaos of battle, this could offer the opponent an opportunity. Moreover, this technique requires the user to possess a high level of cultivation and exceptional palm technique to successfully convert their energy into electrical currents and accurately strike the opponent. The user's strength and condition will affect the power and effectiveness of this technique. Master Turtle Sage also recognized Shang Yun's ability to control internal energy and the newly comprehended combat technique, Zen meditation, Void Spirit Domain, believing that the world-shattering palm would be more suitable for Shang Yun. Along the way, Shang Yun and Nan Wu exchanged insights on cultivation and combat techniques atop the vehicle, while during breaks Lan Fong would join in the discussions. During their journey, they encountered a group of roadblockers, a band of robbers who had previously been dealt with by Lan Fong. There were over 100 of them, and upon inquiry it turned out they were gathering to take revenge after learning Lan Fang's route. Naturally, there was no need for Lan Fong to intervene. Shang Yun and Nan Wu dealt with them only for the robbers to be robbed by Lan Fong again. Upon entering the desert, the vehicle became impractical, and the three of them disembarked to walk with Lan Fong, donning a tight-fitting sun protection suit. Nan Wu, eager to deliver water to the village, ran ahead with Shang Yun and Lan Fong, and after a day and night of running, they finally reached Nan Wu's village by noon the next day. The villagers were hiding indoors from the sun, but rushed out to greet Nan Wu upon his return. Finding an open space, Nan Wu activated a water capsule, which exploded into a massive water tank, astonishing the villagers. After Nan Wu's explanation, they began to line up for water. Seeing the villagers finally getting water, a smile broke through Nan Wu's weary expression. "Master, Nan Wu, has the village really been without water all this time?" Lan Fong asked, curiously gazing at the satisfied villagers. "Not at all. A few years ago, the river nearby suddenly dwindled in flow, and eventually it completely dried up. Even when it rains, there's no water in the riverbed now." Nan Wu reminisced. "Could there be an issue upstream? Have you all gone to check the river's source?" "We did go, but due to the lack of water, we could only travel for a day before having to return to the village, so we never discovered the cause." Nan Wu sighed. "Then let's go check upstream together tomorrow. Make sure to rest well tonight," Shang Yun suggested. The two agreed, and that night the villagers prepared dinner to host the three. Though not lavish, the meal was quite delicious, and Lan Fong shared some tasty snacks with the children. After the meal, Lan Fong went to rest at an elderly woman's house, while Shang Yun rested at Nan Wu's home. The next morning, the three set off, following the river upstream. Thanks to Lan Fang's supplies, the journey was not too arduous. After 3 days, they finally reached the river's source, only to find the stream blocked by rocks, forming a lake. They could vaguely hear sounds of commotion coming from the lake. Eager to investigate, Nan Wu hurriedly climbed onto the rocks, while Shang Yun and Lan Fong jumped up, hearing sounds of argument. In the lake, they saw a group of hefty dragons bathing, with Nan Wu kneeling and pleading for them to release the water, likely having already tried to fight them. Shang Yun recognized that these hefty dragons belonged to the Jilin tribe, characterized by their light green skin, robust build, and oversized heads and eyes. The leader was Kira, who had been defeated by Sun Wukong at the first martial arts tournament, a hefty dragon known for spitting enchanted gum. Before long, Kira appeared. After a brief exchange, Kira refused. "You three think you can make us yield our water source? I couldn't defeat Sun Wukong, but can I handle you?" Kira scoffed. "Then we'll just have to fight." Shang Yun signaled for Lan Fong and Nan Wu to step back, taking a combat stance. Kira, still disdainful, launched the first attack. Kira, large and powerful, unleashed a fierce assault, attempting to overpower Shang Yun with brute strength. Though Shang Yun's speed couldn't match Sun Wukong, it was still quick compared to Kira, allowing him to evade Kira's attacks and move swiftly in search of a chance to counterattack. Seeing that he couldn't defeat Shang Yun after a long struggle, Kira utilized a peculiar technique akin to the Sky Cross Punch, capable of creating a cross-shaped energy attack in midair, rapidly heading towards Shang Yun. Initially surprised by this sudden attack, Shang Yun soon realized it was a technique unique to the desert. Drawing from his understanding of Nan Wu's Sky Cross Punch, he successfully dodged. As he gradually familiarized himself with Kira's attack rhythm and style, Shang Yun began to counterattack. Utilizing his speed advantage, he closed in on Kira and launched agile strikes. Shang Yun's rapid assaults left Kira in a flurry, creating gaps in his defenses. After being thrown into disarray by Shang Yun's counter, Kira attempted another powerful attack to regain control, but at this point Shang Yun had fully seized the initiative in the battle. Seizing an opening, Shang Yun delivered a powerful punch to Kira's abdomen, the force incapacitating him and causing his body to sway. Shang Yun pursued relentlessly, launching a series of quick strikes that ultimately defeated Kira. Why does your technique resemble that of the long-tailed brat? Kira sat on the ground, propping himself up with his tail weakly, replying, "Are you referring to Sun Wukong? We are both disciples of Master Wu Tian." Shang Yun panted, "What? Master Wu Tian? You are disciples of Master Wu Tian. Why didn't you say so earlier? The water source is yours." Upon hearing the name of the turtle sage, Kira trembled in fear. Seeing Kira's reaction, Shang Yun felt a twinge of regret. Had he known, he would have mentioned Master Wu Tian right away, avoiding the fight altogether. Moments ago, he had been worried about being surrounded by these hefty dragons. Then let's open this rock wall and let the water flow down. Shang Yun, now recovered, noted the rapid healing from the Heart Sutra. That won't do. These walls are formed using our Jilin tribe's unique ability, spinning gum, which is as tough and elastic as rubber, making it nearly impossible to break. At least we cannot do it. Kira shrugged, grinning. Then what can we do? Nan Wu sighed in frustration. Could you at least make a small opening to let some water flow? Even if it's a trickle, it would be better than nothing. Lan Fong suggested. That won't work. This rubber has magical properties that allow it to self-repair over time, Kira retorted, looking at Lan Fong with narrowed eyes, smugly stating you. Seeing Kira's disdainful gaze, Lan Fong was about to jump at him, but Shang Yun stopped her. It's pointless. If we just make a small opening, the rubber would likely self-repair anyway. This is the desert. The flow is too small to reach the village, and any water would seep underground before going far. Shang Yun explained. Oh, what should we do? Nan Wu sat on the ground, holding his head in despair. We must destroy all this rubber at once to ensure it won't automatically repair itself. Jilong no longer hesitated and offered his suggestion. All at once. Shang Yun looked at the stone wall, lost in thought. Shang Yun, do you have a way? Lan Fong asked with an expectant expression. Nan Wu looked at Shang Yun anxiously. Yes, I will give it a try. Oh, I don't know if it will work, Shang Yun said, then jumped down from the stone wall, walked 10 meters, and turned to face the wall. You all come down, don't get hurt in a moment, Shang Yun reminded. Jilong scoffed at Shang Yun's words, believing that even if Shang Yun was a disciple of Master Wu Tian, he couldn't possibly break the stone wall created by their entire clan in one go. Thus, he did not direct his clan members to jump down, and the Jilin clan stood at the edge of the wall watching below. Seeing them indifferent, Shang Yun stopped speaking. After all, this group of guys had tough skin and strong flesh. Shang Yun then combined his hands into a flower bud-shaped, fingers slightly bent, and brought together, forming a shape resembling a flower bud before blooming. He slowly placed his hands in a flower bud shape at his waist, steadied his feet, and leaned slightly forward. Focusing his mind and breathing steadily, he began to channel the energy within his body through his meridians and acupoints, gradually gathering it into the palms of his hands. As the energy continued to accumulate, a golden sphere of light appeared in his palms. Not good. Run. Jilong exclaimed in shock upon seeing the aura emanating from Shang Yun, hurriedly urging his clan members to take off. Ignoring Jilang's actions, the golden sphere in Shang Yun's hands gradually expanded, shooting out rays of light between his fingers. Kamehameha. Shang Yun pushed his hands forward, launching the energy sphere gathered in his palms. The sphere flew towards the stone wall at an incredible speed, like a shooting star, leaving a long tail behind as it traveled. Boom! The stone wall was instantly shattered, vaporized. Water rushed down and mist filled the air. As the mist gradually settled, the Jilin clan members stared, wide-eyed, mouths agape, frozen in place. Lan Fong and Nan Wu were similarly dumbfounded. At this moment, Shang Yun and the others were already soaked. After a moment, Nan Wu reacted. It's broken. It's all shattered. Water. Water is here. Oh. Water is here. Lan Fong, disregarding her damp clothes that accentuated her figure, rushed over to hug Shang Yun, who was slumped on the ground from exhaustion. Shang Yun, you are amazing. At this moment, Shang Yun was too drained to speak, signaling Lan Fong to let him down. He then sat down to recover. When Shang Yun fully recovered and opened his eyes, he saw Lan Fong and Nan Wu sitting next to him, but noticed the absence of the Jilin clan. Upon inquiry, it turned out that the cowardly bunch had fled, terrified of being dealt with by Shang Yun. The three exchanged smiles and returned along the river path to the village. As they approached the village, they heard cheers in the distance, likely from the villagers who had seen the flowing water. At night, Lan Fong took out various delicacies to celebrate with the villagers, and they only went to rest the following day. Shang Yun and Lan Fong did not rest. After bidding farewell to Nan Wu, they continued their journey. Time flies and seasons change. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed, and it was time for the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament to take place. Shang Yun and Lan Fong set out early to register for the competition, and everyone else had already arrived. This time, Master Rashi continued to disguise himself as Jackie Chan to participate in the tournament, wanting to test the capabilities of his 3 disciples. Everyone had registered in advance except for Wukong, who almost missed the registration deadline. Through conversation, it was revealed that Wukong's experiences over the past 3 years had been quite rich. He had even crossed to the other side of Earth. At the venue, they encountered another member of the main cast, Tianjin Fan. This guy was bald with 3 eyes, impossible to miss, accompanied by Dumpling. In front of them was the leader wearing a crane hat with a goatee on his face, sunglasses on, dressed in a green crane school outfit, giving off a mysterious and sinister vibe. He was presumably the crane master, the arch-nemesis of Master Roshi. The preliminaries proceeded normally, but unfortunately for Shang Yun, he encountered Sun Wukong during the preliminaries and was undoubtedly eliminated. The finalists included Master Roshi, Sun Wukong, Krillin, Yamcha, Tianjin Fan, Dumpling, along with a werewolf and a legendary super genius fighter, Babbitt, who had won the World Martial Arts Championship twice. In the first match of the finals, Yamcha faced off against Tianjin Fan. This was a battle between the disciples of the Turtle School and the Crane School. Once the match began, both sides refused to give in, their figures intertwining, battling fiercely. Initially, Yamcha held a slight advantage. Then Yamcha used the new Wolf Fang Fist, but Tianjin Fan countered all his attacks, landing a punch to Yamcha's stomach. Next, Yamcha unleashed the Turtle School's ultimate move, the Kamehameha, but Tianjin Fan did not evade. Instead, he used his own ultimate technique to rebound the Kamehameha back, forcing Yamcha to jump into the air to avoid it. Seizing the opportunity, Tianjin Fan launched an aerial assault, stunning Yamcha. He then cruelly broke Yamcha's leg while he was unconscious, eliminating Yamcha from the tournament. The second match was between the werewolf and Master Roshi. As soon as the werewolf entered the arena, he stared fiercely at Master Roshi. It turned out that during the full moon, the werewolf transforms into a human, but because Master Roshi had destroyed the moon with the Kamehameha in the previous martial arts tournament, the werewolf could no longer transform and thus harbored a grudge against Master Roshi. However, there was a significant gap in strength, and Master Roshi easily defeated the werewolf. Afterward, Master Roshi called Krillin to the stage, using a hypnotic technique to make the werewolf mistake Krillin's bald head for the moon, allowing the werewolf to transform back into a human and run off happily. The third match was between Krillin and Dumpling. In the early stages of the match, both exchanged blows evenly with no clear victor. Later, Dumpling unleashed the Crane School's unique skill, the air dance technique, floating in the air, making it difficult for Krillin to land effective hits. Dumpling even hovered at a height, continuously bombarding Krillin on the ring with energy blasts, while simultaneously using a special ability to cause Krillin's stomach pain, attacking him. Eventually, Krillin discovered that Dumpling's special ability required the use of both hands. Moreover, Dumpling's math skills were poor, and Krillin kept asking Dumpling questions, forcing the simple-minded Dumpling to habitually count on his fingers, allowing Krillin to kick Dumpling out of the ring. In the fourth match, Sun Wukong faced Babbitt. Babbitt was hailed as a legendary super genius fighter, having won the World Martial Arts Championship twice. However, in the eyes of ordinary people, he was merely a martial arts expert, significantly weaker compared to the fighters of the Turtle School and Crane School. As the match began, Babbitt boasted about his immense strength in front of Wukong, but Wukong quickly defeated him with a series of 3 elbow strikes, successfully securing the last spot in the top 4. The match continued. First up was Master Roshi against Tien Shinhan. Once the match began, Master Roshi used the multi-shadow punch on Tien, but Tien, possessing a third eye, was able to pinpoint Master Roshi's true position and knocked him out with a single punch. The two then engaged in a fierce exchange of blows. Tien executed the solar flare, blinding his opponent with a brilliant light, causing Master Roshi to lose his sight before delivering a lethal attack that sent him crashing down. Next, Tien used the Kamehameha wave against Master Roshi. In order to protect the spectators behind him, Master Roshi chose to absorb the attack and redirected it into the sky. It was evident that Tien had extraordinary martial arts talent. He had learned to use the Kamehameha wave just by watching Yamcha. Ultimately, upon witnessing Tien's abilities, Master Roshi conceded, allowing Tien to advance to the finals. Then came the match between Sun Wukong and Krillin. As soon as they entered the arena, both fighters gave it their all, showcasing their formidable strength in a fierce battle. Krillin, quick-witted, employed various tricks, but Sun Wukong's might crushed them all. In a moment of desperation, Krillin snuck behind Sun Wukong and grabbed his tail, knowing that if he could hold on to it, Sun Wukong would lose his strength. However, after 3 years of training, Sun Wukong had strengthened his tail and was unfazed by the attack. In the end, Krillin's cleverness backfired, leading him to be thrown out of the ring by Sun Wukong. The competition then moved into the finals of the world's strongest martial arts tournament, featuring Tien Shinhan against Sun Wukong. As two of the strongest competitors, Sun Wukong and Tien stood facing each other on the stage, exuding an immense aura, while the audience below eagerly anticipated this peak confrontation. With both opponents ready, Sun Wukong initiated the attack, while Tien skillfully dodged and looked for an opportunity to counter. Using his agility and great strength, Sun Wukong continuously launched attacks at Tien, who with exceptional reflexes and combat skills adeptly evaded Wukong's strikes while searching for a chance to retaliate. Sun Wukong attempted the shadow punch attack on Tien, but Tien saw through it and retaliated with a barrage of strikes. Tien unleashed his ultimate technique, the Dodon Ray, hitting Sun Wukong, who fell to the arena floor, but he quickly got back on his feet. Seizing the opportunity, Tien launched a series of ferocious attacks on Sun Wukong, forcing him into a defensive position. The match reached a boiling point as both fighters exchanged blows, refusing to yield. In the final moments, Tien poured all his strength into the Ki blast, targeting Sun Wukong. The arena was severely damaged, but just before the destruction, Sun Wukong leaped into the air, evading the attack, and countered with the Kamehameha wave, using its recoil to crash into the exhausted Tien. Ultimately, both fighters fell out of the ring. According to the tournament rules, the first to touch the ground loses. Tien fell first, granting Sun Wukong victory. However, due to his respect for Tien and their bond forged in battle, Sun Wukong voluntarily told the referee that he had fallen first, leading to the judge declaring Tien the champion of the 22nd World's Strongest Martial Arts Tournament. Thus, the 22nd World's Strongest Martial Arts Tournament came to a complete end. After a full day of fighting, everyone was exhausted, especially Sun Wukong, who was nearly depleted of energy. As everyone prepared to eat, Krillin kindly helped Wukong retrieve his Nioi bow and 4-star Dragon Ball, allowing the others to eat first. Shang Yun sensed that the Demon King Piccolo would soon appear, but could not recall the specifics of the plot. Just as Krillin dashed out, Shang Yun suddenly realized that Krillin was in danger. Having been sealed for 300 years, Demon King Piccolo had aged significantly. After being released by the Pilaf gang, he feared that a martial artist like Master Roshi might reseal him, which would lead to his demise. Thus, he decided to seek the Dragon Balls to regain his youth and eliminate all participants from the tournament, sending his subordinate Tambourine to obtain the list of competitors for his killing spree. Coincidentally, Krillin encountered Tambourine and was killed. Shang Yun hurriedly dropped his chopsticks and rushed out, while Sun Wukong, who was eating, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart, as if he had lost something important, and quickly followed. Despite having just fought a fierce battle and feeling weak, Sun Wukong was still faster than Shang Yun. He called upon the flying Nimbus without informing Shang Yun and flew over his head directly to the resting area of the arena. By then, Krillin had already been killed, and the murderer had left with Sun Wukong's bag. When Shang Yun arrived, he saw Krillin lying in Sun Wukong's arms and was filled with intense rage, blaming himself for not remembering this moment and for being unable to stop Tambourine from killing Krillin. Devastated, Sun Wukong demanded the Dragon Radar from Bulma, knowing that his bag contained the 4-star Dragon Ball. With the radar, he could locate the murderer. Fueled by anger and disregarding his weakened state, he ignored Master Rose's orders and Shang Yun's pleas, jumping onto the flying Nimbus to pursue the killer. At this point, Sun Wukong had just endured a grueling battle and was utterly fatigued. After catching up to the green-skinned Tambourine, he found himself overmatched due to his drained energy. Tambourine easily knocked out Sun Wukong, using a powerful attack from the flying Nimbus, taking the Dragon Radar without killing him and carelessly tossing Sun Wukong aside. Upon waking, Sun Wukong felt extremely weak, but spotted a deliciously roasted fish. Without thinking, he devoured it, restoring some of his strength. At that moment, the fish's owner Yachirobe appeared, and the two engaged in a fierce battle. Despite being hungry, Yachirobe managed to hold his own against the well-fed Sun Wukong. Meanwhile, the influence of Demon King Piccolo began to instill fear in the world. He was tall, muscular, with a strange green complexion. He had pointed ears and 2 long antennae on his forehead. His red eyes burned like flames, exuding a cold and evil aura, and his wide mouth revealed sharp teeth, instilling fear in those who gazed upon him. Demon King Piccolo commanded his subordinates to kill all martial artists according to the tournament roster. Meanwhile, he created a dragon-like subordinate named Tambourine, instructing him to collect the Dragon Balls. Tambourine had already returned with the 4-star Dragon Ball. Yachirobe carried the 1-star Dragon Ball. Tambourine encountered Yachirobe, who was then defeated by the well-fed Wukong and subsequently cooked and eaten by Yachirobe. Sensing Tambourine's death, Demon King Piccolo was infuriated and sent Tambourine to continue his killing spree. Perhaps because Tambourine had killed Krillin's son Wukong, sensed his approach from a distance, and informed Yachirobe about Demon King Piccolo. Upon hearing this, Yachirobe was so frightened that he threw the 1-star Dragon Ball to Sun Wukong and fled without looking back. Dan Ba Lin quickly located Sun Wukong's position using the Dragon Ball radar. After a hearty meal, Sun Wukong's strength surged, completely turning the tide of the battle against Dan Ba Lin. Sun Wukong launched a ferocious assault on Dan Ba Lin, and soon Dan Ba Lin found it hard to defend himself. In the end, Sun Wukong used the Kamehameha to blast Dan Ba Lin into a pulp, successfully avenging Krillin. Piccolo sensed Dan Ba Lin's death and was enraged. He decided to take matters into his own hands. After boarding Emperor Pilaf's aircraft to find Sun Wukong, he directly inflicted severe injuries on him and snatched away the one-star Dragon Ball. Yajirobe, hiding behind a rock, took the opportunity to rescue Sun Wukong, while Piccolo was indifferent to Sun Wukong's fate. At this moment, Master Roshi and others were also collecting Dragon Balls to revive Krillin. They had gathered 4 Dragon Balls and were approaching the 5th. The news of Piccolo's arrival was also broadcasted. Upon learning about Piccolo, Master Roshi decided to gather the Dragon Balls to eliminate him. The two sides finally met and began to battle. Knowing he could not defeat Piccolo, Master Roshi knocked out Shang Yun and Tianjin Fan to leave a seed facing Piccolo alone. Tianjin Fan, who was relatively strong, soon woke up, but was too weak to do anything but lie on the ground and watch Master Roshi fight alone. In the end, Master Roshi was overwhelmed and unleashed his master's ultimate technique, the Demon Sealing Wave, hoping to seal Piccolo once more, but unfortunately, he missed and died from exhaustion. From then on, Piccolo acquired all 7 Dragon Balls. Piccolo immediately began to summon the Eternal Dragon to make a wish. Kaiōshin planned to disrupt Piccolo's wish, but was instantly discovered and ultimately killed by Piccolo's energy wave. After successfully wishing for his youth, Piccolo unleashed the Demon Mouth Cannon, instantly turning the Eternal Dragon into dust, and the 7 Dragon Balls transformed into ordinary stones. After leaving Tianjin Fan, picked up the rice cooker on the ground and began diligently training the Demon Sealing Wave recorded within. Surviving the ordeal, Wukong, with Yajirobe's help, once again visited Korin Tower. Under the guidance of Korin, Wukong drank the ultra-divine water and, overcoming its toxicity, significantly increased his strength, receiving a new flying nimbus from Korin, and immediately rushed to confront Piccolo. Seeing a vast expanse of flying nimbus, Yajirobe also wanted to jump down despite Korin's advice, but ended up falling. True to his nature as a tanky champion, Yajirobe only sustained minor injuries from a fall from thousands of meters. Meanwhile, Piccolo and his men stormed the palace, taking the king hostage, forcing him to announce his abdication over the airwaves, declaring Piccolo as the new king and announcing a lottery to destroy the chosen districts. They also welcomed all martial artists to come and die. Tianjin Fan believed he had mastered the Demon Sealing Wave and could accurately hit the rice cooker, so he and Shang Yun took a plane to find Piccolo. However, upon arrival, they discovered that the rice cooker had been destroyed during Tianjin Fan's practice of the Demon Sealing Wave. For the sake of world peace, Tianjin Fan halted the plane midair and decided to jump down with Shang Yun to battle Piccolo, no longer as sinister and evil as Tian Shinhan under Master Rose's influence. At this moment, Sun Wukong also arrived just in time. Without hesitation, he launched into a fierce battle with Piccolo, and Shang Yun and Tianjin Fan joined the fray. However, Piccolo spat out 2 eggs which hatched into opponents who engaged Shang Yun and Tianjin Fan, leaving them struggling to defend themselves. Sun Wukong fought fiercely against Piccolo, even gaining the upper hand in their clash of fists and kicks. During this period, Sun Wukong utilized his golden staff to extend his reach and quickly charged at Piccolo, delivering a heavy blow. After charging up his power once more, Piccolo unleashed a magic energy blast that knocked the golden staff from Wukong's hands and shot a beam of demonic light into Wukong's right leg. As Piccolo took advantage of Sun Wukong's injury to unleash a powerful energy blast, Tianjin Fan broke free from his opponent and used the instant transmission technique to bring the injured Wukong to safety in the air, dodging the attack. The opponent, who had been fighting Tianjin Fan, saw him rescuing Sun Wukong and sneered, joining forces with another to attack Shang Yun, leaving Shang Yun in a tougher spot. One heavy Vajra Prajna strike. Shang Yun leaped out of the encirclement with great effort, clasped his hands together, his eyes wide with rage, channeling the true energy of Prajna within him to activate the Ren and Du meridians. Golden light radiated from his body, quickly solidifying and forming a 1-foot golden body avatar, behind him semi-transparent and resembling Shang Yun, mirroring his every move. The two opponents, spitting from Piccolo, observed the aura emanating from Shang Yun, their disdain fading as they exchanged glances before charging at Shang Yun from both sides. Unmoved, Shang Yun waited until the two were within 3 feet before he swung his fists outward, and the golden body avatar mirrored the attack, its fists directly piercing through the bodies of both opponents. It turned out that this golden body avatar had amplified Shang Yun's attack range by 1 foot. Meanwhile, as Piccolo struggled against the combined assault of Sun Wukong and Tianjin Fan, he suddenly erupted with power, driving both back. Seizing the opportunity, he captured Tianjin Fan as a hostage, threatening Sun Wukong to give up resistance. Helpless Sun Wukong allowed Piccolo's demonic light to break his left leg and left arm. Seeing Sun Wukong incapacitated, Piccolo laughed heartily, dropped Tianjin Fan, and flew into the air, preparing to use a magic energy blast to kill Sun Wukong. At this moment, both Tianjin Fan and Sun Wukong lay weakly on the ground, watching helplessly as Piccolo's energy blast hurtled towards Sun Wukong, their fists clenched in despair. No, not everyone. there was still one person. Just as the energy blast was about to strike Sun Wukong, a massive figure radiating golden light suddenly appeared, hands clasped together, standing in front of Sun Wukong. Meditation. Void Spirit Domain. The golden figure, surrounded by a 3-foot transparent shield of energy, emerged with faint golden energy flowing around it, enveloping Sun Wukong. The magic energy blast struck the shield, dissipating like snow under the spring sun, while the shield remained as calm as an ancient well. The newcomer was none other than Shang Yun, who had used the Vajra Prajna strike. Utilizing the divine foot technique, Piccolo was stunned with wide eyes, seeing his magic energy blast vanish as if it had never existed. Universal earth-shattering palm. At this moment, Shang Yun's true energy had been exhausted, but fortunately, the meditation. Void Spirit Domains shield transformed Piccolo's energy blast into vapor. Though this vapor could not be absorbed, it allowed Shang Yun to strike back in his own way. He shifted the vapor to his hands and unleashed the universal earth-shattering palm to try and restrain Piccolo. As for why he didn't use the Kamehameha, it was because he felt that the vapor wasn't sufficient to kill Piccolo. Shang Yun, who unleashed the Vajra Prajna strike, remained extremely calm. The great demon King Piccolo was momentarily taken aback, struck by Shang Yun's universal shockwave, and yelled out as the electric current shocked him. Goku! Shang Yun shouted with the last ounce of his strength, his golden body manifestation dissipating, exiting the state of Diamond Prajna, collapsing on the ground, too weak to execute the universal shockwave again. Sun Wukong, behind Shang Yun, forcefully slammed his right hand against the ground, propelling his body into the air. Kamehameha. Sun Wukong once again used the Kamehameha in reverse, leveraging its recoil as he punched forward, rapidly charging towards the great demon King Piccolo. Just as the great demon King Piccolo freed himself from the control of the universal shockwave, before he could catch his breath, Sun Wukong pierced through his body directly. In the air, the great demon King Piccolo felt the arrival of his doom, praised the might of Sun Wukong, and with all his strength expelled his last egg before his entire body exploded in the air. Shang Yun watched the egg flying towards the sky, knowing that it was the new great demon King Piccolo, yet feeling helpless. Looking at the rapidly descending Sun Wukong, Shang Yun and Tianjin Fan no longer had the strength to catch him. Just then a fat figure rushed beneath Sun Wukong and caught him. It was Yakalobi. Seeing that Sun Wukong was severely injured, Yakalobi took him to Karen Tower to seek the healing of the cat immortal. Meanwhile, Shang Yun and Tianjin Fan supported each other, heading back to inform everyone of the great news of the great demon king's demise. Through this battle, Shang Yun realized one thing: although maintaining the Diamond Prajna consumed tremendous energy, his mind was profoundly tranquil in that state. While battling the minions of the great demon King Piccolo, he struggled to hold on, yearning to enter a Zen state. Perhaps due to never having experienced such a life-and-death battle before, his mind could not achieve tranquility, preventing him from entering that state or utilizing his Zen awakening. The techniques of spirit avoidance and Zen meditation. The void spirit domain could be employed now that he had entered the Diamond Prajna state. Since Shang Yun had not sustained severe injuries and practiced the Heart Sutra, he fully recovered in just half a day, while Tianjin Fan needed a month to recuperate. Bulma proposed using the Dragon Balls to resurrect those killed by the great demon King Piccolo, but Tianjin Fan informed her that the dragon had already been consumed by Piccolo and the Dragon Balls had turned to stone. Everyone was left feeling helpless upon hearing this news. After recovering, Shang Yun suggested going to Karen Tower to seek the cat immortal, hoping he might have a solution. He obtained a universal capsule with a cold storage box and another for a backpack from Bulma. Shang Yun went into the sea and caught a large box full of fish. Upon reaching Karen Tower, Shang Yun quickly climbed up and happened to see Sun Wukong just finishing a Senzu Bean, instantly restoring his health, while Yakalobi lay on the ground, presumably having carried Sun Wukong back again. "Shang Yun, you're here," Sun Wukong exclaimed joyfully upon seeing him. Wukong, you're back to normal." "Yes, the Senzu Beans from the Cat Immortal are incredible. One can restore full stamina instantly and keep you from feeling hungry for 10 days. "Is that so? Cat Immortal, hello, could you please give me some Senzu Beans?" Shang Yun looked at the Cat Immortal, clasped his hands together, and bowed. "I know you're Shang Yun, right? You performed excellently in the battle against the great demon King Piccolo," the Cat Immortal said with a smile. "However, the Senzu Beans cannot be given to you easily. I can exchange food with you." Saying this, Shang Yun opened the cold storage box capsule, revealing fish that were still lively. "I don't lack food. What a delicious smell. What is this? Fish. It's fish." The Cat Immortal's eyes nearly turned into hearts as he excitedly grabbed a fish and slurped it down, bones and all. "As long as you give me some Senzu Beans, all these fish are yours, and I will continue to bring you fish whenever I have the time. We can keep exchanging." "All of them? Great, great. There are several tanks over there. Go get them. Just leave me a bit as seeds." The Cat Immortal hurriedly waved his hand, not looking back, and walked into his bedroom with a bathtub. Shang Yun poured the senzu beans into his backpack, retracting it back into the universal capsule, leaving a tank of senzu beans as seeds for the cat immortal. Shang Yun also thought ahead for future battles, wanting to prevent these senzu beans from being wasted by unkillable. After doing all this, Shang Yun informed Sun Wukong about the dragon having been eaten by the great demon King Piccolo, and the Dragon Balls having turned to stone now unusable. He wanted to ask the cat immortal if he had any methods. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong rushed into the cat immortal's bedroom, calling him out to inquire about a solution. The cat immortal stated that the souls of those killed by the demon clan could never be transcended, only to drift painfully in the universe. However, there was a way to resurrect Master Roshi Krillin and Kaiōshin, find the Kaiōshin who created the Dragon Balls, request him to revive the dragon, and then wish for their resurrection. Kaiōshin? Sun Wukong exclaimed in shock. Yes, that's right, Kaiōshin. The Kaiōshin temple is just above Karen Tower, and to meet Kaiōshin you must defeat me and gain my recognition. I will give him a bell, for only those who possess the bell can meet Kaiōshin. The cat immortal, with his hands behind his back, gazed up at the sky, squinting. All right. Shang Yun and Sun Wukong exchanged smiles, swinging their arms as they walked towards the cat immortal. Stop! Stop! You two have proven your strength by defeating the great demon King Piccolo. You have already passed the test. The cat immortal hastily waved his hands to stop them upon seeing their movements. Then the cat immortal informed them that the Kaiōshin temple was just above Karen Tower, and the divine artifact connecting Karen Tower with the Kaiōshin temple was the Rui staff. Initially, the cat immortal lent the Rui staff to Master Roshi, who passed it to Gohan, and ultimately Gohan handed it down to Sun Wukong. However, at that moment Sun Wukong realized he had lost the Rui staff. He quickly called upon the flying Nimbus, taking Shang Yun with him to the place of their previous battle at the fastest speed, but after searching everywhere, he could not find any trace of the Rui staff. Later he remembered that when in trouble, he could seek help from the fortune-teller Granny. In the palace of the fortune-teller Granny, she stated that no one currently qualified could compete with the two who defeated the great demon King Piccolo, so she agreed to help Wukong with a fortune-telling for free. After learning the whereabouts of the Rui staff, the two headed to Master Rose's house, discovering that the Rui staff was temporarily being used by launch. Sun Wukong retrieved the Rui staff, and Shang Yun informed everyone that they could resurrect Master Roshi Krillin and Kaiōshin, reminding them to protect the remains of Master Roshi and the others before leaving. With the Rui staff in hand, Sun Wukong inserted it into the top of Karen Tower. The Rui staff began to extend, reaching all the way down to the entrance of the Kaiōshin temple. Sun Wukong and Shang Yun followed the Rui staff to the Kaiōshin temple. Shang Yun and Sun Wukong gripped the Rui bang tightly, allowing it to ascend rapidly. As they rose higher, the surrounding oxygen gradually thinned, and they were almost blinded by the force of the rushing air. Suddenly, Shang Yun noticed a black dot above, which gradually enlarged as they ascended. It was the Temple of the Gods. Soon the two finally arrived at the Temple of the Gods, which was hundreds of times larger than the Karen Tower. Climbing up the arduous ladder, they saw a plump, dark figure sitting on a purple carpet, holding a bowl and feeding beans to a small bird with chopsticks. I am Sun Wukong, and this is Shang Yun. May I ask if you are the god? Sun Wukong ran over to inquire. No, I am Bobo, a subordinate of the god. You are quite impressive, having defeated the Demon King Piccolo. Mr. Bobo, how do you know about such matters? Sun Wukong asked in astonishment. The god knows everything. He is truly great. This was when Sun Wukong asked about the house behind Mr. Bobo. Is the god living inside there? I want to see him. Did you bring the proof from Master Karen? Ah, is this the bell? We have brought it. Sun Wukong chuckled, and Shang Yun also took out the bell. Indeed, you are recognized by Master Karen and are qualified to undergo my test, Mr. Bobo said with an expressionless face. Ah, a test? Sun Wukong asked curiously. Yes, you must compete with me, Bobo. If you win, you will be able to meet the god. Mr. Bobo pointed to himself. So simple. Then let's begin. Sun Wukong said, eager to fight. All right, it will continue until someone concedes. Hee. Sun Wukong posed in a combat stance. No problem. Do you want to come at me together? Mr. Bobo stood up and released the small bird he was holding. I can handle this alone. Are you ready? I will surprise you. Sun Wukong laughed. I'm so nervous I might wet my pants. Mr. Bobo teased. Sun Wukong moved quickly, leaving after images in his wake. Wow, he disappeared. Is it here? Mr. Bobo threw a punch to the left with his left hand, and it seemed as if Sun Wukong hit himself, with his face being sent flying. Ah, that hurts. It was just a coincidence earlier, Sun Wukong said, covering his face. It won't be so lucky next time. Look at my power. Sun Wukong accelerated again, launching an attack directly at Mr. Bobo. I hit you again, Mr. Bobo said as he struck Sun Wukong's face. You are not strong at all. Are you really the one who defeated the Demon King Piccolo? You brat saying I'm weak. I will get serious now. Sun Wukong said angrily, covering his face. The birds around Mr. Bobo were startled and flew away. Your killing intent scared the birds away. You cannot win against me like this, mister. Bobo reminded. Stop talking. Don't underestimate me. Sun Wukong pushed off with both feet rushing at Mr. Bobo, unleashing all his power, attacking quickly around Mr. Bobo. Yet Mr. Bobo didn't make any significant movements and easily dodged Sun Wukong's attacks. I am truly disappointed. You are really weak. I don't understand how Master Karen allowed you to come here. I cannot let you meet the god. What about you? Shang Yun, do you want to take the test? Or will the two of you come together? Mr. Bobo looked at Shang Yun. Just as Shang Yun was about to respond, Sun Wukong spoke first. Let me try this. Kamehameha. Sun Wukong unleashed his Kamehameha, but Mr. Bobo did not move. As the energy wave approached Mr. Bobo simply inhaled and devoured it. Sun Wukong was taken aback, but still refused to concede, charging in with a punch meant to defeat the Demon King Piccolo, only to swing and miss as Mr. Bobo soared into the air. Shang Yun stepped forward, pressing his hands together. Mr. Bobo, my strength is not as great as Sun Wukong's. Since he cannot hit you, I believe I won't be able to either. However, we absolutely cannot concede. We want to see the god and ask him to help revive those killed by the Demon King Piccolo. Can we join forces? Okay, but I hope you don't disappoint me this time. Otherwise, I will not let you meet the god, Mr. Bobo said, looking at Shang Yun. Shang Yun and Sun Wukong exchanged a glance, then charged at Mr. Bobo one after the other. Sun Wukong continued his rapid attacks, now even faster, while Shang Yun was aware of Mr. Bobo's strength. He didn't relentlessly attack, but waited for Mr. Bobo to dodge Sun Wukong's strikes before launching his own, hoping to catch him off guard. But Shang Yun was overly optimistic. He still couldn't hit Mr. Bobo. The two unleashed their full strength against Mr. Bobo, unaware that someone in the house behind them was observing their battle through a crystal ball. As the two attacked in unison again, Mr. Bobo seemed to tire of the game and flew up, looking down at them. You have great power, but you are completely unable to utilize it effectively. It won't work. Even if it is a test, it is useless. You should go back. Sun Wukong, now exhausted and relying on sheer will to stand, collapsed to the ground upon hearing Mr. Bobo's words, yet his expression remained excited. I can't believe it, this guy is simply too strong. Bobo have many tasks to handle for the god, and am very busy. You should go back, Mr. Bobo said, no longer wishing to engage with them, turning to leave. Wait, I must see the god. I will never give up, absolutely not. Wukong shouted. Mr. Bobo, please give us another chance. Shang Yun pleaded. You still won't give up. Your spirit and skills are too weak. You are not qualified to meet the god. Go back. Mr. Bobo did not look back as he continued walking forward. Do you think that defeating the Demon King Piccolo makes you the strongest person in the world? Do not forget the principle that there are people beyond people and heavens beyond heavens. You cannot win against me, Bobo, with mere brute force. Clever tricks won't work either. Do you understand? Hurry back, Mr. Bobo said, turning to look at Shang Yun. Shang Yun awkwardly lowered his head, feeling embarrassed. It's impossible to go back. I will not return until I meet the god. Wukong clenched his fists, motivating himself. Mr. Bobo, can we use this place? Shang Yun inquired. What do you intend to do? We want to train here to enhance our strength to defeat Mr. Bobo, Shang Yun replied. Training? I think it's utterly useless, but do as you wish. Haha, thank you. Sun Wukong exclaimed, jumping up excitedly and turning to start his training. Thank you, Mr. Bobo. Shang Yun followed suit. At this moment, Bulma and the others were dining on the island of Master Roshi. What are Shang Yun and Goku doing? Bulma sighed. Goku said he wants to find the god of heaven to revive those killed by Piccolo Daimao. Lan Shi had already turned blonde. Although she had a fiery temper, she could still communicate normally with friends. Only the god of heaven can bring someone back to life. But does such a god really exist in this world? Lan Fong held her teacup and took a sip. If there really is a god, I want to see it. Oolong the little pig took a bite of cake, squinting his eyes as he skeptically spoke. That might not be the case. Since there's Piccolo Daimao in this world, it's not strange for a god to exist. Lan Shi quickly comforted everyone. Yes, I believe they can do it. Bulma said with certainty. Right, that's true, Yamcha chimed in. Hee, I really hope Goku can tell me what a god looks like. Oolong remained disdainful and said nonchalantly. What are you dissatisfied with? Just tell me. Lan Fong was completely enraged by Oolong's tone and threw a punch. No, am not dissatisfied. Oolong quickly made a sneak attack. Meanwhile, on the surface of the sea, a person was training diligently with well-defined muscles. Far in the distance on his head were 3 eyes. It was indeed Tianjin Fan. Sun Wukong, from now on I plan to train even harder. You've surpassed me by so much in strength, and I can't accept it. In the next World Martial Arts Tournament, I still want to win the championship. And you, Shang Yun, I didn't expect you to hide such powerful combat skills without showcasing them during the competition. Do you think we are unworthy opponents? As Tianjin Fan practiced his punches, he recalled the battle of the 3. You must come back. Wukong, Shang Yun. Meanwhile, at the Heavenly Temple. Huff. Huh, how strange. Sun Wukong ran around the heavenly temple and was panting, feeling very odd about how he had become so weak. Shang Yun, however, did not do the same. Instead, he found a clear space to sit cross-legged. His training method differed from Sun Wukong's, focusing more on quiet contemplation of the Heart Sutra of Mahaprajnaparamita and practicing the Heart Sutra of Prajna. However, he found it difficult to enter the proper state, feeling a heaviness in his breath, resulting in a chaotic mind. That's because this place is very high up and the air is thin. It's not easy for humans to adapt. Therefore, excessive unnecessary movements like what you just did are not acceptable. This is important no matter where you are. Mr. Bobo instructed, you must stand still like the sky, faster than the speed of lightning. Mr. Bobo then looked at Shang Yun. You need to let your mind be empty. Shang Yun no longer sat in meditation. He stood up and looked at Mr. Bobo together with Sun Wukong. After a long time, Sun Wukong said, it's so scary, but it's really quiet. I feel nothing. Good, Shang Yun, let's go. After saying that, Sun Wukong stood up straight like Mr. Bobo and widened his eyes. Wukong, what you're doing, not thinking about anything, should be different from what Mr. Bobo said about an empty state of mind. Shang Yun helplessly supported his head. It really is quite difficult, Wukong exclaimed. Yes, and it needs to be faster than lightning. After saying that, Mr. Bobo suddenly disappeared and reappeared behind Sun Wukong, facing away from him. Wow, that's truly amazing. When did you run here? I didn't see you at all. You're really incredible. Wukong touched his face and exclaimed. Did you just touch your face with your hand? Mr. Bobo did not answer Sun Wukong's question. Wow, how did you know? Did you grow eyes on the back of your head? No. Then how did you see you? That's because you only use your eyes to look, so you can't see me, Bobo. My movements, my position, and the subtle changes in the air, it's not just about seeing, but also feeling, which is very important. Mr. Bobo said. Shang Yun was listening very attentively, while also confirming his understanding of the Heart Sutra of Mahaprajnaparamita in his heart. The human body has 6 roots: eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, and mind, corresponding to the 6 dusts of the external world: form, sound, smell, taste, touch, and law. These 6 dusts are distractions and temptations from the outside world to the human heart, and one needs to correctly understand these 6 dusts without being attached to any dust to achieve tranquility and liberation of the mind, entering the realm of Zen. Wow, you're so amazing. No wonder I can't defeat you, Wukong exclaimed. Of course, I, Bobo, have learned many things from the God of Heaven. So I'm really impressive. So, is the God of Heaven more formidable than Mr. Bobo? Need I say? The God of Heaven is much stronger than Bobo. How about that? Surprising, right? Bobo laughed. Oh, it is surprising, but I'm so excited to know that there are many beings stronger than me. I'm just too excited. Great. Awesome. Awesome. Sun Wukong was so excited he did flips. Afterward, Shang Yun and Sun Wukong requested Mr. Bobo to teach them training. Mr. Bobo said he couldn't, but he could give hints, placing the bell given by Karen on his waist, allowing the two to attack, stating it was a chance for another test. Shang Yun and the others attacked as quickly as possible, yet Mr. Bobo still evaded them. Furthermore, it seemed that Mr. Bobo intentionally exaggerated his evasive movements, as if he was genuinely hinting to the two. Think carefully about what is different, Mr. Bobo hinted. Shang Yun had already thought of it, but did not speak, only looking at Sun Wukong. Oh, it's the bell. Mr. Bobo's movements were so large, yet the bell didn't ring at all, Sun Wukong realized. That's right, Wukong. Think back to when Master Roshi taught us. Once on the mountaintop, Master Roshi balanced a pot of water on his head, and no matter how he moved, the water didn't spill. Shang Yun reminded. Right, only Shang Yun could do it back then, but it was only because his movements were smaller. I and Krillin couldn't do it. Sun Wukong excitedly said, could it be that the pot of water and this bell follow the same principle? The water would spill out. Oh, I understand. This is what Mr. Bobo means by too many unnecessary movements. So to prevent the bell from ringing, one shouldn't make too many unnecessary movements. It seems you still have hope, but merely understanding isn't enough. You still need to train. Who knows how many years you need to train? Perhaps even after several years of training, you still won't be able to defeat me, Bobo. Mr. Bobo said, what do you plan to do? Are you willing to keep working hard until you defeat me, Bobo? I am very willing. Shang Yun looked at Mr. Bobo. Me too. Although I may not succeed, I really want to try. Sun Wukong also looked at Mr. Bobo, clenching his fists in determination. At that moment, a heavy and mysterious voice came from behind the house. I admire you. Ah, who is it? Wukong exclaimed. You must be the God of Heaven, right? Shang Yun looked towards the house. That's right. Ah, really? I want to meet you. Come here. Klin and Akairob stood atop the Karen Tower, gazing up at the sky. I wonder how Wukong and the others are doing, Akairob said, crossing his arms. Don't worry, Wukong, and the others will be fine, Klin said as he finished the fish in his hand. This fish is almost gone. Oh, I really hope Shang Yun comes down soon. By the way, you mentioned that Wukong and the others have seen the face of the great god. What's that about? They are quite familiar with the great god's face. When they see it, they will definitely be startled, Klin said mysteriously. In a dense forest, a green-skinned child looked at the three fallen figures before him, clenching his fists and murmuring, "So my father left such powerful strength within me." He then looked up at the sky, gritting his teeth. "I hate peace, son Wukong. It won't be long before I kill you with my own hands. Wait here, the great god is about to appear." Mr. Bobo led the two to the entrance of the temple. "Oh, I can't wait," Wukong exclaimed excitedly. A series of thud-thud sounds came from inside the temple, followed by a cane somewhat resembling that of the turtle hermit emerging from behind the door. Soon after, a green figure appeared. "Piccolo, you're not dead," Son Wukong shouted in fury upon seeing the newcomer, and charged forward saying, "Watch me." Just as Son Wukong rushed towards him, the figure extended his left index finger and flicked it lightly, instantly creating a gust of wind that knocked Son Wukong back at an even greater speed. Shang Yun rushed forward to catch him, but was too slow. Fortunately, Mr. Bobo caught him. "Damn it, put me down. I will definitely kill that Demon King Piccolo." Son Wukong struggled in Mr. Bobo's grasp. "Wukong, calm down. Take a good look. This isn't the Demon King Piccolo." Shang Yun hurriedly ran over to soothe Son Wukong's emotions. "Didn't Karen tell you about my situation? That mischievous fellow." The great god slowly walked over and began recounting his past to Shang Yun and Son Wukong. "A long time ago, I was one with that Piccolo. I was a martial artist. Later, I heard about the existence of a great god and came here just like you. Unfortunately, gods can also die, so I very much wish to become the new successor of the great god, but the great god never recognized me. I've always believed that no one is more suited than me to be the successor of the great god temple. Later, I discovered that the great god saw a trace of evil deep within my heart. After enduring arduous training, I finally expelled the evil from my heart, and that evil form was the Demon King Piccolo. I became the new great god, but he escaped to the earth, bringing much suffering to the people. I apologize, but now that Piccolo has been defeated by you, I will grant you your request in return. But you must practice here for a while." "That's great, great god. We are willing. Even if you don't say it, we would still request to stay here," Shang Yun said respectfully, and Son Wukong excitedly nodded, vigorously clenching his fists. "Very well, but know that even gods do not have the power to bring someone back to life. However, I created the dragon and can revive it. You just need to make a wish to the dragon. I created the dragon to bring courage and hope to the world, but unexpectedly, it brought more greed and war instead. Originally, I didn't want to restore the dragon after its destruction, but you are different. Although I hesitated for a long time, as long as there are people like you in this world, I am more than willing to revive the dragon. Bobo, go and bring out the dragon." "All right, great god." Mr. Bobo ran into the temple and brought out a broken dragon model, which he repaired on the spot. The great god instructed the others to step back, then pointed, unleashing a brilliant beam of light from his hand that shot towards the dragon model, which then transformed into a beam of light and flew away. Originally, the dragon would require a year to grant wishes, but this time, you can make your wishes directly. This is all I can do for you, do you understand? The great god gazed at Shang Yun and said solemnly, "All right, thank you, great god." After the 7 Dragon Balls turned to stone, they remained on Turtle Island. Bulma and the others noticed the Dragon Balls regaining their luster and summoned the dragon, wishing to revive those killed by the Demon King Piccolo. The dragon helped fulfill their wish and informed them that Shang Yun and Son Wukong were training with the Great God in the Great God Temple. Klin and the others who had already been revived, along with Tien, who took care of them on Turtle Island, were all surprised and found it hard to believe upon learning that Shang Yun and Son Wukong were training with the Great God. They hurriedly intensified their training, hoping not to be surpassed too much by the two. Meanwhile, someone broke through the ground around the world. On the vast sea, calm and serene, a green-skinned child stood still on the surface of the water with his eyes closed. A fish swam past the child's feet. He suddenly opened his eyes and pointed at the fish in the water. The fish leaped out of the water and landed in the boy's hand, only to reveal that it was already dead. The boy took a bite of the fish meat and noticed a fishing boat in the distance. The people on the boat seemed to have seen him too. The boy casually waved his hand, sinking the fishing boat, and coldly snorted, continuing to eat the fish meat in his hand. "You have too many chaotic thoughts. You need to calm your mind and think of yourself as a stone, mister." Bobo began to guide the two in their training. "Stone good," Son Wukong said as he sat cross-legged, but he kept getting distracted, wondering how Klin and the others were doing, thinking of the delicious food Lanfang made, and whether Master Rashi was being teased by Bulma again. Smack. Ouched. "A stone does not feel pain and has no thoughts, mister." Bobo noticed Son Wukong's distraction and tapped his head with a stick. Gradually, Son Wukong entered a state of concentration, but soon after he fell asleep. For Shang Yun, calming his mind was quite simple, as whether he was comprehending the Mahayana Prajnaparmitha Heart Sutra or practicing the Prajna Heart Sutra, the prerequisite was to have a peaceful heart. Moreover, in a non-combat situation, Shang Yun could even enter a state of Zen. This kid is interesting, Mr. Bobo was not only curious about Shang Yun's situation, but even the great god showed some interest. Once the mind becomes void, many things will be understood. Mr. Bobo paid no more attention to Shang Yun and spent more time teaching Sun Wukong in his training. It seems my training is still insufficient. Mr. Bobo, you said you also once trained. I would like to undergo the same training as you. May I? Please. Sun Wukong pleaded with his big, innocent eyes. It's very tough, can you endure it? Then follow me. Have you made up your mind? The celestial being inquired once more after learning of Sun Wukong's intention. Perhaps it will be more painful than death. I don't care. Then go to Kaiōshin mountain and retrieve the sacred crown. Crown? Is that the thing worn on the head? Sun Wukong asked in confusion. Exactly. Alright, I understand. I just need to bring back that crown, right? But where is that mountain? Sun Wukong was filled with anticipation. Don't worry, I will send you there right away. Mr. Bobo operated the machine beside him. The machine emitted a burst of colorful lights, and moments later Sun Wukong found himself on a mountaintop. Shang Yun, your temperament is different from Sun Wukong's, and your cultivation is also different. I have already asked Bobo to send Sun Wukong to Kaiōshin mountain to retrieve the sacred crown. The celestial being approached Shang Yun. At that moment, Shang Yun seemed to have melded with the sky, his aura as fleeting as the gentle breeze that occasionally swept through a temple. Oh, Mr. Bobo, following the celestial being, was taken aback at Shang Yun's state. Even the celestial being's demeanor shifted slightly, no longer as calm as before. Shang Yun awakened from his meditation, gently opened his eyes, and gazed at the celestial being and Mr. Bobo trailing behind him. His eyes resembled a serene pool, clear and untainted, revealing a mind free of distractions. Yet deep within those eyes seemed to hide an endless void, profound as the cosmos, holding countless mysteries. Shang Yun's thoughts flowed, recalling Sun Wukong's current cultivation. The sacred crown rests atop Kaiōshin mountain. Once someone dons this crown, it will summon lightning, and the crown will be firmly affixed to the wearer's head until they are struck by the lightning. Only by surpassing the speed of lightning can one retrieve the sacred crown from Kaiōshin mountain. Although Sun Wukong ultimately obtained the sacred crown, strictly speaking, he did not fully pass the trial at first, having been knocked unconscious by lightning for 3 whole days. However, this experience greatly contributed to his strength, enhancing both his agility and his ability to perceive danger. Later, the celestial being utilized the characteristics of the sacred crown, placing it on Raditz's head to restrict his movements and prevent him from committing evil acts. Understanding Sun Wukong's situation, Shang Yun did not worry about his danger. In fact, throughout the entirety of Dragon Ball, although Sun Wukong's talent and effort are undoubtedly important, many others are even more diligent and talented than him, such as the initial Krillin and Tien Shin'en, and later Piccolo and Vegeta. The former continuously worked hard in their cultivation, yet their talents were limited, while the latter not only worked hard, but also possessed talents that surpassed Sun Wukong, ultimately trailing behind him and unable to turn the tide. Shang Yun believes that Sun Wukong's greatest fortune is having someone to guide him, pointing him in the best direction according to his utmost talent, and at each peak of power he reaches, better teachers appear in the next stages, continuing to provide him with guidance, preventing him from straying or faltering. Otherwise, if the direction of effort changes, no matter how great the talent, it becomes useless. Just like Vegeta as a Saiyan Prince, his combat talent is undeniable, yet before coming to Earth he trained solely by himself, with his cultivation direction and method stagnating. His combat power of over 10,000 was entirely due to his talent pushing him along. Under such conditions, Vegeta's strength was still greater than that of Sun Wukong, who had the guidance of a famous teacher, demonstrating the height of his talent. Later, following Sun Wukong in cultivation with the correct direction, his strength began to soar like a rocket, but ultimately, he wasted his youthful talent and could only remain as Sun Wukong's second. This is also why Shang Yun wants to cultivate alongside Sun Wukong. Shang Yun, I see that you seem to have some understanding of what Bobo said about nothingness. The celestial being looked at Shang Yun, observing his contemplative demeanor. Yes, great celestial being, the nothingness I perceive is not the absence of thought or self, but rather merging oneself with all things. Within all things is me, I am all things, and I observe the growth of all things, and the happening of all events without helping or obstructing, without stirring thoughts. Shang Yun looked at the celestial being, speaking calmly. And how do you achieve the state of not stirring thoughts? The celestial being continued to inquire. Regardless of what thoughts arise in my heart, I simply observe them and then ignore them. Shang Yun continued to gaze at the celestial being, his mind free of distractions. In truth, Mr. Bobo's concept of becoming nothing is somewhat similar to the nothingness described in the Heart Sutra of Mahaprajna Paramita. The so-called nothingness does not mean to think of nothing at all, but rather to no longer rely on the eyes, ears, nose, tongue, and skin to judge all things in the world. One should seek inward calm the heart, discard distractions, and search for the feelings and thoughts of the present moment within oneself, finding the most primitive thoughts that are undisturbed by any distractions, and believe in oneself. You are quite good. I have already stated that your cultivation method differs from Sun Wukong's. Your talent may not match his, but your understanding is commendable. Tell me how you wish to cultivate. The celestial being nodded in approval. I need to cultivate my heart, awaken my mind, and give rise to all things. The heart is the most elusive and difficult to find. It requires personal insight. How can I assist you? I wish to reincarnate 100 lifetimes and comprehend the experiences of 100 lifetimes. Reincarnating 100 lifetimes requires the power of the King of Hell, which I cannot provide. However, I believe I can help you comprehend the experiences of 100 lifetimes. Thank you, great celestial being. Shang Yun clasped his hands together and bowed in gratitude. Follow me. The celestial being nodded and turned to gesture for Shang Yun to follow. This time machine can briefly take you to the past of Earth where you can experience the lives of others. I hope you only observe and do not partake. Mr. Bobo brought Shang Yun to a machine while the celestial being spoke beside them. Can it take me to my past? Hearing that he could traverse time, Shang Yun wished to return and see his wife and children, even if only for a short time, even if just from a distance. It can take you to your past in this life. Although I do not know where you come from, I can sense that your power is compassionate. Therefore, I did not refuse your cultivation in the temple and am willing to help you cultivate. However, I believe I do not have the ability to send you back. The celestial being looked at Shang Yun, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. You already know. At this moment, Shang Yun's state of mind was shaken, unable to gaze directly at the celestial being as before. The divine is the existence that maintains the order of the world, and the divinity possessed by divine power is granted by the entire world. Divine power varies in magnitude, yet divinity is boundless. My ability cannot perceive your difference, but my divinity tells me that you are different from before. The celestial being gazed into Shang Yun's eyes, seemingly trying to discern something. Thank you, great celestial being, for helping me remain concealed. No, I did not help you conceal anything. My duty is to maintain the world's order. Anything else is not my concern. If you wish for help, I merely assist you in cultivation. Only what you desire in your heart can be realized once your strength increases. So now are you ready? The celestial being raised a hand to stop Shang Yun from speaking further. I am ready. Mr. Bobo activated the machine, and the machine emitted colorful lights enveloping Shang Yun. May you watch the ages with a smile and return still a youthful soul. The village is a haven in the mortal world, a corner seemingly forgotten by time, tranquil and serene. Morning awoke in a veil of mist as if gauze tenderly encircled the hamlet. Roosters crowed, rousing the slumbering world. Thin smoke spiraled from cottage chimneys and drifted slowly on the breeze. In the fields dew rolled along blades of grass, scattering prismatic light. An old ox grazed languidly along the ridge, flicking its tail now and then. By the village stream the water flowed gently with a clear, bright murmur. Pebbles and small fish were visible on the riverbed, and aquatic plants swayed with the current. Willows drooped along the bank, their slender branches brushing the water. In the afternoon, sunlight filled the courtyards. Elders lounged in rattan chairs, squinting in the sun as fans fluttered in their hands. Children played and shouted in the alleys, their laughter echoing off earthen walls. Women sat by their doorways, mending and sewing, exchanging the small intimacies of daily life. At dusk, the sun stained the sky orange and red. Weary birds returned to their nests, their calls startlingly clear in the hush. Villagers shouldered tools and walked home beneath the lingering glow. A hush of stillness enfolded the entire village, as if it were a paradise removed from the world. Yet the villagers did not seem to notice the youth among them. Clad in a simple monk's robe, his eyes serene and profound, he shared their fires and meals, chopped wood until the soil laughed, and scolded with them, sat idly and played. They spoke with him, but none marked whether he had ever come or would ever leave. He watched new life arrive with a resounding cry, the infant's rosy face and clenched fists full of fearless expectation toward the world. Parents' laughter and relatives' blessings wove together into a warm, a beautiful tableau of lives beginning. Not far away on a sickbed, an elderly figure struggled against illness. The body wasted under pain, the light in the eyes dimming, while tears and reluctance from kin gathered like a pall. The impermanence of birth, aging, sickness, and death is as natural and as cruel as day turning to night. Every scene became an annotation on life's fragility. On streets and alleys, human joy and sorrow unfurled before him like a vivid painting. The quarrel of a husband and wife shattered the calm, anger contorted their faces, and once sweet vows were cast aside like a storm sweeping a placid lake. Elsewhere, young lovers exchanged smiles in a corner cafe, a love flowed in their eyes, and the world seemed to shrink to the two of them, the most beautiful manifestation of affection. Those who achieved success reveled in cheers and adulation, basking in glory, as if they possessed the world. Yet the failed wept alone in corners, crushed by setbacks like a mountain pressing them into despair. He observed the meteoric rise of the ambitious amid the arena of fame and profit, their lavish lives, and the flatteries of the crowd like brilliant fireworks. But fate's wheel turns without mercy, and when storms arrive they tumble from cloud to abyss. Wealth dissipates, friends depart, leaving only solitude and bewilderment. To the Buddhist practitioner, these rises and falls were mere phantasms, fleeting as bubbles. He watched quietly, like a mirror detached from the quarrels and joys that played out. Beneath his apparent indifference lay a profound comprehension of Buddhist truth. Through countless observations, he felt as if he had lived through countless cycles of rebirth. Each scene struck his soul as though with the force of destiny. In his long vigil, he witnessed impermanence clinging to life. Vigorous bodies could be eroded by illness in an instant, once solid enterprises might collapse from a single errant decision. People struggled within the tides of change like lone boats on the sea adrift. He understood that desire was the undercurrent of this flux, driving people to chase wealth, rank, and renown. In pursuit of greater riches, some labored day and night, abandoning scruples. In the chase, they lost their innate kindness, blinded by greed and envy, sinking helplessly into the whirlpool of desire. He also perceived the complexity of love. Parental love was selfless and deep, yet children sometimes failed to grasp it and drifted away in the rebellion of youth. Lovers' affection, sweet and ardent, could grow fragile amid mundane trifles and temptations. Quarrels and misunderstandings became fissures that marred love's original beauty. Yet within those tangled emotions, he also saw love's power in hardship. It became a support, a sliver of dawn within the darkness. He knew that all things in this world were illusory. The objects of human attachment are before life and death, as light as goose down. Joy and suffering are merely waves upon the river of life that will vanish into the current of time. Those who retain kindness amid adversity are like beacons in the dark, revealing the dignity of the human heart. They are not defeated by hardship nor beguiled by illusions, guarding the purity of their inner selves. Through his wanderings, he beheld the manifold faces of society. In the teeming metropolis, people hurried beneath neon and glass, eyes weary and bewildered. They darted among towers, wearied by the struggle for livelihood, losing themselves in material pursuits. In remote countryside, simple villagers lived modestly, laboring in the fields in harmony with nature and caring for one another as neighbors. The waves of wheat in the fields and the evening smoke from hearths exuded a tranquil, peaceful aura. This contrast made him ponder how one might seek balance between splendor and simplicity. He encountered many who wrestled with suffering. Once there was a merchant who had amassed great wealth and enjoyed every honor, but a single failed investment reduced him to ruin. The man sank into profound despair, convinced life had lost its meaning. He explained to him that wealth was like passing clouds, appearing and dispersing without permanence. He urged that the hardships endured were opportunities for cultivation. Only by releasing attachment to wealth could one perceive life's true essence. Under this guidance, the merchant reflected and gradually emerged from his despair. There was also a woman tormented to the core by her lover's betrayal. He told her that love's impermanence mirrored the bloom and decay of flowers, and that her lover's betrayal was his own karmic burden. She should not let his transgression become a shackle upon her spirit. To relinquish resentment was the path to liberation. The woman slowly set down her pain and rediscovered herself. In aiding such people, he deepened his understanding of Chan teachings. He knew that Chan was not an escape from reality, but a way to remain lucid amid the red dust, unbound by illusion. He is Shang Yun. Through a time device, he returned to the past again and again, experiencing different lives, tempering his heart in the vicissitudes of the mortal world and cleansing his spirit. Within the hall of the celestial gods, a burst of colorful light shimmered before the time machine, revealing the figure of Shang Yun as he slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was deep, like an abyss, as if he could see through the world, capturing all its myriad forms. In those eyes lay the transformations of vast seas and mulberry fields, witnessing the impermanence of life and death, the intertwining of joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness, the glory of rising to prominence and the depths of despair. He coldly observed the humiliation and sorrow of the failed and helpless, while remaining indifferent to the emotional highs and lows of the joyful and suffering, embodying a state of detachment from worldly affairs. His eyes seemed to hold the passage of time like clouds and dogs, and after enduring countless cycles of tribulations, he comprehended the Buddhist principle of emptiness, his gaze filled with the profound clarity of great enlightenment. It seems you have gained much understanding. Will you continue, Mr. Bobo exclaimed, having witnessed every change Shang Yun underwent after each transmission. Shang Yun did not respond to Mr. Bobo's question, but slowly closed his eyes again, his hands positioned in prayer as he sat cross-legged. Do not disturb him, it seems he is on the verge of breaking through a bottleneck. How many lifetimes has this kid experienced? These eyes are too deep and too merciless. He is controlling himself, preventing himself from walking the path of ruthlessness. The celestial god appeared behind Mr. Bobo, stopping him from further questioning Xiangyun. The machine has activated 517 times. He has experienced 517 lives, Mr. Bobo said to the celestial god while looking at the numbers displayed on the machine. No wonder, he has almost witnessed the impermanence of life. What he comprehends next will depend on his fate, the celestial god remarked. The two quietly observed Xiangyun, unaware of how much time had passed. At this moment, Xiangyun's state was peculiar. His aura would swell, as if about to break through a realm, gaining immense power, then shrink, as if he were an ordinary person, weak and fragile, sometimes appearing as if he did not exist at all. Gradually, Xiangyun's aura calmed down, no longer fluctuating. He stood up, his eyes open, no longer deep, but still clear. His body made no movements, swaying gently as though in the wind, with a gentle breeze passing through him, as if he were a mere void. Ding! Congratulations, host. After enduring 500 cycles of reincarnation and comprehending the essence of 500 lives, you have realized the Heart Sutra of Mahaprajnaparmitha, recognizing the illusion and impermanence of self, pursuing personal liberation, and your realm has elevated to the state of emptiness of the five aggregates. Ding! Congratulations, host. The Heart Sutra of Prajna has broken through to the third level, and your current realm is refining the spirit and returning to the void. Ding! Warning! The host has experienced 500 cycles of reincarnation, his disposition wavering between deep emotion and detachment, now guided by the supreme truths within the Heart Sutra of Mahaprajnaparmitha, enabling the host to understand the emptiness of the four great elements and the non-self of the five aggregates. However, he cannot fully comprehend the truth of emptiness of Dharma, which does not exist in the objective world. The host's disposition may have hidden dangers of falling into demonic paths. It is hoped that the host can comprehend the Heart Sutra of Mahaprajnaparmitha to find a way to resolve this. Falling into demonic paths. Open the attribute panel. Host Xiangyun, age 19 years, mind technique, Heart Sutra of Mahaprajnaparmitha, realm, emptiness of the five aggregates. Form is like a dream bubble, shadow receiving is like floating flowers drifting with the water flow. To think is like carefree clouds without a fixed place, moving like autumn leaves at will. Understanding is like fine dust scattered in the wind. The meaning of emptiness of the five aggregates rests naturally. Falling into demonic paths. Hidden deep emotion and deep nature. Detachment and extinction of feelings. Supernatural powers, heavenly, able to see the suffering and joy of all beings in the six realms and perceive all forms and colors in the world without obstruction. Current level is beginner, with a heart of compassion and pity, can see within 100 meters. Heavenly ear, able to hear the languages of all beings in the six realms, their sufferings and joys, as well as various sounds in the world. Current level is beginner, with a heart of compassion and pity, can clearly hear all sounds within 100 meters. Fate connection, able to know the destinies and actions of oneself and the beings in the six realms across hundreds of thousands of lifetimes. Current level is beginner, with a heart of compassion and pity, can perceive the experiences of others in this life. Technique, Prajna Heart Sutra, third level, comprehended from the Heart Sutra of Mahaprajnaparmitha, an unparalleled cultivation method. Current realm is refining the spirit and returning to the void. Martial technique, Diamond Prajna Force, first level, comprehended from the Heart Sutra of Mahaprajnaparmitha, an unparalleled method of cultivating energy that can be integrated with any combat skill with unparalleled strength, significantly enhancing physical attributes. When in operation, it forms a diamond-like appearance outside the body, and while this appearance remains intact, it can rebound all damage with no upper limit to the realm. Each increase in level doubles the enhancement of physical attributes. Demonic transformation. Combat skills, Turtle Immortal Style, Turtle School, Qigong Wave, World Shocking Palm, Zen Awareness. Spirit Avoidance Technique, Zen Meditation. Void Spiritual Domain, Demonic Transformation. The realm has been elevated and the disposition has reached the understanding of the emptiness of the five aggregates. The technique has also improved, reaching the level of refining the spirit and returning to the void. In the previous life on Blue Star, this would be considered a figure at the human immortal level capable of traversing and maneuvering in the mortal realm. However, in the world of Dragon Ball, while it might be manageable in the early stages, he will still face adversity later on. However, within this realm there appeared hidden dangers of falling into demonic paths, and the martial and combat techniques also showed signs of demonic transformation. What does this mean? 95-27. What does falling into demonic paths mean? What does hidden mean? And what is the use of demonic transformation? Xiangyun felt that something was amiss, but could not articulate it, urgently inquiring about 95-27. The host has experienced 500 cycles of reincarnation, comprehending human emotions, with his state of mind wavering between deep emotion and detachment. However, whether leaning towards deep emotion or detachment, both contradict meditation. To a meditator, both are considered demonic paths, thus the host's disposition, regardless of which side it leans towards, falls into demonic paths, posing the risk of losing all previous efforts. The mechanical voice of 9527 echoed, still devoid of any emotion. As for demonic transformation, it refers to the abilities that may be gained after the host falls into demonic paths. The nature and strength of these abilities depend entirely on the host's disposition at the time of falling into demonic paths. Then is there a way to resolve the hidden dangers? Xiangyun asked. Yes, by elevating the state of mind. The host need not worry, this is a path every meditator must traverse. The state of mind is ethereal and anything is possible. Each stage will present challenges. The host must remember to stabilize the spirit and not what? 9527. What happened to you? Xiangyun became anxious. The strongest nirvana insight system was fundamental to his existence in the Dragon Ball world and must not encounter any issues. Not. 9527 seemed to be malfunctioning. After a long pause, the voice of 9537 echoed again. Please practice diligently, host. 9527. What was wrong with you just now? Xiangyun hurriedly asked as he heard that 9527 had returned to normal. Please practice diligently, he is watching. After a series of intermittent sounds, 9527 fell silent. 9527, are you there? Yes, host. Who is he? Xiangyun felt a chill run down his spine and quickly asked 9527. Please practice diligently. Does he not allow you to tell me? Or do you not know either? Please practice diligently. Is he very powerful? Is he the one who created your existence? Please practice diligently. All right, it seems you really cannot say. Please practice diligently. I will practice diligently. After finishing the conversation with 9527, Xiangyun looked at the heavenly god and Mr. Bobo. Both of them wore serious expressions, seemingly worried that Xiangyun would choose the path of ruthlessness. Lord Heavenly God, Mr. Bobo, thank you both for your help. My strength has improved significantly. The path I cultivate is neither ruthless nor overly sentimental. If I had to explain, it would be a balance between the two. Xiangyun understood their concerns and clasped his hands together, bowing in gratitude for their assistance and clarifying their doubts. Although I do not fully comprehend your path, your strength still embodies compassion, and I believe in you. The heavenly god nodded and asked, are you going to continue using the time machine to go back to the past? May I ask, Lord Heavenly God, how is Sun Wukong doing now? Xiangyun did not answer the heavenly god's question, but instead inquired about Sun Wukong's current situation. Sun Wukong previously used the time machine to train with Wu Taidu, who is your teacher, Master Rose's master. Mr. Bobo explained. Next, Sun Wukong will battle himself to identify his shortcomings. Thank you, Mr. Bobo. My current realm cannot be improved in a short time, and I also wish to return to the past to see the prowess of Mr. Wu Taidu. Understanding how far Sun Wukong had cultivated, Xiangyun made his request. All right, Mr. Bobo operated the machine, and amidst a burst of colorful light, Xiangyun vanished. Upon meeting Mr. Wu Taidu, Xiangyun directly stated his purpose and mentioned his relationship with Master Wu Tian and Sun Wukong. Mr. Wu Taidu, pleased to meet another of his disciples, checked Xiangyun's potential and talent. After promising not to disclose any information about Sun Wukong and Xiangyun to the young Master Wu Tian, he began teaching Xiangyun. Wu Taidu first had Xiangyun undergo intense physical training, including running, jumping, and weightlifting to enhance his strength and endurance. The intensity of these exercises far exceeded anything Xiangyun had experienced before, making him struggle, but they rapidly improved his physical condition. Later, Wu Taidu imparted some unique combat techniques and moves to Xiangyun, which not only emphasized the use of strength, but also stressed agility and speed. For instance, Wu Taidu taught Xiangyun how to cleverly evade enemy attacks during combat and how to exploit their weaknesses to counterattack. Wu Taidu also focused on cultivating Xiangyun's ability to control his breath. He told Xiangyun that stability and fluidity of breath are crucial in battle. Only by mastering breath control can one unleash greater power. Under Wu Taidu's guidance, Xiangyun began to learn how to adjust his breathing and how to combine it with combat movements. In addition to physical and skill training, Wu Taidu also engaged Xiangyun in mental cultivation. He taught Xiangyun to remain calm and focused, undisturbed by external influences during battle, always maintaining clear thinking. Simultaneously, Wu Taidu helped Xiangyun understand that cultivation is not just about becoming powerful, but also about protecting others and maintaining peace in the world. After a period of training, Xiangyun's strength significantly improved. He made substantial progress not only in combat skills and breath control, but also became more mature and resolute on a mental level. Shang Yun felt immense gratitude towards Wu Taidu, fully aware that the invaluable experiences and lessons he gained from this training would have a profound impact on his future battles. After bidding farewell to Mr. Wu Taidu, accompanied by a burst of colorful light, Shang Yun returned to the heavenly god's temple. Shang Yun, you have returned. It seems your strength has improved significantly once again. Mr. Bobo said, looking at Shang Yun. Yes, Mr. Bobo, I would like to spar with you to test the results of my training. Sure, I would be very happy to. The two of them went outside the heavenly god's temple. Shang Yun initiated the attack. At first, Mr. Bobo was able to easily evade, but later he occasionally got hit by Shang Yun and began to control his strength, countering Shang Yun. The two exchanged blows, and suddenly Shang Yun took advantage of Mr. Bobo's punch to retreat, clasping his hands together, eyes wide with fury. Universal shock palm. Shang Yun thrust his hands forward, a purple electric current erupting from his palms, rushing rapidly towards Mr. Bobo. Upon seeing this, Mr. Bobo jumped into the air, causing Shang Yun's attack to miss. Again, universal shock palm. The move was dodged and Shang Yun was not surprised. Mr. Bobo was much stronger than him, so it was entirely normal for him to evade. Seeing Mr. Bobo jumping into the air, Shang Yun felt it was the perfect opportunity to use universal shock palm, but he forgot that Mr. Bobo could use the air dance technique, and without a doubt he dodged it again. Just after Mr. Bobo used the air dance technique to evade Shang Yun's universal shock palm, he suddenly transformed into an afterimage and vanished. Seeing this scene, Shang Yun realized that Mr. Bobo must have felt he understood his strength and wanted to end the fight by revealing his own power. Shang Yun hurriedly clasped his hands together, closing his eyes to bring his mind to tranquility, yet he felt every hair on his body standing on and still unable to sense Mr. Bobo's presence, unaware of where he would attack from. However, Shang Yun did not lack opportunities. Zen awareness. Spirit evasion technique. Mr. Bobo silently appeared to Shang Yun's left side, extending his right hand to strike Shang Yun's neck, yet Shang Yun vanished as if he had never been there. Turtle School Energy Wave. Shang Yun had quietly appeared 10 meters behind Mr. Bobo, unleashing his strongest attack skill, the Turtle School Energy Wave. Mr. Bobo sensed the energy fluctuations behind him, and his expression became serious. Huh? Mr. Bobo turned around, and with his right hand, which had already slashed down in a knife hand position, he waved it backward to deflect Shang Yun's energy wave, sending it flying toward the horizon, where it gradually dissipated. Huh, Mr. Bobo is impressive. I still couldn't hit you. Shang Yun said, his face somewhat pale, panting heavily. That's Zen awareness. The spirit evasion technique consumed a significant amount of mental energy, and combined with the fact that he had just expended all his strength in the Turtle School energy wave, Shang Yun felt extremely weak. Fortunately, his recovery ability had improved due to the elevation of the Prajna Heart Sutras realm. Within a few breaths, Shang Yun's complexion regained some color. You performed quite well just now. Mr. Bobo praised your move is very powerful. It's a life-saving technique. From your appearance, it seems it consumes a lot of energy. Indeed, Mr. Bobo, it consumes a lot, and the prerequisites for use are quite strict, Shang Yun replied. Flaws do not overshadow brilliance. It is still a very powerful life-saving technique. Mr. Bobo nodded. Mr. Bobo, I have a request. In response to Mr. Bobo's praise, Shang Yun did not become arrogant, but suddenly remembered something and made a request to Mr. Bobo. What request? I would like to ask Mr. Bobo to teach me the void dance technique, hoping that he can impart it to me. The void dance, you need not say, I will teach you as well. Son Wukong has already learned it. Mr. Bobo chuckled. Wukong has learned the void dance. What is he doing now? He is fighting against himself. Fighting against himself. How does one do that? You will know in time. This is the final training in the Heavenly God Temple to conquer oneself. Mr. Bobo also became mysterious. Alright, you should start learning the void dance, but once you master it, you too will have to fight against yourself. After saying this, Mr. Bobo began to teach Shang Yun the void dance. In the world of Dragon Ball, the void dance is a skill that allows one to fly in the air. Shang Yun's purpose for learning the void dance was naturally for combat. Most battles in the latter part of the Dragon Ball world occurred in the air. Otherwise, even a mere shockwave from a battle could obliterate the earth. Although Shang Yun possessed the Zen Buddhist power of Shinzu Tong, which was undeniably stronger than the void dance, Shinzu Tong resembled teleportation and could at advanced levels even disregard time and space, while the characteristic of the void dance is that it allows one to stand in the air as if walking on solid ground, making it more suitable for battle. Initially, Shang Yun had also considered learning teleportation from Sun Wukong to build up his combat skills to a critical point before using Shinzu Tong to teleport inside his enemy. Just thinking about the outcome was already delightful. However, the reality was that Shang Yun was overthinking. The Zen Buddhist powers accompany one as they cultivate to higher realms, resolving the troubles of all beings naturally. One must maintain a heart of equanimity, awakening compassion and mercy to wield them. If one flaunts their abilities for self-gain, bringing suffering and disaster to others, then no matter how great the powers, they cannot be manifested and may even vanish as if never obtained. In simpler terms, one cannot use these Zen Buddhist powers to commit acts of violence, engage in fights, or do anything morally reprehensible. Shang Yun had also created some light skills reminiscent of martial arts novels from his previous life, such as Ti Yun Zong Jin Yin Gong and Xiao Shang Fei, allowing him to jump higher and run faster. However, these skills were somewhat insufficient in the Dragon Ball world. Thus, in the end, he still needed to learn the Void Dance. The principle of cultivating the Void Dance relies on controlling one's own chi. First, one must perceive the existence of chi and be able to freely control its flow within the body, continuously enhancing the precision of chi manipulation during combat and training. By gathering chi at the soles of the feet or other parts of the body, adjusting the direction and intensity of the chi's release, one can generate a reactive force to propel the body off the ground and fly. Just as a jet aircraft uses the backward thrust produced by its engine to gain lift, the Void Dance uses chi as its power to fly. Soon Shang Yun mastered the Void Dance, and Mr. Bobo took him to a room where they saw a boy with a hairstyle identical to Sun Wukong's. No, to be precise, it should be a man. This person was the grown-up Sun Wukong. Unbeknownst to them, the two had been training in the Heavenly God Temple for nearly 3 years and had both grown up. At that moment, Sun Wukong was battling a doll resembling Krillin. When Sun Wukong saw Shang Yun approach, he was very pleased and was about to greet him when the doll kicked him in the face, sending him flying next to Shang Yun. Shang Yun, you've come. That's great. How has your training been? I heard from Mr. Bobo that you've been using the time machine to return to the past. Did you meet Mr. Wu Tai Do? Did you see the young Master Rashi? Sun Wukong covered his face, stood up, hugged Shang Yun, and exclaimed excitedly, Yes, Wukong, it's really great to see you. I have met Mr. Wu Tai Do, and I also saw the young Master Rashi, and even the girl Master Rashi liked. Shang Yun also hugged Sun Wukong and chuckled. After a brief exchange, Mr. Bobo allowed Sun Wukong to continue battling the doll while arranging for Shang Yun to fight against various dolls. Through battles against the dolls, Shang Yun learned to respond to various styles of attacks. Facing agile dolls greatly improved Shang Yun's reaction speed, allowing him to dodge rapid attacks more precisely and find opportunities to counterattack during evasion. Battling the dolls also made him more adept at controlling the rhythm of combat, knowing when to attack and when to defend. Shang Yun became more flexible in utilizing his abilities. When facing powerful dolls, he understood how to better use chi to enhance his strength and defense, ensuring he wouldn't fall behind in strength confrontations. Later on, after Shang Yun and Sun Wukong could handle various dolls, Mr. Bobo directly plucked a hair from both their heads to create dolls that matched their appearances, allowing them to fight against themselves. Fighting against one's own doll was quite interesting. At first, Shang Yun was very confused facing a doll that resembled him, wondering if the doll could mimic his combat skills, including his Zen Buddhist powers, the Void Spirit Domain, and Zen Awareness. The Spirit Avoidance Technique and even the Diamond Prajna Technique could be utilized. In the process of battling his own doll, Shang Yun had to deal with familiar attack patterns while also considering how to break through, as the doll would not tire or exhibit emotional fluctuations, making it a tenacious opponent. This forced Shang Yun to give his all, constantly seeking flaws in the doll's attacks during combat, attempting to strike with new techniques or greater speed to further hone his combat skills and reaction abilities. Humans are ultimately thinking beings. How could one defeat a doll that perfectly mirrored their own strength and skills, especially since this doll had no emotions and could perfectly exert its full power? The answer was simple: one must be able to exert more than their full potential. Shang Yun's method was to enhance his strength. Having just advanced in the Heart Sutra of Prajna, it was unrealistic to expect to enhance his strength to crush his own capabilities in a short time. Thus, he had to find a way through his combat skills. After careful consideration, Shang Yun decided to focus on breaking through the Diamond Prajna technique, as the doll was ultimately just a doll capable of mimicking Shang Yun's existing strength, but unable to replicate his insight. As he was constantly defeated by his own doll, Shang Yun's Diamond Prajna technique finally broke through to the second level, quadrupling his power. However, this also increased the consumption of internal energy and spirit, allowing him to only perform it once. With his current strength and spirit, he could only maintain it for 10 seconds, but in defeating his own doll, he did it in less than a second, truly living up to the name of a 10-second real man. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The Diamond Prajna technique has been upgraded to the second level, allowing for a fourfold increase in power. Ding! Friendly reminder. Each level increase in the Diamond Prajna technique will also double the consumption speed of internal energy and spirit. When using the second level, the consumption is twice that of the first level. The mechanical voice of 9527 appeared in Shang Yun's mind as the Diamond Prajna technique was upgraded. This is understandable. Each level of the Diamond Prajna technique doubles the strength increase of the previous level, while the consumption speed of internal energy and spirit only increases by 1-fold. For instance, using the 6th level of Diamond Prajna technique increases strength by 64 times, while the consumption speed of internal energy and spirit is merely 6 times that of the 1st level. It's truly a miraculous technique. Thus, Shang Yun passed this challenge in a somewhat clever way. In terms of combat talent, Shang Yun indeed fell short of Sun Wukong, but fortunately Shang Yun was not a warmonger. During his battles against his own puppet, Shang Yun often engaged in deep meditation, contemplating nature. The environment of the Temple of the Gods was tranquil and serene, making it an ideal place for cultivating one's state of mind. Shang Yun would spend a considerable amount of time in meditation, calming his inner self, eliminating distractions, and achieving a state of mind as tranquil as still water. This cultivation of a calm mind helped him maintain composure during battles, allowing him to swiftly adjust his mentality in the face of unexpected situations and enter a state of Zen. Surrounding the Temple of the Gods were beautiful natural landscapes where Shang Yun would immerse himself in the essence and rhythm of nature, such as listening to the chirping of birds, feeling the gentle breeze, and observing the changing clouds. Through his connection with nature, he was able to better understand the laws governing all things, incorporating this understanding into his own state of mind. Shang Yun also trained in energy perception, learning to sense the fluctuations and changes in the energy of his surroundings. Through this training, he could detect the presence of enemies and the flow of energy in advance, thereby better anticipating their actions and attacks, enhancing his battle response speed and adaptability. Shang Yun felt that if this energy perception were combined with the destiny insight, he might instantly learn the techniques and skills of his opponents. Speaking of this, Shang Yun had once used the Zen technique of destiny insight to probe into the past of the god and Mr. Bobo. Due to his knowledge from reading comics in his previous life, he was able to glimpse fragments of the god's past endeavors, but he could not perceive anything about Mr. Bobo's past, perhaps due to insufficient strength or perhaps because his state of mind was not as refined as Mr. Bobo's. After defeating their puppets, the god provided both Shang Yun and Sun Wukong with new weighted clothing. It must be said that the magic of the Maikexing people is indeed fascinating. With just a wave of the hand, a perfect set of clothing appeared. In these 3 years, their height had increased rapidly, and each time the god helped them change into new clothes. Now both of their outfits weighed over 100 kilograms, with each wrist bearing an additional 20 kilograms, and each shoe also weighing 20 kilograms. Both opted for the Turtle Hermit martial arts outfit emblazoned with a character for turtle on the front. After a week, they adapted to the new weighted clothing. When they were not training, they were sparring, and they often came up with ingenious ideas to enhance their strength. Shang Yun even approached the god requesting to go to Kaiōshin mountain to obtain the holy crown, merely to be struck by lightning, hoping to absorb the power of the lightning to better master the universal thunder palm. As it turned out, it was just a whimsical idea. The universal thunder palm converts the energy of the entire body into tens of thousands of watts of electrical current, firing it at the opponent to immobilize them, continuously attacking them with electrical currents. The key lies in the control of one's own energy and the ability to transform it into electrical current, which requires powerful control over chi and unique skill training rather than relying on the uncontrollable and extremely dangerous means of being struck by lightning. Such an act would not only fail to help Shang Yun grasp the essence of the universal thunder palm, but could also cause fatal harm to the practitioner. Fortunately, Shang Yun's cultivation of the Heart Sutra of Wisdom provided him with a strong recovery ability, allowing him to repeatedly attempt being struck by lightning. Through these reckless endeavors, his resistance to lightning increased significantly, and as the Heart Sutra of Wisdom repeatedly healed Shang Yun's charred body from the lightning strikes, it was found that his inner chi contained a trace of purple lightning power. This trace of lightning power enhanced Shang Yun's conversion speed and potency of electricity when executing the universal thunder palm by several folds. Gradually, the duo's brilliant ideas or self-destructive behaviors reached their limits. During their training, whenever Sun Wukong had free time, he would pester the god and Mr. Bobo for new training. Initially, the god and Mr. Bobo claimed they had taught all they could, and that Sun Wukong should focus on mastering what he had learned, cautioning him not to overreach. Shang Yun also advised Sun Wukong against this, but Sun Wukong argued that once the methods were learned, they could be practiced slowly later. What mattered now was to seize the opportunity to learn as much as possible during their stay at the Temple of the Gods. Hearing Sun Wukong's reasoning, Shang Yun found it reasonable and ceased his objections, even joining in whenever he had the chance. The god and Mr. Bobo were somewhat helpless regarding the duo's eagerness to learn. Initially, Mr. Bobo intervened, knocking them down and reminding them that their training was insufficient and that they needed to continue to work hard. However, the two gradually developed a seamless cooperation, even subtly mastering some combined techniques, forcing Mr. Bobo to exert his full strength to defeat them. Finally, out of options, the god decided to have Mr. Bobo send Shang Yun and Sun Wukong to the Room of Spirit in time for training. Shang Yun was aware of this room of spirit and time, which is a unique place in the Dragon Ball world where 1 year of training inside equates to just 1 day outside. This time differential would grant Shang Yun and Sun Wukong significantly more training time than they would have in the outside world, allowing them to rapidly increase their strength. Additionally, the air inside is thin and breathing can be quite challenging, posing a significant test to their physical quality and endurance, requiring them to continuously adapt to this environment to train effectively. The gravity inside is 10 times that of Earth, and training or moving in such a high-gravity environment imposes greater stress on the body, effectively strengthening their muscle power, body coordination, and reaction capabilities. Temperatures fluctuate between 50 degrees Celsius and minus 40 degrees Celsius, creating a vast temperature difference that demands overcoming the discomfort caused by these changes, challenging their willpower and adaptability. The spacious interior resembles the vastness of Earth, providing practitioners with ample room for various forms of training and combat drills without worrying about space constraints. Moreover, food, water, and living facilities are all available, allowing them to live and train for an extended period without concern for basic needs. This is undoubtedly the most ideal training location. However, there are some influences while training inside. Those who enter will experience normal physical growth, as if they have truly spent that much time, and may also encounter hallucinations. Individuals with weak willpower and poor focus are likely to face illusions, which not only tests the mental fortitude of the practitioner, but also increases the difficulty and uncertainty of the training. Moreover, the room of spirit and time is not for unlimited use. A person can only accumulate 2 years of time inside during their lifetime, or the exit will vanish. However, it is precisely this restriction on the exit disappearing that limits each person to 2 years inside. But this limitation was later broken by Bu, who directly opened a passage out with his immense energy, although this passage would gradually close. In other words, as long as one's strength is sufficient, one can train indefinitely within the room of spirit and time. When they wish to exit, they can simply open a passage using their powerful energy. However, the greatest feature of the room of spirit and time is that 1 day of training inside equates to 1 year of training outside, but for later warriors the environment may not have as significant an impact. Only by truly entering the spirit and time house for cultivation can one comprehend the harshness of its environment. How should I put it? Sun Wukong could only endure for 3 days before going mad and clamoring to get out, while Shang Yun could only last 5 days before insisting on leaving. It was so difficult to remain inside that even entering a meditative state was a challenge. Upon emerging from the spirit and time house, both Sun Wukong and Shang Yun had become much more composed. They recognized their shortcomings and no longer inquired about the new cultivation methods from the celestial beings and Mr. Bobo. Instead, they diligently focused on honing their bodies and minds. At the registration area for the world's #1 martial arts tournament, 3 years had passed since Sun Wukong defeated King Piccolo, and the tournament was set to begin once again. Heroes from all corners of the world appeared to sign up. Since everyone had been cultivating on their own, including Krillin and Yamcha, they had also bid farewell to Master Roshi and ventured out to train alone. No one knew what had become of them. It was drizzling at the moment. The blue-haired Lan Chi stood with an umbrella alongside Master Roshi at the entrance of the registration area waiting. What's taking so long? Lan Chi, with her voluminous blue hair, was looking around, unsure if she was searching for them or someone else. Surely they haven't forgotten this important day, have they? Master Roshi, dressed in a black suit and wearing a black hat that covered his shiny bald head, raised his hand and glanced at his watch, saying, "But these 3 years have really flown by, haven't they?" At that moment, a yellow car pulled up in front of them. Oolong and Por got out from the back seat and greeted Master Roshi. "Long time no see, Master Roshi." Oolong, are you still collecting girls' panties like before?" Master Roshi feigned calm as he teased Oolong. "Oh, it's been 3 years and you're still asking that." Oolong's face turned crimson immediately, his ears drooping in exasperation. "You're still as lecherous as ever." Master Roshi chuckled at this. "What? You're just as bad as I am," Oolong retorted angrily. At this moment, the door of the passenger seat of the car opened, and a youthful blue-haired girl stepped out wearing a purple dress and holding a purple umbrella, smiling as she approached. Wow! Upon seeing her, Master Roshi instantly lost his composure. "Master Roshi, Miss Lan Chi, long time no see. Where are they?" "Not here yet." "Bulma," Lan Chi said uncertainly. "Ah, you look even more charming than 3 years ago." Master Roshi stared at Bulma's figure, drooling with temptation, and could not resist reaching out to touch her. "Stop! No inappropriate behavior." Bulma, shedding her previous gentle demeanor, turned and elbowed Master Roshi in the face. "Oh, that hurts. That hurts. Ouch. Really? Why hasn't your temperament changed at all?" Master Roshi complained as he sat on the ground holding his face. Bulma ignored Master Roshi and continued talking with Lan Chi when a yellow-haired girl in blue casual attire walked slowly from a distance. She approached Bulma and said to Master Roshi, "You haven't changed either, Master Roshi." Lanfang, you came too. Bulma greeted Lanfang with a smile, as if the one who had just elbowed Master Roshi wasn't her. Seeing the girls together, Master Roshi stood up. He looked at the three of them who were gentle, lively, and alluring. So big. So big. This one is even bigger. Oh, I can't take it anymore. Master Roshi once again had a nosebleed. The three girls giggled and turned away, resuming their conversation. Is Yamcha not with you? Lanfang asked. No, that guy said he wanted to train alone and didn't take me with him. Now no one knows where he is. Yamcha too, and Krillin hasn't returned since he went out either, Bulma added, fuming at the thought of Yamcha. Is Krillin too? It seems that Sun Wukong made quite an impression on them 3 years ago, Lanfang sighed, lamenting. Did you forget someone? Bulma leaned close to Lanfang, squinting and smiling. Did I? Yes. Shang Yun. Oh, right. What about Shang Yun? I wonder how strong they have become now. Lanfang seemed to just realize this, her face flushing. Yeah, I really want to see how powerful they have become now. Bulma, seeing this, no longer teased Lanfang and agreed. A balloon floated past them, getting stuck in a tree branch, followed by a little girl who stood under the tree, crying loudly. It's okay, big sister will help you get it down. Bulma walked over to comfort her. However, she couldn't reach the balloon due to her height. Oolong, you come and get it. Bulma turned to Oolong. Huh, me? You must be joking, I'm not even as tall as you. Oolong pointed to his head, puzzled. Aren't you able to turn into a tall, handsome boy? Oh, I suppose that's true. Hey, wait a moment, don't rush me, you'll get it. But what about my reward? Just as Oolong was about to transform, Master Roshi stopped him, smiling at Bulma. What a? Bulma frowned in anger. No reward. Master Roshi waved his hands repeatedly. Here you go. While the two were conversing, someone came up to Bulma, reached for the balloon string, and handed it to her. The newcomer held a red umbrella, wore an orange martial arts uniform with a blue belt tied around the waist, and carried a red staff on their back, their head wrapped in a white cloth. Huh, who are you? Do you know me? Bulma asked in confusion, then turned to the others. Do you know him? Everyone shook their heads. Take it, Bulma. The newcomer extended the balloon towards Bulma. How did you know my name is Bulma? Bulma took the balloon and handed it to the little girl. The little girl happily said thank you and walked away. Another person emerged behind the newcomer, wearing the same martial arts uniform with short hair and holding a black umbrella, smiling at the group. Hello, everyone. Master Roshi, you're back, the first person said, looking at Master Roshi. Huh, back? Who are you? Master Roshi was even more confused. Krillin, Yamcha, and Tien Shinhan, where are they? You guys are Wukong. Shang Yun, the group exclaimed in surprise. What's wrong with you? Of course it's me. With this cloth wrapped around my head, you couldn't recognize me. I'll take it off now, Wukong said as he untied the cloth, revealing the same hairstyle as when he was a child. Hello, everyone. I am Shang Yun. How's it going? Do I look the same? Bulma and Master Roshi, have you two gotten shorter? Wukong pointed at Bulma curiously. It's you who have grown taller. I have indeed grown a bit taller. You've changed so much, and no wonder we couldn't recognize you. All participants in the martial arts conference, please complete your registration quickly, shouted the staff at the registration desk with a loudspeaker. You should hurry and register too, the turtle hermit said to Sun Wukong and Shang Yun. At this moment, the rain had stopped. Yes, Grandpa, Shang Yun replied. Have Krillin and the others registered yet? Sun Wukong asked. Krillin and the others haven't arrived yet. All right then, let's go ahead, he said, and the two went to register. Wow, I can't believe it, Sun Wukong has grown into such a handsome young man, Bulma said, covering her face with her hands, shyly watching Sun Wukong walk away. Shang Yun has become even more handsome, Lanfang reminded. Yeah, if you hadn't mentioned it, we wouldn't have noticed. Wow, what? Yamcha is sure to become a handsome young man too. Really? You're not lying to me, are you? Fickle women. Huh. After Shang Yun and the others finished registering, they returned to chat with a few people about their training in the Divine Palace. The registration deadline is approaching with only 5 minutes left. Please hurry to register if you haven't yet. The staff once again took out the loudspeaker and shouted. Oh, what is going on? What are they doing? Why aren't they here yet? Bulma suggested, how about Oolong and Puar transform into them to register? Registration is fine, but we need to rest for a minute after each transformation, so we can only register for 2 people. Then let's register Krillin and Yamcha. Tien Shinhan and Kaiōshin are too pitiful. While they were discussing strategies, Shang Yun and Sun Wukong's eyes lit up as they exchanged glances and said they're here. Several figures quickly flew past Bulma and the others, rushing towards the registration desk, causing the hair of the 3 girls to flutter. It was Krillin, Yamcha, Tien Shinhan, and Kaiōshin. Shang Yun, Wukong, it's so great to see you, Krillin exclaimed excitedly as he rushed up, and the 3 embraced, expressing their longing over the past 3 years. After the 4 registered, they all went to the room that the turtle hermit had already booked to reminisce and recover their energy in preparation for the competition tomorrow. The next morning, everyone arrived at the preliminary competition venue of the world's #1 martial arts conference. Without a doubt, everyone advanced, indicating that they had all trained hard. It is worth mentioning that Shang Yun encountered Tao Bai during the preliminaries. At this time, Tao Bai had been revived by Crane Hermit after being injured by Sun Wukong. Crane Hermit spent his entire savings to turn Tao Bai into a semi-mechanical assassin. This time he participated in the competition for two reasons: first, to take revenge on Sun Wukong, and second, to eliminate Tian Shinhan and Kaiōshin, clearing the ranks, while also wanting to kill all disciples of the Turtle School to prove that the Crane School was superior, which also included Shang Yun on his kill list. Both sides entered the arena and assumed their battle stances, but did not immediately engage. Shang Yun, while waiting, fell into thought. He still felt grateful towards Tao Bai, as it was Tao Bai who had indirectly saved him back at Doran Temple. Tao Bai, initially bewildered by Shang Yun's flawless demeanor, saw that Shang Yun was becoming somewhat distracted. Seizing the opportunity when Shang Yun lowered his guard, Tao Bai launched the first attack. However, even having lost the initiative, Shang Yun could effortlessly evade Tao Bai's strikes and counter effectively. Not one to give up, Tao Bai leaped up again to kick, but Shang Yun merely raised his hand, sending Tao Bai flying. After landing, Tao Bai refused to give in and attacked Shang Yun again at lightning speed, each move viciously aimed at Shang Yun's vital points. Seeing the obvious disparity in strength between them, Shang Yun recalled Tao Bai's life-saving grace and activated his persuasion mode, urging Tao Bai to think wisely and not to struggle futilely. Tao Bai could not accept Shang Yun's persuasion, viewing it as a mockery. At the last moment, he directly severed his arm, brandishing a sharp knife from the severed limb and lunging at Shang Yun, but Shang Yun dodged and broke his sword with his hand. After the sword was broken, Tao Bai quickly distanced himself from Shang Yun and raised his right hand to unleash his super drill wave. This was his strongest move, as yellow ripple energy gathered in his right hand, and he confidently believed this strike would turn Shang Yun into dust. Looking at the enraged and irrational Tao Bai, Shang Yun shouted, dispersing Tao Bai's drill wave. The brilliance faded and Shang Yun's feet didn't even move an inch, while Tao Bai staggered back in shock. Shang Yun dashed forward, delivering a series of knife hand strikes to Tao Bai's neck, rendering him unconscious. Shang Yun chose not to kill him. After all, Tao Bai had once saved his life. After the host announced Shang Yun's victory, he picked up Tao Bai and jumped off the arena, handing him over to Crane Hermit, who said nothing and left the martial arts venue carrying Tao Bai. Soon the results of the preliminaries were released. The top 8 contestants of the 23rd World's No. 1 Martial Arts Conference were Sun Wukong, Krillin, Shang Yun, Tian Shinhan, Yamcha, Chi-Chi, Piccolo, and Shun. Naturally, Piccolo was hatched from the egg spat out by the old Demon King Piccolo before his death. Piccolo was one with the god of the heavenly realm, and it was the existence of this egg that prevented the god from being killed alongside him. He came this time to take revenge for his father by killing Sun Wukong. As for Shun, he was the incarnation of the heavenly palace. Concerned that Sun Wukong and Shang Yun might not be able to defeat the new Piccolo, he decided to descend to find powerful martial artists, gathering them together to confront the Demon King Piccolo, preventing him from wreaking havoc again. As for Chi-Chi, she would naturally become Sun Wukong's future wife, the daughter of the Ox King, Turtle Hermit's second disciple, who once promised to marry Sun Wukong. She is straightforward, loyal, and passionate, and came this time to ensure that Sun Wukong would fulfill his promise. At this time, Chi-Chi had long black hair tied into a high ponytail, appearing very capable and spirited. The ponytail swayed with her movements, adding a lively and agile quality to her demeanor. Her eyes were large and bright, revealing determination and confidence, while also carrying the shyness and anger of a young girl. Her small nose and cherry-like lips made her facial features appear even more delicate. With round cheeks and a hint of baby fat, she looked both cute and playful. In her youth, Chi-Chi wore a pink martial arts uniform styled after the Turtle School, with a fitted top that showcased her figure. The choice of pink not only suited her youthful identity, but also made her stand out brightly among the many contestants. She wore a black belt around her waist, which not only served as decoration, but also highlighted her waistline. The lower half was paired with black martial arts pants, complementing the top, for a simple and elegant overall look. She wore a pair of white sneakers, allowing her to move flexibly during the competition. The first scene features Klin battling against Bick, who will be referred to as Bick from now on. Before the match begins, Shang Yun and Sun Wukong have already informed everyone of Bick's identity, strength techniques, and his relationship with the celestial god. Therefore, Klin is well aware of his opponent's prowess and is eager to measure the strength of the one who once killed him. Even before the match had begun, the atmosphere was already tense to the extreme. Klin stood on the arena facing the cold expression of Bick. The former Demon King Bick had brought immense disaster to the world, and Klin's friend Sun Wukong was the hero who defeated him. Now the son of the Demon King Bick stood before Klin, intertwining new and old grudges, filling Klin's eyes with determination and resolution. The audience below held their breath, knowing that this match would be exceptionally fierce. As soon as the bell rang, Klin, following Shang Yun's advice, decided to stop testing the waters and launched a full-scale attack on Bick. In an instant, Klin unleashed 2 energy waves that shot towards Bick like arrows released from a bow. At first, Bick regarded the incoming energy waves as a trivial matter and lightly leaped, thinking he would easily evade them. However, the waves emitted by Klin had a homing feature which caught Bick off guard. He continuously changed his position midair, but the energy waves relentlessly pursued him. Left with no choice, he had to use his laser eyes to counter. Bick shot 2 lasers from his eyes that accurately struck the energy waves, dispelling them. Just as he finished neutralizing the waves, Klin had already appeared behind him. It turned out that while Bick was dealing with the energy waves, Klin had quickly moved behind him. Taking advantage of Bick's moment of distraction, Klin threw a punch directly at him. The punch was delivered with astonishing speed and power, and Bick couldn't fully dodge it, being sent flying. Klin then took the opportunity to swiftly return to the arena, ready to face Bick's impending counterattack. Seeing that Klin had struck him and then fled, Bick was filled with rage, flying straight to the center of the arena. Upon returning, his eyes burned with fury as he realized that Klin had improved significantly since their last encounter. At this moment, Klin attacked Bick again, his punches coming with increased speed, each creating a whistling sound. Bick, being powerful, managed to block all of Klin's attacks, yet found them somewhat bothersome. Thus, Bick flew up into the air once more, and Klin, unwilling to be outdone, followed closely behind. Just as Klin approached Bick, Bick kicked towards him. The kick was tremendously powerful, and everyone thought Klin would be directly kicked out of the arena. Surprisingly, Klin halted just as he reached the edge of the stage. The crowd was astonished to see that Klin had learned the sky dance technique, which Shang Yun had taught him the night before. Knowing that future battles would primarily occur in the air, Shang Yun had decided to teach Klin the technique to prevent him from being kicked out of the arena. Seeing Klin's tenacity, Bick felt a twinge of surprise. He returned to the stage and said to Klin, "You have surprised me twice. Now, let me show you my full strength." With that, Bick's muscles began to swell, making him appear even more robust and somewhat rounder. In the third eye on Tien Shinhan's forehead, one could see Bick's demonic aura continuously radiating outward. Transformed, Bick coldly laughed and said to Klin, "Ha, do you feel a shiver from my power? I am giving you a chance to surrender. If you admit defeat voluntarily, I will spare your life. My aim today is to kill Sun Wukong. Think carefully, this is your only opportunity. Otherwise, I will make you die just like my father did." Hearing this, Klin felt humiliated and firmly declared a warrior may be killed, but cannot be insulted. With that, Klin launched another attack on Bick. Klin's fists rained down on Bick like a torrential storm, yet Bick's strength far surpassed Klin's. Bick easily blocked every punch, even mocking Klin for being as slow as a cow. Subsequently, Bick punched Klin, sending him flying. Klin crashed hard to the ground, but he did not give up. Instead, he rose once more and charged at Bick. Bick observed Klin's persistence with some admiration. Although he could not kill Klin, as doing so would disqualify him from the match, preventing him from killing Sun Wukong in front of everyone and declaring to the world that the Demon King Bick had returned. Therefore, despite his respect for Klin's determination, Bick showed no mercy. He launched another attack, kicking Klin into the air. In midair, Klin understood this was his final opportunity. He hurriedly charged his Kamehameha wave. Just as Bick appeared behind him, Klin turned and unleashed the wave at Bick. However, Bick was incredibly fast. This was merely an afterimage of his phantom fist. The real Bick, meanwhile, struck Klin hard from behind. Klin was sent reeling from the blow, his head spinning as he plunged towards the arena. Below, Sun Wukong and others feared Klin might be killed again, their hearts filled with worry. After knocking Klin down, Bick quickly descended and upon landing expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, "You really are quite tenacious, but I still managed to hit you. Such a waste of time." He felt that Klin's stubbornness had made this battle somewhat difficult. After all, he sensed that Sun Wukong had been training under the celestial god for 3 years. Although he was unsure of Sun Wukong's strength, he could be certain it wouldn't be much weaker than his own. Moreover, with Shang Yun a powerful support by his side, he needed to conserve his energy to ensure he could kill Sun Wukong. Once Sun Wukong was dead, killing the others would merely be a matter of time. After all, what Bick the Demon King lacked the most was time. Just as everyone thought Klin might be unconscious, surprisingly, he stood up again. Though Klin had risen, he lacked any extra strength. Realizing he could no longer continue fighting, he sat down and directly surrendered. Shang Yun and Sun Wukong rushed to support Klin off the stage, while the Turtle Hermit watched Klin with pride, thinking, "This kid Klin is impressive. He truly is my disciple." The Turtle Hermit couldn't help but reminisce about their first meeting. The battle between Bick and Klin ended in Klin's defeat, yet Klin's bravery and resilience earned the respect of all. The second match was between Shang Yun and Chi-Chi. Shang Yun knew about the connection between Chi-Chi and Sun Wukong, so he had no intention of going against her. As both sides entered the arena and assumed their fighting stances, Chi-Chi quickly charged forward, delivering a beautiful side kick to Shang Yun. At that moment, Chi-Chi was in her prime, her movements fluid and graceful, showcasing her remarkable elegance. Shang Yun cooperatively fell backward, propelled by Chi-Chi's kick, and flew out of the arena. No one expected such a quick conclusion in the top 8 match, not even Chi-Chi, who was surprised at her own strength for defeating Shang Yun, who once fought alongside Sun Wukong against the formidable Piccolo. The host was also stunned for a long time before reacting to announce Chi-Chi's victory. Shang Yun stood up, rubbing his head, and laughed as he said, "Wow, that was impressive. You're so strong it really hurts." After a while, Chi-Chi realized that Shang Yun had let her win and couldn't help but feel embarrassed and annoyed, saying, "You jerk. Just wait for it." Sun Wukong stepped forward and asked Shang Yun what happened. "I felt her energy was quite weak. How could you lose?" Shang Yun chuckled and said, "That's because you're stronger than me." Hearing this, Sun Wukong muttered to himself, "How is that possible? During the battle at the Celestial Temple, I gave it my all, and it was at best a 50-50 situation between us." Clint, who was listening nearby, couldn't help but shout, "What? Shang Yun, you could actually go 50-50 with Wukong. You're that strong." Bulma also got excited and shouted, "Come on, Shang Yun, do you like her or something?" After saying that, she tugged at Lan Fong, who merely furrowed her brows, looking at Shang Yun, waiting for his response. Seeing everyone getting carried away, Shang Yun hurriedly explained, "No way, it's the first time I've met her." Bulma continued to fan the flames, saying, "You lose the match willingly on your first meeting. This is love at first sight." Oh, Shang Yun, who would have thought that you usually so composed would pull such a stunt. Although Lan Fong thought Bulma was going a bit too far, she recognized that Bulma was speaking up for her, so she didn't stop her. Looking at Bulma's excited, flushed face, Shang Yun helplessly said, "That girl is Wukong's friend." "Oh, my friend? How come I don't remember?" Sun Wukong exclaimed, pointing at himself in surprise. Seeing this, Shang Yun didn't explain further and waved his hand, saying, "Oh, you guys don't need to ask, you'll find out soon enough." When everyone saw that Shang Yun was unwilling to elaborate, they stopped asking. It was a pity that Shang Yun lost the match, but he was indifferent about it. Meanwhile, Piccolo, who was distant, heard Sun Wukong mention that Shang Yun's strength was comparable to his own. Remembering the strange techniques Shang Yun possessed from his father's memories, he could not help but hide his contempt. One must admire that the Mechikabura beings have very sensitive senses. The third match was between Yamcha and the godlike figure Shun. Yamcha had significantly enhanced his strength through rigorous training. He entered this martial arts tournament with confidence and high hopes, breezing through the preliminary rounds to reach the top 8. His opponent, the godlike figure, had unfathomable strength, but during the preliminaries he successfully misled everyone with a series of seemingly ridiculous acts, such as almost being late and performing unprofessional warm-up exercises before the match, making everyone think he was just an ordinary contestant. As the match bell rang, Yamcha and the godlike Shun stood on the platform. Yamcha looked at Shun, who appeared unremarkable and acted oddly, and couldn't help but feel pleased, thinking he had drawn a favorable lot. After all, judging by his appearance and previous performances, he didn't seem like a formidable opponent at all. A confident smile appeared on Yamcha's face, even tinged with a hint of disdain, as he said to Shun, "Hey, old man, don't let me beat you too badly." Shun, on the other hand, wore a silly grin, scratching his head and looking quite comical. Seeing this, Yamcha initiated the attack, first his figure flashing as he charged at Shun, unleashing his signature Wolf Fang fist. His figure resembled a phantom, with both fists striking at Mr. Shun at lightning speed, the punches appearing like a torrent, as if countless fists were simultaneously attacking the opponent. This move was Yamcha's trademark technique, which had played a significant role in many battles. However, Shun remained calm in the face of Yamcha's onslaught. Though he appeared to stumble and sway, he skillfully dodged Yamcha's fists at crucial moments. Yamcha's attacks repeatedly missed, causing a hint of confusion and anger to rise within him. He increased the intensity and speed of his attacks, yet still couldn't hit Shun. After a flurry of strikes, Shun suddenly launched a counterattack. He seemingly kicked out casually, but the speed was incredibly fast. Yamcha didn't have time to dodge and was struck in the abdomen. The force was tremendous, causing Yamcha to feel a sharp pain and stagger backward. He clutched his abdomen, his face full of agony and surprise, realizing that the Shun before him was not as simple as he had imagined. However, Yamcha did not back down. He gritted his teeth and resumed his fighting stance. After their earlier exchange, Yamcha clearly understood that Shun's strength was formidable. He decided to unleash his ultimate move, the energy sphere. Yamcha gripped his right wrist with his left hand, gathering energy into his right palm to form a sphere. This energy sphere exuded a powerful aura, warping the surrounding air. Yamcha shouted loudly and hurled the energy sphere at Shun. It spun rapidly in the air, flying towards Shun with immense destructive power. Seeing the energy sphere coming, Shun's eyes flashed with surprise, but he quickly regained his composure. He calmly extended both hands and caught the energy sphere with ease. The energy sphere spun relentlessly in his hands, trying to break free, but failing to escape Shun's control. Shun smiled slightly and casually tossed it aside. After neutralizing Yamcha's energy sphere, Shun began to unleash a series of overwhelming attacks on Yamcha. His speed instantly became lightning fast, his figure flashing like a ghost around Yamcha. With each flash, there was an accompanying attack, whether a punch or a kick, and the angles of attack were exceptionally cunning, leaving Yamcha unable to defend himself. Yamcha could only struggle to respond, constantly evading and blocking, yet he was still hit by Shun's attacks multiple times. Numerous wounds appeared on his body, and his breathing became erratic. After an intense battle, Yamcha was battered and exhausted, his energy and stamina nearly depleted, while Shun appeared to be in complete control. Seizing an opportunity, Shun suddenly launched his final strike. He leaped high into the air, spun around, and then smashed down towards Yamcha with his elbow. This blow was incredibly fast and powerful, and Yamcha had no way to dodge it. With a loud bang, Yamcha was struck by Mr. Shun's elbow, his body flying out like a kite, with a severed string crashing heavily outside the arena. The referee immediately announced Shun's victory when he saw Yamcha knocked out of the arena. The spectators outside were stunned. They initially thought this would be a one-sided match, but they never expected Yamcha to hold on for so long against Shun. Meanwhile, Yamcha lay outside the arena, filled with unwillingness and pain. He realized the vast gap in strength between himself and Shun, but he also understood his shortcomings from this battle. In the end, Yamcha reluctantly accepted his defeat, greeted everyone, and prepared to leave the martial arts tournament site with Poir. Seeing Yamcha's current mindset, Shang Yun hurriedly caught up and quietly said to him, "Yamcha, don't be discouraged. That Shun is a powerful incarnation. It's normal that you can't defeat him. Even Sun Wukong isn't his match." Yamcha, puzzled, asked, "A powerful incarnation? Even Sun Wukong can't defeat him. Who is he?" Shang Yun shook his head, saying, "I can't say now. I'll explain later. Let's go back to watch the match." After saying that, Shang Yun pulled Yamcha back to the competition area. As for why Shang Yun didn't reveal the identity of the Celestial Temple, it was naturally because he was worried about being overheard by Piccolo, who is a Mechikabura being with very sensitive ears. Fortunately, Piccolo's attention was not on them at that moment. This match also made Yamcha deeply realize that in the world of martial arts, he still had a long way to go. The fourth match is a battle between Sun Wukong and Tianjin Fan, which is the most anticipated match, as Sun Wukong and Tianjin Fan were the champion and runner-up of the last tournament. Everyone wants to see who has become stronger after 3 years of training. The betting odds for this match are currently the highest. Shang Yun has been winning a lot of money by knowing the outcomes of the matches, and this time, he borrowed a large sum from Bulma, combining it with his previous winnings to secretly bet everything on Sun Wukong's victory. The reason for the secrecy is naturally to avoid being seen by Jiaozi, otherwise it would hurt Tianjin Fan's pride if he found out. At this moment, the venue of the martial arts competition is packed with spectators. As the host announces the upcoming match between Sun Wukong and Tianjin Fan, the atmosphere instantly ignites, and the audience cheers in excitement, eagerly anticipating this thrilling showdown. People are speculating about the outcome of this match. Some believe that Sun Wukong, after 3 years of training, has the upper hand, while others think that Tianjin Fan, as the previous champion, should not be underestimated. Sun Wukong and Tianjin Fan approach the arena from opposite sides. Sun Wukong, dressed in an orange martial arts uniform, appears determined and confident, stretching his limbs in preparation for battle. Tianjin Fan maintains his bald appearance, clad in a white martial arts uniform with a serious expression and 3 eyes that glimmer with sharp intensity. The two stand in the center of the arena, locking eyes filled with mutual respect and a thirst for combat. The referee stands between them, briefly explaining the rules of the match before announcing the official start. As the host's voice fades, Tianjin Fan launches the first attack, throwing a flurry of punches at a speed almost invisible to the naked eye, the wind from his strikes roaring with power. Sun Wukong remains calm, easily dodging Tianjin Fan's attacks with his agile movements and exceptional reflexes. While evading, he observes Tianjin Fan's attack patterns and rhythm, searching for weaknesses. Seeing that his attacks are failing to hit Sun Wukong, Tianjin Fan accelerates the speed and intensity of his punches, raining down on Sun Wukong like a hailstorm. Sun Wukong utilizes his nimble footwork, leaping and rolling around the arena, skillfully avoiding each of Tianjin Fan's strikes. After a series of probing attacks, Sun Wukong decides to take the initiative. He leaps into the air with Tianjin Fan closely following, and they engage in fierce combat in midair. In the air, their speed increases and their movements become even more agile, with every collision producing a tremendous sound. Tianjin Fan unleashes his signature move, the Kiku Wave, sending a wave of energy towards Sun Wukong. Seeing this, Sun Wukong does not dodge or evade. Instead, he deflects the Kiku Wave back with his hand. Tianjin Fan is taken aback, astonished that Sun Wukong could so easily return his own attack. He quickly adjusts his stance and launches another attack on Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, unwilling to back down, performs his Kamehameha, colliding with Tianjin Fan's Kiku Wave in midair, resulting in a powerful explosion that sends shockwaves throughout the arena, allowing the audience to feel the immense power. Returning to the ground, their battle continues unabated. The moment they land, they attack once more, both disappearing from sight on the arena. Their speed makes it difficult for the audience to see their figures, only hearing the sounds of fists and feet colliding on the arena. Tianjin Fan uses his high-speed movement to constantly change positions, attempting to sneak up on Sun Wukong from behind. Sun Wukong, however, relies on his keen perception to detect Tianjin Fan's movements and reacts swiftly each time. He dodges sideways at times, blocks with his arms at others, and seizes opportunities to counterattack. After a period of intense fighting, both fighters begin to tire, yet their fighting spirit remains high. Their figures reappear in the arena, hands locked together, engaging in a contest of strength. Veins bulge on their arms, and their faces show signs of effort. Seeing this, Lan Chi directly cheers for Tianjin Fan. At this moment, Sun Wukong smiles slightly, suddenly exerting force, leaning back and kicking Tianjin Fan into the air. Tianjin Fan rolls in the air before landing steadily on the ground. After landing, he realizes that Sun Wukong's strength is indeed formidable, prompting him to unleash his ultimate move, the four-body fist. After using this technique, Tianjin Fan creates 3 clones, each possessing their own consciousness and combat ability, and their strength is not to be underestimated. The 4 Tianjin Fans surround Sun Wukong, launching attacks from different directions. At first, Sun Wukong is caught off guard by this sudden move, but he quickly calms down, carefully observing the actions and attack patterns of the 4 Tianjin Fans. Sun Wukong discovers that although Tianjin Fan's 4-body fist has created 3 clones, each clone's strength is only a quarter of the original. Moreover, there is always a moment of disunity among the 4 Tianjin Fans during their attacks. Seizing this opportunity, Sun Wukong employs his Solar Fist. This technique, learned during his previous battles with Tianjin Fan, allows Sun Wukong to place his hands on his forehead, generating a blinding light that temporarily blinds anyone who sees it. The intense light from Sun Wukong's Solar Fist blinds Tianjin Fan and his 3 clones, instantly causing them to lose their sense of direction for their attacks. Taking advantage of their moment of blindness, Sun Wukong swiftly counterattacks. He darts between the 4 Tianjin Fans at astonishing speed, striking at their vital points one by one. Sun Wukong's fists rain down on Tianjin Fan and his clones, rendering them defenseless. Tianjin Fan attempts to resist, but due to his blindness, his attacks lose all accuracy. Ultimately, Sun Wukong knocks each of the 4 Tianjin Fans out of the arena, claiming victory in this match. The audience is left in awe by this spectacular match, rising to their feet to applaud and cheer for the impressive performances of Sun Wukong and Tianjin Fan. The spectators marvel at Sun Wukong's rapid improvement, while also expressing admiration for Tianjin Fan's tenacious fighting spirit. Although Tianjin Fan lost the match, he earned the respect of the audience. After winning the match, Sun Wukong does not boast or gloat. Instead, he approaches Tianjin Fan and extends a hand to help him up. Tianjin Fan is not discouraged by his loss. He congratulates Sun Wukong and acknowledges that Sun Wukong's strength is indeed above his own. The two embrace, deepening the bond between them. This match is not only a contest of strength, but also a testament to their friendship. Meanwhile, Shang Yun secretly goes to collect his winnings. After exchanging for Bulma's money, Shang Yun ends up with more than 30 million, acknowledging that there are truly many wealthy individuals seeking thrills. In truth, Shang Yun is not a greedy person. Those who practice sin are often wary of greed, anger, and ignorance. Money is the last thing he wishes to be attached to. His goal for acquiring so much money this time is to prepare a wedding gift for Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi is the daughter of the Bull Demon King, a quintessential wealthy young lady who does not possess any skills in making money. Later, the Bull Demon King's wealth was lost along with the volcano, making life even more difficult. Sun Wukong, being a glutton, knows only how to fight and has no knowledge of earning money. Both are innocent at heart, as verified by the Nimbus Cloud, and it is impossible for 2 naive individuals to run a business. After marrying Chi-Chi, Sun Wukong settles on Baozi Mountain, which has vast lands and forests. Sun Wukong can grow crops for food and hunt for meat, making them somewhat self-sufficient. However, money is still necessary for living. Just look at how fast Chi-Chi ages. Shang Yun knows he cannot give much and does not wish to change anything. He simply wants to do his part to help Chi-Chi and Sun Wukong. Thus, the 4 finalists of this martial arts tournament have been determined: Sun Wukong, Chi-Chi, Bick, and Shun. After confirming that all 4 have recovered their strength, the host announces the start of the draw for matchups. The first match is between Bick and the embodiment of the heavenly god Shen. The audience at the world's greatest martial arts tournament is filled with anticipation for the showdown among the 4 finalists. For Shang Yun, the stakes in the final round are higher, and he heads to the betting table, but this time, he is spotted by Lan Fong, who has been keeping an eye on him. Lanfang follows Shang Yun and is surprised to see him covering his face as he approaches the betting table, never expecting him to be secretly gambling. Unable to contain her curiosity, Lanfang quickly approaches to inquire. Reluctantly, Shang Yun reveals to Lanfang about Chi-Chi and Sun Wukong, as well as the purpose of his betting, advising her to keep it quiet to avoid affecting the couple's fate. After learning the story of Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi, Lanfang visibly relaxes, feeling quite embarrassed about her previous distrust of Shang Yun. She takes out all her savings to join him in placing a bet. By the time the two return to the competition venue, the host has already announced the start of the match. Beerus stands on the arena with a stern expression, his gaze filled with confidence and arrogance, as if the entire arena is under his control. Clad in a black combat uniform, his green skin appears particularly striking under the lights, and his white cape flutters gently in the breeze, emanating an imposing presence. On the other side, the mortal body used by the heavenly god seems ordinary, yet his eyes reveal a depth of wisdom and unwavering conviction. He stands quietly opposite Beerus, exuding a mysterious aura. The moment the referee announces the start of the match, the entire arena falls silent, all eyes fixated on these two competitors. As the match begins, neither Beerus nor the heavenly god rushes to attack. They slowly move around the arena, observing each other's movements and weaknesses. Beerus takes the initiative, launching a simple energy wave attack to test the heavenly god's reaction. The energy wave shoots toward the heavenly god like lightning, but he calmly sidesteps and easily avoids the strike. In response, the heavenly god retaliates with an energy wave, which Beerus also dodges effortlessly. Both competitors move swiftly during this initial phase of probing, their figures flitting about the arena, leaving the audience in a daze. The audience can only see two figures flickering and moving, unable to discern their specific actions. Beerus' expression gradually becomes serious as he realizes that the heavenly god is not as easy to deal with as he had imagined. The heavenly god is also silently impressed by Beerus' strength, aware that this battle will be very challenging. After a brief period of testing, the two begin a fierce clash. Beerus unleashes his tremendous strength, launching a series of punches and kicks at the heavenly god. Each of his moves is filled with power and speed, as if he intends to defeat the heavenly god in an instant. The heavenly god employs his exceptional combat skills and agile movements to deftly evade Beerus' attacks, countering at just the right moments. Though the heavenly god's counterattacks appear simple, each strike is perfectly timed, effectively blocking Beerus' onslaught. The power behind his punches and kicks clashes with Beerus' attacks, creating resounding booms. The entire arena trembles from their battle, as if it could collapse at any moment. During this phase of the fight, Beerus gradually gains the upper hand. His attacks grow increasingly fierce, and the heavenly god begins to struggle. A smug smile spreads across Beerus' face as he believes he is on the verge of defeating the heavenly god. However, the heavenly god does not give up. He continues to look for Beerus' weaknesses, preparing to launch a counterattack. Suddenly, Beerus unleashes a newly mastered skill that allows him to enlarge his body. His body rapidly expands, becoming incredibly massive, resembling a small mountain standing in the arena. Every movement he makes carries overwhelming power, causing deep cracks to form in the arena beneath his feet. The audience is stunned by this sight, gasping in astonishment. After Beerus grows larger, the heavenly god appears even smaller. The heavenly god's attacks are almost ineffective against Beerus. His gigantic form makes his defenses even sturdier. The heavenly god begins to find himself in a predicament, continuously dodging Beerus' attacks, but struggling to keep up. Seizing the opportunity, Beerus launches an even more ferocious assault, his fists crashing down on the heavenly god like boulders, forcing the heavenly god to barely defend with his hands. Just when Beerus thinks he is about to win, the heavenly god suddenly finds an opening. As Beerus attacks again, the heavenly god cleverly uses Beerus' power against him, guiding his attack aside before quickly closing in on Beerus' body to unleash a flurry of rapid strikes. The heavenly god's attacks rain down on Beerus like a storm, catching him off guard. Beerus' enormous size now becomes a disadvantage, his movements slow, making it difficult for him to evade the heavenly god's strikes. The heavenly god's counterattack inflicts some damage on Beerus, whose face betrays anger. Beerus attempts to retaliate once more, but the heavenly god has already found his weakness and continues to strike at his vulnerabilities. After an intense battle, both find themselves in a stalemate. Beerus has returned to his normal size, panting heavily while standing in the arena, his eyes filled with unwillingness. The heavenly god also appears fatigued, his breathing quickening, yet his gaze remains resolute. At this moment, the two engage in communication using an alien language. Sun Wukong exclaims in surprise, "He is the heavenly god, no wonder he is so powerful." Everyone inquires about the reason, and Shang Yun explains their relationship, leading to a realization among the crowd. Yamcha, upon hearing that Shun is the embodiment of the heavenly god, also lets go of his previous misgivings, regaining his fighting spirit and confidence. Upon learning the heavenly god's true identity, Beerus bursts into laughter. "You old deity cannot possibly defeat me." Because if I die, you cannot live either. The heavenly god remains silent, knowing that Beerus speaks the truth, yet he cannot allow Beerus to act as he wishes. Their dialogue leaves the audience perplexed, unsure of the nature of their relationship. After a brief exchange, the two engage in their final showdown once more. Beerus concentrates all his strength, preparing to unleash his strongest attack. A powerful glow of energy surrounds his body, resembling a miniature sun. The heavenly god senses Beerus' immense power, as well, gathering his own strength to meet Beerus' assault. Beerus lets out a roar, launching his energy wave at the heavenly god. The heavenly god counters with his hands, pushing out a powerful energy wave that collides with Beerus' energy wave. The collision of the two energy waves produces a tremendous explosion, engulfing the entire arena in a blinding light. The audience covers their eyes, afraid to look directly at the overwhelming brightness. After the explosion, the arena is left in ruins, with both Beerus and the heavenly god collapsed on the ground. The referee begins the count, and both struggle to rise. In the end, Beerus is the first to stand, albeit gravely injured. The heavenly god barely manages to rise just as the referee reaches the final second of the count. The battle concludes in a draw, but both know that this fight has not truly ended. After the host announced that Beerus had won, the celestial deity turned to glance at Sun Wukong, who was also looking at him. They exchanged a brief eye contact before nodding at each other. The celestial deity's physical form cannot descend to the mortal realm. He can only manifest in this way of possession. Ultimately, Shun is an ordinary person, and the celestial deity cannot exert his full power through his body. Understanding Sun Wukong's determination to battle Beerus, the celestial deity used the remaining energy within him to help Shun recover from his injuries before leaving his body. Suddenly, Shun collapsed on the ground. After a moment, he woke up and looked around, then rushed out of the martial arts arena while exclaiming, "Ah, what is this place? It's terrifying." At that moment, Chi-Chi was backstage preparing with a complicated mix of emotions. She had a mysterious encounter with Sun Wukong when they were young. At that time, Wukong was naive and accidentally offended her, leading them to make a marriage pact. Years passed, and Chi-Chi always remembered this promise. She trained diligently, hoping to reunite with Sun Wukong on this day and make him fulfill his vow. Looking at herself in the mirror, Chi-Chi took a deep breath, trying to calm her nervousness and excitement. She wore a simple martial arts outfit, her hair tied up in a high ponytail, and her eyes reflected determination and confidence. She knew Sun Wukong was powerful, but she believed her years of effort would not be in vain if she had to make him remember their promise. The host announced the entrance of both contestants, and Chi-Chi stepped onto the stage first. With firm steps, she walked up to the arena, her gaze fixed on the opposite tunnel, eagerly awaiting Sun Wukong's appearance. The audience was filled with curiosity about the mysterious female contestant, eagerly discussing her identity and strength. Sun Wukong walked onto the stage amidst the cheers of the audience, looking bewildered as he stared at Chi-Chi across from him. Although Shang Yin had reminded him, Sun Wukong did not recognize her at all. Seeing Sun Wukong's reaction, a surge of anger rose within Chi-Chi. Gritting her teeth, she vowed to make Wukong remember her. The referee stood between them, briefly introduced the rules of the match, and then announced the start of the battle. Chi-Chi immediately launched an attack, her movements swift like a nimble leopard as she charged towards Sun Wukong. Her fist, accompanied by a fierce wind, struck towards Sun Wukong's face. Startled by Kiki's sudden attack, Sun Wukong instinctively took a step back, dodging her punch. "Why did you suddenly attack me?" Sun Wukong asked in confusion. Chi-Chi, fuming, replied, "You idiot, you don't even recognize me. Have you forgotten our promise?" Sun Wukong scratched his head, even more puzzled. "Promise? What promise?" Shangyan said, "I know you, but I don't remember." Seeing that Sun Wukong had truly forgotten, Kiki's anger flared up even more. She launched another attack, each move aimed at Sun Wukong's vital points. Although Sun Wukong did not understand why Chi-Chi was so angry, he did not dare to let his guard down and began to seriously respond to her attacks. Sun Wukong's body nimbly dodged Kiki's strikes, his speed astonishing as her fists always missed him by a hair. Chi-Chi, realizing her attacks were ineffective, grew anxious and intensified her assault, hoping to defeat Sun Wukong quickly. Sun Wukong sensed Kiki's change and began to exert himself as well. He slightly crouched down, pushing off with his feet, and instantly leaped into the air. Seeing this, Chi-Chi jumped up too, continuing her assault on Sun Wukong. The two engaged in a fierce aerial duel, their fists and feet colliding with resounding thuds. As the battle progressed, both Chi-Chi and Sun Wukong gradually found their rhythm. Kiki's attacks grew increasingly fierce, each move infused with powerful energy, as if she aimed to defeat Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, no longer merely dodging, began to retaliate. His fists were as hard as steel, each strike carrying tremendous force. Sun Wukong sidestepped to avoid Kiki's flying kick, then quickly threw a punch towards her abdomen. Chi-Chi reacted swiftly, blocking Sun Wukong's punch with her arm, but was still pushed back a few steps by the sheer power. She steadied herself, a hint of surprise in her eyes, not expecting Sun Wukong to be so strong. "You've really become amazing," Chi-Chi exclaimed. Sun Wukong smiled. "You're not too shabby yourself, managing to keep up with me until now." They both charged at each other again, engaging in an even more intense battle. Their figures moved rapidly across the stage, leaving the audience dazzled. They watched in awe, cheering for the spectacular performance. At this moment, Sun Wukong gradually recalled some memories of Chi-Chi, but he was still uncertain. While battling, he attempted to remember more. Chi-Chi was determined to make Sun Wukong remember their promise, her attacks growing fiercer, as if trying to vent her pent-up frustration. "Who exactly are you? Why do I feel like I've seen you somewhere before?" Sun Wukong asked. Chi-Chi shouted, "You idiot, Chi-Chi. You promised to marry me when you were a child." Upon hearing Kiki's words, Sun Wukong was taken aback. He finally remembered the promise he made to Chi-Chi in childhood, a wave of guilt washing over him. He looked at Chi-Chi, unsure of what to say. "Bride." Krillin, Bulma, and the others exclaimed in shock, turning to look at Shang Yun. Shang Yun, striking a pose of feigned profundity, crossed his arms, gazing ahead with a slight nod. TCH. Seeing Shang Yun like this, the crowd lost interest in cooperating with him. TCH, boring. Bix, standing on the pillar, looked down at the fight while recovering his strength. Seeing this scene, he sneered disdainfully, knowing he couldn't gauge Sun Wukong's strength through Chi-Chi, and that Sun Wukong would undoubtedly win. He stopped paying attention to the match and closed his eyes to fully recover. In the moment, Sun Wukong was lost in thought. Chi-Chi seized the opportunity, swiftly closing the distance and launching a powerful attack. Sun Wukong was caught off guard and hit in the chest by Kiki's fist, staggering back a few steps. Chi-Chi thought she had finally defeated Sun Wukong and felt a surge of pride. However, Sun Wukong was not seriously injured. He quickly steadied himself. Looking at Chi-Chi, his eyes filled with regret, he said, "Chi-Chi, I remember now. I did promise to marry you. I'm sorry I forgot before." Upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, Kiki's anger melted away. A shy smile appeared on her face as she said, "It's all right as long as you remember now." Sun Wukong looked at Chi-Chi, his heart filled with emotion. He knew Chi-Chi had been waiting for him all these years, and he could not disappoint her feelings. Thus, he decided not to continue fighting Chi-Chi, but to propose to her. "Chi-Chi, since I promised to marry you, I would like to propose to you now. Will you marry me?" Kiki's face radiated with a blissful smile as she answered without hesitation, "I will." Upon hearing Sun Wukong's proposal, the audience erupted in excitement, showering the couple with applause and cheers. The referee, taken aback by this sudden turn of events, quickly regained his composure and announced the end of the match, declaring Sun Wukong the winner. After the match, Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi walked hand in hand down the stage, both wearing happy smiles, as if everything around them was irrelevant. Krillin, Yamcha, and the others looked at Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi wearing knowing smiles. They felt happy for Sun Wukong and wished him and Chi-Chi a lifetime of happiness. The two decided to hold their wedding as soon as the world's martial arts tournament concluded and start their new life together. Chi-Chi braced herself for the most exhilarating finale, the championship match. She knew that Baiku was the reincarnation of the former great demon king. After being vanquished by Sun Wukong, he had expelled an egg that contained his soul and all his power. That egg had birthed the Baiku before them now. He had come with the purpose of killing Sun Wukong. Chi-Chi found herself silently praying for Sun Wukong's victory, though she did not even know to whom she was offering that prayer, and whether any heaven would answer it. At the Wudao tournament finals, the crowd brimmed with feverish excitement, cheers rising and falling like waves. Betting odds soared to unprecedented heights. Shang Yun still staked everything on Sun Wukong, and Lan Fong followed suit. Sun Wukong walked onto the ring in a simple martial uniform, his face alight with confidence. His gaze was steady, suffused with a hunger for battle. 3 years of cultivation had hardened his body and intensified his aura. Baiku appeared in a black combat suit, his eyes cold and exuding an unmistakable malevolence. Tall and powerfully built, his muscular lines spoke of raw might. Baiku's presence instantly tightened the atmosphere. The audience felt the weight of his oppression. The referee stood at the center of the ring, calmly introducing the basic profiles of the two combatants. When the announcer mentioned Baiku's connection to the former great demon king, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Worry for Sun Wukong's safety mingled with an eager anticipation for the contest's outcome. Sun Wukong and Baiku locked eyes, hostility crackling between them. The air seemed tainted with the scent of gunpowder. The tension was so complete that everyone held their breath, waiting for the first strike. The bell that marked the start of the fight rang out. Sun Wukong moved first, a flash of motion appearing before Baiku and throwing a punch. The blow came with terrifying speed, a wind roar trailing it. Yet Baiku reacted with equal swiftness, sidestepping the attack with effortless precision. Baiku launched his counterattack immediately. He thrust his palm forward, and a powerful energy wave shot out from his hand, hurtling towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong leapt aside to evade. The energy blast slammed into the ring with a thunderous crash, leaving a deep crater where it struck. Steadying himself, Sun Wukong summoned his signature technique, Guipai Qigong Turtle School Energy Wave. He clasped his hands, drawing in every ounce of power. A blue radiance shimmered between his palms. With a mighty cry, a potent Guipai Qigong wave surged toward Baiku. Baiku refused to yield. He thrust both hands forward and unleashed his own energy wave, the two forces colliding midair. The clash of those two tremendous energies birthed a deafening roar and a blinding flash. The entire ring shuddered under the impact. The exchange continued at furious pitch. Both fighters poured forth their strength, faces straining, yet their eyes burned with resolve and unbending will. As the energy duel waned for a heartbeat, they closed the distance and engaged in brutal close-quarters combat. Sun Wukong relied on nimble footwork and lithe movements, raining punches and kicks at Baiku's vital points. Baiku answered with the force of his iron frame and superb martial prowess, defending and countering with blows that thudded with real power, forcing Sun Wukong to take him seriously. Sun Wukong rolled and slipped behind Baiku, attempting a surprise strike. Yet Baiku seemed to possess eyes along his back. He spun swiftly and blocked the attack with his elbow. He followed with a heavy kick. Sun Wukong braced an arm to block, only to be driven back several paces by the force. After the brief scuffle, the two combatants drew apart once more. At that moment, Baiku unleashed his trump technique, Mo Kagongdan Demonic Energy Orb. He pressed his hands together and gathered an immense concentration of power. A crimson beam of energy shot forth from his palms, the air itself warping before its path. Sun Wukong felt the overwhelming might of the Mo Kagongdan and drew a deep breath, preparing to respond with Guipai Qigong. This time he poured every last reserve into his technique. The blue energy wave flared more radiant and formidable than before. The two ultimate moves met again in midair. The resulting shock rattled the entire tournament hall. Spectators clapped their hands over their ears, shielding themselves from the shower of fractured energy. Cracks spidered across the ring as if it might collapse at any second. In the titanic standoff between Mo Kagongdan and Guipai Qigong, Baiku slowly began to seize the upper hand. He intensified his output, relentlessly pressing Sun Wukong beyond his defenses. At last, Sun Wukong was struck by the lingering force of the Mo Kagongdan and was hurled backward, crashing heavily onto the ring. Blood marked several wounds across Sun Wukong's body. His face ran pale, yet his eyes still glowed with indomitable fighting spirit. He struggled to rise, determined to continue the fight. Baiku watched the injured challenger with a self-satisfied grin and began to taunt him, insisting Sun Wukong could not prevail and should surrender. But Sun Wukong would not be cowed by provocation. He gritted his teeth and stood again. He acknowledged Baiku's strength, but he would not yield. Memories of his training in Tian Shindian and his master's teachings flooded him, summoning a wellspring of power from within. He resolved to cast aside all reserve and strike with everything he possessed. Sun Wukong unleashed a newly learned art, Wukong Shu Skydancing Technique. He moved through the air with free grace, evading Baiku's assaults while seeking an opening to counterattack. Baiku was taken aback by the Wukong Shu, but quickly composed himself and pressed the attack. From the sky, Sun Wukong danced and dodged, drawing power into his whole body. He resolved to deliver a final decisive blow and clasped his hands to form another Guipai Qigong. This time his wave was stronger than any he had summoned before. Baiku felt the terrifying potency of Sun Wukong's strike and braced himself, throwing both hands forward to release another Mo Kagongdan. The two titanic energy waves collided with even greater ferocity than before. The entire arena was swallowed by searing light. The audience could barely discern the ring through the glare. After a blistering contest, Sun Wukong's Guipai Qigong finally bested Baiku's Mo Kagongdan. The impact hurled Baiku from the ring. He crashed hard beyond the platform's edge. Exhausted from the enormous exertion, Sun Wukong collapsed upon the ring. As the radiance faded, the referee stepped forward to assess the condition of both fighters. At last, the referee declared Sun Wukong the champion of the 23rd Tianxiano One Wudao tournament. The crowd erupted into thunderous applause and joyous shouts, celebrating Sun Wukong's victory. Lying on the ring, Sun Wukong wore a tired but contented smile. He felt no prideful arrogance in victory. Instead, he honored Baiku's strength with quiet respect. Baiku lay sprawled beyond the platform, his heart roiled with bitter unwillingness. He had once believed he could defeat Sun Wukong and avenge his father, yet he had failed. Still, the battle had revealed Sun Wukong's true might. Resolved, Baiku vowed to continue cultivating his power and someday challenge Sun Wukong anew. Wukong. After the host announced the results, everyone rushed to the stage to check on Sun Wukong's injuries. How are you? Chi-Chi held Sun Wukong in her arms, examining his wounds. I'm fine, just exhausted, Sun Wukong replied with a smile. I'm going to kill you, you bastard. Seeing that Sun Wukong was not seriously injured, Krillin charged at Piccolo, blue energy swirling in his hands, intent on killing him. Krillin, stop! Xiangyan shouted. Krillin, don't. Sun Wukong also shouted in urgency. Why? Krillin looked at Shangyun and Sun Wukong in confusion, but still withdrew the energy wave in his hands. I sense that he is no longer pure evil at heart, and he could be a worthy opponent. Sun Wukong said firmly. But, although Krillin trusted Sun Wukong, he still hesitated to let Piccolo go. Seeing this, Shangyun stepped forward and said sternly to Piccolo, Piccolo, we will let you go this time, but you must promise not to harm anyone until you defeat Sun Wukong. You will regret this decision today. Upon hearing Shangyun's words, Piccolo glanced at him, scoffed, and staggered to his feet before flying away. As everyone watched Piccolo fly away, they turned their attention back to Sun Wukong, cheering as they carried him off to claim their prize. Shangyun also went to collect his winnings, which totaled more than 1 billion thanks largely to Bulma's generous 10 million startup fund. The 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament was gradually calming down amidst the noise and excitement, yet another exhilarating atmosphere lingered in the air, the spirit of Chi-Chi and Sun Wukong's wedding. The afterglow of the tournament still resonated in people's hearts as guests from various places hurried toward Master Rose's cozy and memory-filled island filled with blessings. This island held countless memories of Sun Wukong's growth from a novice child to a renowned martial artist, and now it would witness the most important moment of his life. Sunlight shone upon the shimmering sea, reflecting golden rays as if nature had meticulously prepared a splendid decoration for this wedding. Boats headed toward the island one after another, filled with familiar faces. Bulma, wearing her signature confident smile, held a high-tech gift prepared for the wedding, a special device that could capture every wonderful moment of the wedding and project these scenes into the air, creating a dreamlike atmosphere. Yamcha helped move things, occasionally teasing Bulma, but his eyes were filled with anticipation for his friend's wedding. Master Roshi stood early by the shore welcoming guests, his iconic floral shirt fluttering gently in the sea breeze. His face beamed with a satisfied smile as he watched Sun Wukong grow from a mischievous boy to a man about to step into marriage filled with emotions. Nearby, the sea turtle meandered about, as if busy for this joyous occasion. Krillin and Shangyun were the busiest, taking on much of the organizational work for the wedding as Sun Wukong's closest friends. The two ran around checking every detail from the wedding stage setup to the seating arrangements for the guests. The wedding stage was adorned with colorful flowers, all picked from near Karen Tower, exuding a mysterious and fragrant aura. The flowers were vibrant and striking, featuring red roses symbolizing passion, white lilies representing purity, and blue irises signifying eternity, intertwining to form a colorful ocean of blooms. On the other side of the island, Chi-Chi was making the final preparations. She wore a traditional white wedding dress, its fabric soft as clouds, adorned with tiny diamonds that sparkled brilliantly under the sunlight. The dress was simple yet elegant, fitting Kiki's figure perfectly, showcasing her beauty and grace. Her hair was styled up with a few strands hanging by her cheeks, adding a playful touch. Bulma was beside her, adjusting the veil, tears of emotion glistening in her eyes. Chi-Chi, you look absolutely beautiful today, Bulma said softly. Chi-Chi blushed, feeling a mix of nervousness and anticipation as she replied, Really? I feel like I'm dreaming right now. I never thought this day would come so soon. At this moment, Sun Wukong stood in front of the mirror in a black suit, feeling somewhat out of place. He was not used to such formal attire, constantly tugging at his collar. Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi watched him from the side, unable to help but laugh. Sun Wukong, you can't be your usual clumsy self today. Oh, it's your wedding, Shangyun remarked. Sun Wukong scratched his head, grinning. I know, it's just that this outfit is really uncomfortable. As the wedding bells rang, guests began taking their seats. The melodious music played, a symphony crafted by Bulma, using advanced technology to simulate the world's most beautiful instruments. The music floated in the sea breeze, lingering in everyone's ears. Chi-Chi, accompanied by her father, the Ox King, slowly walked toward the wedding stage. The Ox King was dressed in a splendid suit filled with reluctance and blessings for his daughter. His steps were steady as he led Chi-Chi towards her happiness. Sun Wukong gazed at Chi-Chi as she approached, his eyes sparkling with pure love and deep affection. When Chi-Chi reached his side, Sun Wukong instinctively took her hand, warm and strong. Officiating the wedding was Master Roshi, who cleared his throat and began the solemn ceremony. Today we gather here to witness the union of this young couple, Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi. Their love is like an exciting martial arts duel filled with passion and perseverance. Sun Wukong, do you take Chi-Chi as your wife to stand by her side through sickness and health, poverty and wealth for all your days? Sun Wukong answered loudly, I do. His voice rang out powerfully, echoing across the island. Master Roshi then turned to Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi, do you take Sun Wukong as your husband to face all of life's challenges together? Tears glittered in Kiki's eyes as she smiled and said, I do. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, they exchanged rings. The rings were crafted under the guidance of celestial beings, radiating a mysterious glow as if imbued with a special power to bless this couple's love with eternal constancy. Following the ceremony was the banquet. The tables were laden with an array of delicious foods, including Master Rose's favorite grilled octopus, the Ox King's specialty barbecue from Fire Mountain, and an assortment of exquisite pastries prepared by Bulma. Everyone enjoyed the food, while sharing memories of Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi. Lepin stood up, raising his glass. I remember the first time I met Sun Wukong. He was just a clueless kid, and now he's getting married. His love for Chi-Chi is truly enviable. I hope you both find everlasting happiness. The guests all raised their glasses in blessing for the newlyweds. Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi mingled among the guests, receiving everyone's blessings. Xiangyun also took the opportunity to give Chi-Chi a universal capsule, asking her to open it the next day, containing almost all the money he won. As night fell and stars twinkled in the sky, Bulma activated another surprise she had prepared, and colorful fireworks lit up the night. The fireworks blossomed in the night sky, forming various beautiful patterns, including Sun Wukong's nimbus cloud shape, Kiki's headband shape, and hearts, symbolizing their love. Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi walked hand in hand to the shore, watching the fireworks sparkle in the sky. The sea breeze gently swept by, carrying the scent of the ocean. They embraced and kissed under this beautiful night, surrounded by the blessings of friends and family, their love as brilliant as the fireworks and as deep and eternal as the ocean. They understood that future life might hold challenges, but they would face them hand in hand, just like in their martial arts journey, moving forward courageously, for they had each other and this precious love. This wedding was not just a union of two people, but a new beginning for a legendary love story forever etched in the hearts of everyone. The cuckoos are busy in the south and north of the village, while the fragrance of rice flowers wafts before and behind the village. The ambition of Piccolo to conquer the world has been utterly crushed, and the world now presents a scene of peace. After the wedding, everyone went their separate ways to pursue their own cultivation, occasionally gathering together. Xiangyun built 3 houses near Sun Wukong's home and settled there, practicing while waiting for Sun Wukong's brother Raditz to arrive. He knew Raditz would come, but had forgotten when. Lanfang, feeling overly bored, decided to go on a trip. A few days later, Chi-Chi learned from the universal capsule given by Xiangyun during their wedding that it contained 1 billion, which she also learned from Lanfang was nearly all of Xiangyun's savings. Determined to return the money to Xiangyun, she was refused. After repeated arguments, Xiangyun helplessly stated that the money was meant for the children, advising them not to misuse it, as there would be many expenses when they had children. Upon hearing Xiangyun's words, Chi-Chi was momentarily stunned, then blushed and agreed, suggesting that their future children should recognize Xiangyun as their godfather. Xiangyun naturally agreed. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong had no concept of how much money Xiangyun had provided, but he was very happy that his child would recognize his good brother as a godfather. The 5 years of married life for Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi were filled with both sweetness and troubles. After marriage, they settled on Baozi Mountain, and their initial life was quite comfortable. Chi-Chi played the role of a virtuous wife, managing the household affairs in an orderly manner. Although Sun Wukong was not very perceptive about romantic matters, he enjoyed the warmth of the home that Chi-Chi provided. Within a month, Chi-Chi became pregnant, and the Ox Demon King moved in to help take care of her. For convenience, the Ox Demon King stayed at Xiangyun's house. The Ox Demon King was very grateful to the one who had helped his child's family so much. Soon after, it was time for Chi-Chi to give birth, and Bulma assisted in finding the best hospital. To commemorate his deceased grandfather, Sun Wukong named the child Sun Wufan. The arrival of Sun Wufan brought much joy to everyone, while also making Chi-Chi busier, as she devoted a lot of energy to taking care of and educating Wufan. However, as time passed, problems gradually emerged. As a martial arts enthusiast, Sun Wukong's passion for cultivation had never waned. He often went out to train or participate in martial arts tournaments, giving less attention to the family, which caused Chi-Chi to have grievances. She hoped Sun Wukong could take on the responsibility of providing for the family, but Sun Wukong believed that cultivation was for the protection of the earth, leading to frequent conflicts between them. There were also differences in how they educated their child. Chi-Chi hoped that Wufan would become a scholar and have a stable life, discouraging him from practicing martial arts, while Sun Wukong wanted Wufan to inherit his martial arts talent. This disagreement became more pronounced after Wufan demonstrated strong martial arts potential. Chi-Chi worried that Wufan would follow Sun Wukong's old path and neglect his studies, whereas Sun Wukong wanted to cultivate Wufan's combat abilities well. Whenever the two argued, it was Xiangyun who would pull Sun Wukong away to train, while the Ox Demon King would comfort his daughter. Despite the many conflicts, Chi-Chi and Sun Wukong still shared a deep bond. Chi-Chi would prepare lavish meals when Wukong returned from training, washing his clothes and taking care of his daily needs, while Wukong would show concern and protection for his family at critical moments. Life, though plain, was filled with various stories. Wukong continued to maintain his innocent and persistent heart, pursuing the ultimate in martial arts. Chi-Chi, amidst the trivialities of family life, worked hard to maintain stability and foster their child's growth. Though their personalities and lifestyles were vastly different, it was precisely this complementarity that allowed their marriage to experience the joys and sorrows of life amid quarrels. Seeing Sun Wukong's family in harmonious joy, Shang Yun couldn't help but feel a sense of reflection, thinking of his own wife and children, reminiscing about his past life. Though there were quarrels and complaints, it was ultimately filled with love. No matter how good the relationship between two people, there will always be conflicts and arguments. What grievances could a couple have? Why didn't he see it clearly back then? Under such a great psychological disparity, Shang Yun lost interest in cultivation and could not comprehend the Heart Sutra of Mahaprajna Paramita. He decided to travel and continue to understand the myriad aspects of life. After all, without having experienced loss, how could one say they didn't care? Without having lost anything, how could one say it was of no consequence? Without immersing oneself in the mundane world, how could one transcend it? Thus, Shang Yun spent most of his time traveling around the world, experiencing the local customs and culture, sometimes staying a few days, and other times residing for months. Of course, every year on Sun Wufan's birthday, Shang Yun would return to celebrate with him, bringing stories and toys from around the world. Perhaps Shang Yun missed his child too much, seeing Sun Wufan as his own, always wanting to give him the best and accompany him well. Yet Shang Yun was also clear that Sun Wufan was not his child. He could not get too close, for he had his own parents. One day Shang Yun thought about the flaw of his rebirth, or rather the flaw of being human, which was the need for oxygen to survive. In future battles, it would be easy to destroy the Earth. If he were in space without oxygen, even if he could resurrect, he wouldn't last long before dying again. In this cycle of life and death, what was the difference from sealing himself away? Thus Shang Yun sought out Bulma, borrowed the Dragon Ball radar, and began collecting the 7 Dragon Balls. First, he borrowed the 4-star Dragon Ball from Sun Wukong, and after a month, he finally gathered all 7 Dragon Balls and summoned the Eternal Dragon, darkening the sky in an instant. Shang Yun sensed several powerful energies approaching nearby, likely Sun Wukong and the others who had come to see who was using the Dragon Balls. Shang Yun wished to be able to survive in any environment. The Eternal Dragon replied that it was impossible, so Shang Yun chose to no longer rely on oxygen and be able to survive in space. This time the Eternal Dragon granted his wish. The 7 Dragon Balls transformed into stones and scattered. Shang Yun, as they flew away, quickly grasped the 4-star Dragon Ball. The sky instantly brightened, and Sun Wukong, Krillin, Tien Shin, and Yamcha, and the others arrived. Even Piccolo showed up. Upon seeing Shang Yun, everyone except Sun Wukong was surprised, not expecting someone so unambitious as Shang Yun to use the Dragon Balls to make a wish. Seeing everyone, Shang Yun understood their thoughts and doubts. After greeting them, he said, "My cultivation has hit a bottleneck, and I wish to gain insights in the universe beyond Earth, so I requested the Eternal Dragon to allow me to survive in space." Everyone suddenly understood this was something Shang Yun could do. After chatting for a while, they returned to their training. Shang Yun returned the Dragon Ball radar to Bulma, then bought 2 large boxes of universal capsules from her, got a box of food and water, and went to the sea to fill a box with fish. He flew to Korin Tower to exchange for the latest batch of senzu beans with Master Korin. In the past, Shang Yun traveled through the time-space machine of the Heavenly God Palace over 500 times, experiencing the joys and sorrows of human life, including birth, aging, sickness, and death. Despite gaining insights, he always felt a sense of unreality deep within, believing it to be merely an illusion, like a film. Now realizing this, Shang Yun bid farewell to everyone and continued his journey through the world, ultimately concluding his insights. When he reached the critical point, he flew up to the Heavenly God Palace to greet the gods and Mr. Bobo, borrowing the venue to enter a state of tranquil meditation. On a tranquil night of a full moon, Shang Yun soared into the sky, flying toward the bright moon hanging high in the heavens. His figure streaked through the night sky, like a shooting star imbued with determination and anticipation, racing toward the cold moon. As his feet lightly touched the desolate and mysterious surface of the moon, Shang Yun slowly sat cross-legged. At that moment, his heart was filled with mixed emotions, both trepidation towards the unknown path of cultivation and longing for breaking through his limitations. He closed his eyes and focused his mind, attempting to fully immerse himself in the vast universe. Initially, his thoughts were like wild horses, difficult to tame. In this endless silence and void, Shang Yun strived to empty his mind, as if feeling his way through the darkness to merge with the universe. Time quietly passed, and he gradually became aware of the subtle rhythms of cosmic energy. It was an existence that transcended time and space, vast and profound, evoking awe within him, its mystery so great that he felt nearly lost. Uncertain how long had passed, when he opened his eyes again, a dazzling light filled his vision. It was the sun, distant and blazing, mercilessly radiating endless light and heat. The brilliance of the sun fills the vast cosmos. The golden crow's flames illuminate the heavens. Its light was resplendent, piercing through the fabric of the sky. Its heat was scorching, like flames devouring the waves of the ocean. As morning rose, it scattered warm rays over the dusty world. As evening fell, it cast the remaining light to paint the clouds in hues of dusk. It hung in the universe, cycling endlessly, witnessing the changes of the world. Shang Yun gazed at the sun, a surge of inexplicable shock welling up in his heart. He felt the sun's scorching heat, as if it could instantly melt all things in the world. This power filled him with awe. He also sensed the sun's ruthlessness, unmoved by anything, silently following its own path. This loneliness and resolve struck a chord within him. In the midst of this heat and ruthlessness, Shang Yun's thoughts drifted to the Zen Buddhist concept of the Great Sun Buddha. The Great Sun Buddha, like the sun high in the sky, gazes down upon all beings with compassionate eyes. Its radiance illuminates every corner of the world, bringing warmth and hope, allowing all things to grow and multiply. Such compassion stirred a sense of reverence within Shang Yun. However, when the evils and darkness of the world flood forth, the Great Sun Buddha's punishment is as merciless as the blazing sun, capable of instantly annihilating all evil, of fairness that plunged him into deep contemplation. Both the sun and the Great Sun Buddha are thus both compassionate and merciless, capable of love, yet also devoid of it. They are impartial and fair, treating all things with absolute justice. Shang Yun immersed himself in this profound realization, his spirit struck by a bolt of enlightenment, instantaneously becoming clear. In that moment, an uncontrollable excitement surged within him. He slowly raised his hands, palms upward, as if to bear the weight of the entire universe. His arms trembled slightly, gradually stabilizing with each breath as that power began to condense within him. Shang Yun understood he had broken through, gaining new insights into combat techniques. This technique involves placing one's spirit in the void 3 feet above the head, allowing one to enter a state of absolute rationality and reason. Shang Yun took a deep breath, suddenly bringing his palms together in front of his chest, while tightly closing his eyes, concentrating all his mental energy. His body leaned slightly backward, veins bulging in his neck, as if struggling against an invisible force. Gradually, his spirit became like a wisp of smoke, slowly rising and condensing into an indistinct sphere of light 3 feet above his head. At this moment, Shang Yun's state of mind was unprecedentedly calm. He could feel the emotions within him surging, akin to a tamed beast, powerful yet no longer out of control. In this state, human emotions are not obliterated, but rather become the source of power. Driven by emotions, one can often unleash even greater strength. However, ordinary people easily lose their reason in the tidal wave of emotions, leading to poor judgment and loss of control. The technique Shang Yun comprehended, however, allows one to maintain a clear mind even amidst extreme emotions, not swayed by feelings, thus exerting absolute 100% strength in the current state. Shang Yun understood that the key to this technique lies in maintaining balance and control within oneself. He recalled various experiences in the mortal world, the mistakes made in emotional turmoil, and the regrets born from losing reason. In the past, he had hurt others in anger and lost his way in ecstasy. Those memories were like thorns in his back, constantly reminding him of the importance of cultivation. Now he had finally found a method to transcend the shackles of emotion. In the distant stars around, spaceship was swiftly flying toward Earth like a shooting star. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have comprehended the cosmic void, gaining a preliminary understanding of the Great Sun Buddha's true essence. The Heart Sutra has broken through to the 4th level, and your current realm is refining void and merging with Tao. Ding! Congratulations, host. The martial technique Diamond Prajna has broken through to the 2nd level, allowing you to enhance your physical attributes fourfold when executed. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have comprehended a new combat technique. When executed, it allows your spirit to transform into a deity residing 3 feet above your head, illuminating yourself, maintaining absolute rationality, ungoverned by any emotion, and fully exerting absolute 100% strength in the current state. Please name this technique. Zen Heart, 3 feet deity. Shang Yun named the newly comprehended technique Zen Heart, 3 feet deity, signifying the presence of a deity 3 feet above, constantly reminding himself to maintain reverence when acting and thinking, and to wield the power of emotions with absolute rationality and reason. To master this technique proficiently, Shang Yun began a long and arduous training on the moon. He immersed himself day and night in a deep exploration of his spirit and emotions, constantly adjusting and refining. Each training session was a challenge to the limits of his heart. Each breakthrough was an elevation of his self-awareness. During his training, Shang Yun faced numerous difficulties and challenges. He discovered that precisely placing his spirit in the void 3 feet above was no easy feat. It required a high degree of refinement and control over spiritual power, demanding extremely keen perception and powerful concentration. Moreover, when emotions surged swiftly, entering an absolute rational state required repeated practice and honing. Initially, he often failed to concentrate his spirit and his emotions would breach the defenses of reason, leaving him feeling frustrated and defeated. However, Shang Yun was not deterred by these difficulties. With steadfast belief and tenacious will, he advanced step by step toward the pinnacle of the technique. He spent countless days and nights on the moon enduring numerous failures and setbacks. Yet each failure deepened his understanding of the essence of the technique. Each setback strengthened his resolve to succeed in his cultivation. He continuously reminded himself that this was the tempering of cultivation. Only by persevering could one achieve greatness. Just as Shang Yun was diligently cultivating Zen Heart, 3-feet deity around spaceship was flying into Earth's atmosphere from the other side of the planet. On the other side of the Earth, the sun shone brightly. Since Sun Wukong defeated the Demon King Piccolo, the world had returned to peace. However, this tranquility was soon to be shattered by an unexpected guest. An ordinary farmer was diligently working in his field, holding a shotgun and vigilantly guarding his crops. Suddenly, a strange light streaked across the sky, and a fireball flew past the farmer's head like a meteor, crashing into a nearby hillside with a tremendous explosion. Boom! What was that? Go take a look. The farmer felt a mixture of fear and curiosity as he picked up his shotgun and drove towards the source of the explosion. Upon arrival, he discovered a massive pit had been created in the ground, and at its center lay a spherical metal object. Crack! Suddenly the sphere opened and a tall figure with long hair and a tail flew out, landing not far from the farmer. Indeed, the inhabitants of this planet are still alive. Humph wrote that fool. Who are you? The farmer raised his gun, aiming at the figure. The figure, clad in a peculiar battle outfit, looked disdainfully at the farmer. The machine before him emitted a beeping sound, and moments later a mocking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. You pathetic being with a battle power of just 5, what use is that broken gun? The farmer was startled by this strange individual, but instinctively, he raised his gun towards him. To his shock, the figure simply waved his hand and caught the bullet with his bare hands. The farmer was horrified. The figure flicked the bullet he had caught, and it shot back towards the farmer at an even faster speed. The farmer didn't even have time to scream before he collapsed to the ground lifeless. Such a weak race. The figure looked disdainfully at the farmer's corpse. Suddenly the detector in front of him beeped again. There is someone with great power in this direction, 4,880 away. A gleam of excitement flashed in the figure's eyes. He loved challenging strong opponents, so he flew towards the source of the signal without hesitation. The direction he headed was precisely where Piccolo was. At this moment, Piccolo also sensed a powerful aura approaching, one so strong it made him tremble. Who is this? Such immense power, could it be Sun Wukong? Before long, accompanied by a strong gust of wind, the figure stood before Piccolo. You are not Kakarot. Who are you? The figure questioned Piccolo in an undeniable tone. What do you want with me? I did not come to find you. Then what are you doing here? Looking for death. Ha, you have quite the spirit. The figure activated the machine before him, gazing at Piccolo. The machine emitted a beeping sound. Battle power 322. I didn't expect to have to exert some effort, but you are still no match for me. What did you say? Do you have any idea who you were talking to? Piccolo felt the disdain from the newcomer, and his anger boiled. No, I don't. Furious, Piccolo raised both hands and fired a magical energy blast at the newcomer, but the figure merely crossed his arms and stood there. Boom. As the smoke cleared, the figure was completely unharmed. Mere tricks, only raising a bit of dust. Utterly useless. The figure waved his hand, brushing away the dust, and disdainfully said, Now it's my turn to strike. Let me show you my true skills. At this moment, Piccolo, having seen his full force attack leave the figure unscathed, was left in shock. Staring at the oppressive figure, an involuntary chill ran down his spine, and his body trembled slightly. The figure raised his right hand, gathering energy, while looking at Piccolo mockingly, saying, What's wrong, little monster? Are you afraid of me? Piccolo knew deep down that he was no match for this person, but he refused to easily submit. Just as the figure prepared to make a move, the machine in front of him emitted a signal again. Beep, beep. There's another powerful force over there, very strong, perhaps the strongest power on this planet. No doubt, it must be Kakarot. After saying this, the figure frowned and temporarily spared Piccolo, flying towards the new target. Have you lost the dignity of being the strongest warrior in the universe, Kakarot? Seeing the figure leave, Piccolo slumped to the ground, drenched in sweat. This can't be. I was actually scared by that person. At this moment on Kame House, everyone was celebrating. By the way, Bulma, where is Yamcha? Krillin asked while eating pastries. Yamcha? Don't worry about that guy, he's really getting on my nerves. You two always love to argue, said Master Roshi. Never mind him. By the way, where is Launch? I don't know. She went out with Tien 3 years ago and hasn't come back since, Krillin replied. This power. So strong. Could it be Sun Wukong? Just as Piccolo regained his composure, he sensed a powerful force approaching from not far away. What he had just sensed was indeed Sun Wukong, who was holding son Gohan and riding the flying Nimbus towards Kame House for the gathering. At this moment, the two had just arrived at Kame House. Wukong, who is this? When did you become a babysitter? Bulma asked curiously upon seeing son Wukong holding son Gohan. He's my son, son Wukong replied with a grin. Oh, your son. That's right, come greet everyone. Son Wukong said to son Gohan. Hello everyone, son Gohan said in a baby voice. Hey, hello. Hello. Everyone quickly responded. His name is son Gohan. Son Gohan, I see. You named him after your late grandfather. That's quite unexpected. I never thought Wukong would have a son. Master Roshi remarked. Gohan, how old are you? 1, 2, 3, 4 years old. I didn't expect Wukong's son to be so polite. Bulma patted son Gohan on the head. It's all thanks to Shishi's good teaching. By the way, where are Shoyun and Lanfang? Krillin asked. Lanfang is at home with Chi-Chi, and Shoyun went to the moon to cultivate after making a wish to the dragon 6 months ago, claiming he wanted to comprehend the mysteries of the universe. Before he left, he borrowed a large box from me filled with food and water enough to last for half a year. Calculating the time, he should be back soon. Bulma said, her big eyes wide with curiosity. Godfather, it's been a long time since you came to see Gohan. Gohan misses you. Son Gohan yelled upon hearing Shoyun's name. Godfather. Everyone looked at each other in confusion. It's Shang Yuan. Shang Yuan is Gohan's godfather as decided by Shishi. Son Wukong scratched his head and explained, at my wedding with Chi-Chi, Shang Yuan gave a large sum of money, apparently around 1 billion. Shishi said it couldn't be accepted and should be returned to Shang Yuan. In the end, they agreed to use the money for Gohan, who recognized Shang Yuan as his godfather. 1 billion. Shang Yuan is truly selfless, Krillin exclaimed. Indeed. That must be all of Shang Yuan's savings. Gohan, you've grown up, what do you want to be? Bulma asked. I want to become a great scholar. A scholar, huh? With a tail. Bulma noticed the tail behind Gohan. I wonder if this child might do something strange. Son Wukong said, for example, on a full moon night, does his body change? What are you talking about? A full moon night. I don't know, Shang Yuan wants us to sleep early, and we've all gotten used to it. Wukong, do you think your son will be as strong as you? I don't know, Shishi doesn't let Gohan train with me. She believes the world is already at peace, and that there's no need to cultivate, saying that in the future the world will belong to scholars. I never expected the once carefree girl to become a virtuous wife and mother. Master Roshi sighed. Is that the Dragon Ball embroidered on Gohan's hat? Krillin exclaimed. Yes, it's the 4-star Dragon Ball brought by Shang Yuan after he fulfilled his wish in memory of his deceased grandfather. The 3-star and 6-star balls are at home now. How nostalgic. Why don't we collect the Dragon Balls and make a wish? But I don't have any wishes right now. While they were chatting, suddenly son Wukong sensed a powerful and evil energy rapidly approaching. It seems someone is coming our way. Son Wukong said with a serious expression. Could it be Yamcha or Tenshinhan? No, the person coming is even stronger. Son Wukong sensed danger and immediately shielded Gohan behind him, vigilantly watching the sky. The newcomer descended from a spaceship, locking his gaze on son Wukong. So you are Kakarot. I didn't expect you to live so comfortably on this low-level planet. Son Wukong looked puzzled. Who are you? I am not Kakarot. I am son Wukong. The newcomer sneered. I am Raditz, your brother. We are both scions, and you should be conquering other planets with me, not mingling with these weaklings here. Wukong's brother. How could that be? Impossible. Kakarot, you were sent here to eliminate all humans on this planet. Although you arrived as a baby, we scions can transform into great apes under a full moon, and with your strength you could conquer this planet. Raditz looked at Krillin and the others with arrogance. Where is your tail, eh? Raditz exclaimed in shock when he saw that son Wukong had no tail. Tail? I cut it off a long time ago, son Wukong replied. No wonder you can coexist peacefully with them. Raditz realized scions are originally a minority, and since our home planet was destroyed by an asteroid, many scions have died, including our parents. I came to find you because we have discovered a very good planet, but its resistance is too strong. We need your help to eliminate them and sell their planet for a good price. Raditz said, I am not Kakarot as you say. Even if you are my brother, I will not go with you. Please leave. Son Wukong shook his head. I will not go with you. I have my family and friends on Earth, and I want to protect them. Raditz scoffed, just based on you. You have no idea of your potential, nor do you understand the Scion mission. But it doesn't matter, since you refuse to go with me, I will have to take you by force. That must be your child, Raditz saw Gohan behind son Wukong. No, what do you want? If you can't fool me, he has a tail behind him, which is a sign of our Scion heritage. Raditz said proudly. I will take him with me, once you think it over, come find me. Hey, I don't care if you are son Wukong's brother, but you are way too arrogant. Krillin couldn't stand it any longer and charged at Raditz, ready to throw a punch. Come back, Krillin, son Wukong shouted. But it was too late. Raditz swung his tail and sent Krillin flying. So strong. Krillin spat blood, collapsing to the ground, unable to get up. Damn it, you bastard. Sun Wukong was furious and rushed to punch Raditz, but was struck down by Raditz's punch and fell clutching his stomach. "Oomph. I've taken your child. If you want him back, you must obediently follow your brother's orders." Raditz coiled Gohan with his tail. "Wah? Wah? Daddy, let Gohan go." Sun Wukong tried to save Gohan, but he was so weakened that he could barely stand. "Damn it. Wukong can't even withstand a single blow from this guy," Krillin thought, shocked and unable to move. If only Xiangyun were here, he and Wukong together could definitely stop this guy. "I see you have no choice but to join us. Before that, you must prove your determination to me. Don't worry, it won't be difficult tomorrow at this time. You just need to kill 200 people on this planet and pile their corpses here. Then I will let you join us. If I don't see the corpses tomorrow, your son will be the one who dies. Do you understand?" Raditz looked at the enraged Sun Wukong with a cold smile. Krillin and Master Roshi were stunned by Raditz's murderous aura, staring at him in shock, never expecting someone could speak of killing so casually. "I will come to see your decision tomorrow. After all, he is my own nephew, and I don't want to kill him. Daddy, how terrifying. Pai. Oh, help me. Oh." Gohan was scared to death. "How despicable. How dare you threaten a child?" Of course, Wukong would never kill anyone. Master Roshi and the others glared at Raditz. "That's no problem as long as he doesn't care about this kid's life. However, even if he doesn't die now, you Earthlings are destined to meet a fatal end. After we conquer that planet, the next target will be Earth. I hope you make a wise decision and don't put me in a difficult position. With your underdeveloped combat power, you cannot defeat us." Raditz flew away with Sun Wukong. "Oh, Dad, goodbye. I can't wait for tomorrow to come. Damn it. Quick, give Wukong back to me. Dad, Wukong. Damn it." What a joke. After Raditz flew away, Master Roshi and Bulma dared to approach to check on Sun Wukong's condition. "Wukong, are you okay?" "I'm sorry, we couldn't help much." "Damn it, Kintown." Sun Wukong clutched his stomach and was about to chase after them. "Don't be impulsive, Wukong. Do you think you can defeat him if you chase him now?" Krillin quickly held Sun Wukong back. "Damn it, what do you suggest I do then?" "There must be a way. You need to pull yourself together." Krillin helped Sun Wukong up to sit on the steps. "I know you are very sad. Your long-lost brother turned out to be a great villain, but his strength is beyond what we can handle." Bulma comforted Sun Wukong. "His tail? Yes, the tail. If we can grab his tail, he should lose all his strength. That's how it worked for me before." "Right? That's true," Master Roshi quickly replied. "But how are you going to grab your brother's tail, eh?" Krillin quickly restrained the excited Sun Wukong. "I alone can't do it." Sun Wukong calmed down. "If only Xiangyun were here." Bulma sighed. "Yeah, with Xiangyun's abilities, he could definitely block Raditz's attacks. Unfortunately, Yamcha and Tien are also not here. Yes, if the three of us could deal with him, we might stand a chance. But as for me, I really don't have much confidence." Krillin muttered to himself, turning to Bulma and saying, "Bulma, if I die again, please ask Shinran to bring me back to life." "No problem. Leave it to me." Bulma patted her chest in assurance. "That's impossible. Have you forgotten? Shinran won't grant the same wish twice," Sun Wukong said with a serious expression. Shinran has already brought Krillin and Master Roshi back to life. Once, have you all forgotten? So this time there's no way to." Really? But, I don't care," Krillin shouted. "You're willing to help me?" "Of course." Master Roshi also shouted quickly. "By the way, I have an idea. If we collect all 7 Dragon Balls and then ask Shinran to save the world, what do you think? Can we do it?" Bulma said excitedly. Right? Great idea. Hey, do you think we can collect the Dragon Balls in one day?" That's also true. We should launch a surprise attack on Raditz. He surely doesn't expect us to strike first, so he should be off guard." Sun Wukong suddenly stood up, fists clenched, and said firmly, "But how are you going to pinpoint Raditz's location?" "Bulma, do you have the Dragon Ball radar with you?" Right. I remember the ball embroidered on the top of Sun Wukong's hat is the Dragon Ball. We can use the Dragon Ball radar to locate it, and that way we can find that guy's location." Bulma quickly took out the Dragon Ball radar, locating the 7 Dragon Balls. The radar displayed the positions of the 7 Dragon Balls, one of which was moving at high speed. "We have a response. Look, one Dragon Ball is moving very quickly." Soon that Dragon Ball also came to a halt. It stopped. "It's right here." "Great. He's still on Earth. He hasn't gone to space." "That's wonderful. Let's go. It's up to us." "Wait for me, Wukong." "That's right, even if we can't defeat him, we are doomed anyway. So we might as well go all out and fight him, or perhaps there's still hope." While the group was formulating their plan, Piccolo had already followed Sun Wukong's energy to the skies above Kame House. "You alone cannot handle this." Piccolo looked down at the group on Kame House. Sun Wukong and the others looked around, not seeing who was speaking, when Krillin looked up at the sky and spotted Piccolo. Piccolo. Demon King Piccolo. Demon King Piccolo, why are you here?" Piccolo slowly descended coldly, saying, "I came here following him." You've already met Raditz, haven't you, Piccolo? Sun Wukong said to Piccolo. That's right. Even if you guys go, you won't be able to defeat him. He'll go with you. What? I understand better than any of you how strong that guy is. He's not an enemy that you or I can easily defeat. However, if we join forces, we might have a chance to take him down. Piccolo looked at Sun Wukong and said, Piccolo, why have you suddenly changed? Don't get me wrong. Oh, I'm not suddenly turning over a new leaf to seek world peace, and your son's life has nothing to do with me. However, their existence is a hindrance to my conquest of the world. Piccolo sneered, my collaboration with you is only until we defeat that guy and his companions. Once they are dead, the next one will be you, and then I will conquer the world. You rest, but given the current situation, I think cooperating with you is a good proposal. It's the only way. Ha 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 ha, that's right, you just have to endure. Factually, just thinking about having to compromise to help you makes me uncomfortable. Bulma, please lend me the Dragon Ball radar. Sun Wukong reached out to Bulma while his eyes were fixed on Piccolo to prevent him from making any moves. Oh, sure. Taking the Dragon Ball radar, Sun Wukong jumped onto Kintown and said to Piccolo, Piccolo, can you keep up with the speed of Kintown? Don't underestimate me. The flying technique of the Great Demon King is far superior to your useless levitation technique. All right. After saying that, the two set off in the direction indicated by the Dragon Ball radar. Watching the two quickly disappear into the sky, Bulma and the others were left in a daze. Shouldn't we be happy? Krillin said blankly. It's nothing if those two team up, they're the strongest in history. Perhaps we really can defeat that scion. Master Roshi was a bit excited at this moment. But can we trust Demon King Piccolo? That's true. What are you all talking about? This is a rare spectacle. Bulma, do you still remember the position indicated by the Dragon Ball radar? We should also set off to take a look. At this moment in the home of Sun Wukong on Baozi Mountain, Chi-Chi was tidying up the house. I wonder if Wukong and the others are having fun on Kame House. Oh dear, the homework from the tutoring class Gohan has only done half of it. Chi-Chi looked at Son Gohan's homework side and said, oh dear, I wonder if there will be any problems. Ah, Dad, I'm so scared. Son Gohan was hiding under the dead farmer's cart, silently crying. Raditz impatiently lifted the cart with one hand and with a powerful energy wave smashed the cart to pieces above Son Gohan's head. Oh. At this moment, Son Gohan felt utterly helpless and terrified, unable to hold back any longer. He burst into tears. Shut up. How long will you cry before you stop? Don't forget you have the blood of a brave scion flowing through you. Get in there. Raditz grabbed Son Gohan and tossed him into the deep pit, throwing him into the spaceship, closing the hatch, and turning away, leaving Son Gohan even more terrified, banging on the window of the hatch. Wait. Let me out. Please let me out. Let me out. It's about time. I'm going to find something to eat now. Raditz ignored Son Gohan. Just as he was about to go find food, the battle power detector emitted a beep beep sound. Strange, why is it emitting a warning signal? Battle power 710, it's very close to me. Raditz quickly looked around, finally locking onto the spaceship in the deep pit, specifically Son Gohan inside the spaceship. How is that possible? Raditz was shocked, but soon the battle power detector calmed down. Looks like it must be a malfunction of the battle power detector. Raditz muttered to himself. In the sky, Sun Wukong and Piccolo were hurrying over with all their might. We're getting close, we should land here, first to approach slowly. Sun Wukong looked at the position displayed on the Dragon Ball radar, suggesting to Piccolo. No need, just go directly, that guy has a strange machine that seems to be able to detect the strength and location of markers. Piccolo said. So does he know we're approaching? Maybe he should have noticed by now. Really? This means we have no choice but to attack Hedon. At this moment, Raditz was already full. He had eaten an entire mammoth. It seems that scions are all big eaters. Raditz held some fruit, eating and walking back, taking a bite and throwing one away. Beep beep. The battle power detector emitted a warning again, still directed at Son Gohan inside the spaceship. Battle power 710. It really is a malfunction. Beep beep. There are two readings. They're quickly coming towards me. 1-2 battle power 322 and 334. One of them has a power level similar to Kakarot. Raditz turned to look at the sky, but that kid shouldn't be able to come here. He should understand that resisting me is almost equal to 0 chance of success, and he probably doesn't know I'm here. Oh no, the battle power detector must be broken. Raditz turned around to find a place to rest. Beep beep. Wait, they're coming. At this moment, Raditz could already see Sun Wukong and Piccolo approaching in the sky. Could it be not broken? Raditz seemed to realize something, turned to look at Son Gohan in the spaceship. Wait a minute, if it's not broken, how could that little guy have a battle power of 710? Before Raditz could further contemplate Son Gohan's situation, Sun Wukong and Piccolo had already arrived above him. Sun Wukong did a backflip and landed behind Raditz. Raditz turned to face the two, leisurely took a bite of the fruit in his hand, looking at Piccolo disdainfully, saying, I see the other one is you. How did you know I was here? I won't tell you. Sun Wukong snorted. Alright, then I'll ask you in another way, what are you two doing here? What else is there to ask? I'm here to take back my son. I didn't expect you to be foolish to this extent. You two aren't planning to team up against me, are you? Give up that thought. Piccolo directly discarded his cape, which fell to the ground with a dull thud. Sun Wukong stopped talking to him. Piccolo, are you also training in heavy clothes? Seeing this, Sun Wukong exclaimed. That's right, just like you, my body hasn't felt relaxed in a long time. Then Sun Wukong took off the weights he was wearing. It seems you're also working hard to cultivate. That's good. With you around, it shouldn't end up as badly as last time. Beep beep. Kakaro's battle power has risen to 416, and that guy's battle power has also risen to 408. Raditz looked at the data displayed on the battle power detector, discarded the fruit in his hand, and laughed heartily. Do you think this makes you strong? That's so ridiculous. With this level of power, you dare to challenge me. You are truly overestimating yourselves. In battle, strength is not the only important factor. We have already devised a battle plan. Sun Wukong spoke confidently. Kakarot, I've given up on having you join us because you would lower our overall strength. You are a disgrace to our race. Die! Raditz shouted angrily and charged at Sun Wukong and Piccolo. Sun Wukong and Piccolo attempted to defend themselves, but still couldn't block the attack. Raditz instantly appeared behind the two and struck them with an elbow, sending them flying. Fortunately, both were experienced fighters and quickly adjusted their bodies, rolling over and regaining their stance. Incredible speed. He clearly charged from the front, but in the blink of an eye, he jumped behind us to attack. Your defense is quite commendable, but unfortunately you'll all die at my hands sooner or later. Pay attention from now on. I will increase my attacks. The difference in strength is so vast. We must find a way to grab his tail and make him lose his power. It's useless. No matter how you attack, you cannot defeat me. Before you die, I'll tell you something good. Besides me, the other two surviving Scions have even higher battle power than I do. What? Damn it, the remaining two Scions are even stronger. How did this happen? Piccolo gritted his teeth in shock upon hearing Raditz's words. Now you realize the terror of the Scions. It's too late. Raditz laughed heartily at Piccolo's shocked expression. Damn it, if I had known, I wouldn't have listened to him. Sun Wukong was also taken aback. Are you feeling spirited now, Sun Wukong? I feel like I've just been doused with cold water, trembling in fear. You will soon feel even more despair. Raditz snorted coldly. Stop with the nonsense. Where's my son? Where have you hidden him? I haven't hidden him. That brat has been crying non-stop, driving me crazy, so I locked him up. There's a pit behind you, he's there. Upon hearing Raditz's words, Sun Wukong hurried over to check and saw Son Gohan crying while clinging to the window. Dad, come save me. Son Gohan also spotted Sun Wukong. Don't worry, Gohan, Dad will come save you soon. Stop dreaming. You won't be able to save him at all because before that I've already killed you. Alright, let's make our move. It should have been done long ago. Wukong and Piccolo, fully aware of Raditz's power, no longer held back and launched their attack with all their might. The two launched an attack at Raditz simultaneously. Sun Wukong aimed a right punch directly at Raditz's face, while Piccolo kicked from the side. However, Raditz reacted swiftly, dodging the attacks of both with ease. Before they could respond, Raditz had already moved behind them and executed a frog kick, sending Sun Wukong and Piccolo flying. After landing, Sun Wukong and Piccolo quickly got back up and attacked again, coordinating seamlessly as they charged at Raditz from both sides. Raditz, however, flew calmly into the air. The two adjusted their direction and continued to rush toward Raditz. Just as they were about to get close, Raditz slowly spread his arms, gathering energy rapidly and unleashing two waves of light. Seeing this, Sun Wukong quickly dodged to the side, avoiding the attack. The wave grazed his body and flew toward a distant hill where it struck with a loud boom, instantly obliterating it and leaving a deep pit. However, Piccolo was caught off guard and was hit by the wave, severing one of his arms, causing him to fall to the ground in agony. Are you alright, Piccolo? Don't worry, even with one arm missing, I can still fight. With the two of you working together, this is the best you can do. Truly disappointing. Raditz laughed loudly. Your time to die is coming, Master Roshi and Bulma, along with Krillin, were on a plane rushing to the scene. Master Roshi, is Wukong and the others alright? I have a bad feeling. I've never felt this way before. I hope nothing bad happens. Don't worry, Wukong and the others together won't be easily killed. But I'm more worried. What if that Piccolo guy betrays Wukong and teams up with Raditz against him? If Wukong and the others can't defeat that guy, then we can only wait for death. What's wrong? Why is there no spirit like before? Raditz looked at Sun Wukong and Piccolo, snorting. Sun Wukong, do you have any new tricks up your sleeve? Piccolo asked Sun Wukong, gritting through the pain of his severed arm. Honestly, I don't have any. If you really are lazy. I've developed a new trick after hard training. Piccolo snorted. Really? Can you use it with just one arm? No problem, but using this technique requires a long time to gather energy. Before that, you need to engage that guy and attract his attention. Alright, But are you sure this technique will work on him? It should be fine. If this technique doesn't work, then I really have no other options. This was originally meant to kill you. Piccolo said confidently. So it's actually going to help me, huh? Once I kill that guy, you're next. Alright, I'm waiting for your trick. Now I'll do my best to stop him. Yeah. Sun Wukong adjusted his body again and charged at Raditz. Meanwhile, Piccolo stood in place, extending his remaining right hand, raising his index and middle fingers to his forehead, shouting, Demon Beam. Ha ha, it seems you've already resigned to death. Raditz sneered at Sun Wukong as he charged again. Sun Wukong attacked Raditz with all his might, trying every means to attract Raditz's attention. He moved rapidly around Raditz, looking for an opening to strike. Raditz, angered by Sun Wukong's provocation, turned and attacked Wukong with all his strength. Though Wukong tried his best to dodge, he was still hit multiple times by Raditz, sustaining serious injuries. To buy more time, Sun Wukong leapt into the air, placing his hands on his waist, gathering all his strength, shouting Kamehameha. Beep beep. What a... Impossible. His battle power is continuously rising. Battle power, 924. 925. Oh. This guy actually found a way to concentrate all his energy to increase his power. Raditz exclaimed in shock. Beep beep. The battle power detector sounded an alarm again as Raditz turned to look at Piccolo, who was gathering energy. Oh, that guy's battle power is 1020. Unbelievable. And it's still rising. Kamehameha. Sun Wukong unleashed a powerful Kamehameha, blast a massive energy beam shot towards Raditz. At first, Raditz attempted to dodge, but Sun Wukong could actually control the direction of the Kamehameha, making it relentlessly pursue Raditz, a technique learned from Yamcha. Seeing this, Raditz stopped dodging, planted his feet firmly, raised both hands, and actually caught the Kamehameha blast, then countered it back at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong was caught off guard, hit by his own Kamehameha, and fell from the sky. Meanwhile, Piccolo was focused on gathering energy to unleash the Demon Beam. As the energy continued to gather, a powerful aura surrounded Piccolo. You really are tenacious. Now you can die. Just as Raditz was gathering energy to kill Sun Wukong, Piccolo shouted, the one who's going to die is you. Beep beep. Battle power 1330. He concentrated all his energy to his fingertips. Damn it, these guys can manipulate their own power freely. Raditz roared. Watch this. Demon Beam. Piccolo pointed at Raditz, unleashing the demon's light cannon, charged with all his strength towards Raditz. A golden wave of energy surged forward, carrying terrifying force. Raditz, recognizing the immense power of the attack, dared not underestimate it, and managed to evade it with all his might. What a... It missed. What kind of monster is he to move so fast? He easily shattered my armor. This is impressive. If it had struck me directly, I would have been doomed, but missing it renders it meaningless. Raditz looked at the broken armor on his right shoulder, a hint of fear in his smile. You dare to leave a scar on my body. I will not let you off for this. Take this. I will finish you in one go. Raditz was furious, gathering energy in his hands to deliver a lethal blow to Piccolo. This is the end. Just as Raditz was about to kill Piccolo, he suddenly felt his body go limp, unable to muster any strength. It turned out that Son Goku had seized the opportunity to fly up from the ground and grabbed Raditz's tail. The Scion's tail was a fatal weakness. Raditz collapsed to the ground in an instant. Ha ha ha. You were too careless. I have hold of your tail. Ha ha ha. After saying this, Son Goku tightened his grip on Raditz's tail, causing Raditz to lie flat on the ground, utterly unable to stand. Oh, when did you sneak up behind me? Piccolo, hurry and use your ultimate technique while he can't resist. Son Goku ignored Raditz's question and shouted to Piccolo. Got it. Piccolo, having survived the ordeal, trembled with excitement and said to Son Goku while placing his finger on his forehead, well done. Goku, hold tight to his tail. Using that ultimate technique again will be my limit. Kakarot, you dare to kill your only brother. Raditz realized the power of Piccolo's technique was enough to kill him, and he began to fear. Stop with the nonsense. I will never recognize a cruel, evil guy like you as my brother. You even want to kill your own nephew. How can you say such things to me? As he spoke, Son Goku tightened his grip even more. I know I was wrong. Raditz was left with only breath to plead, still forcing himself to beg. I am willing to turn over a new leaf. I am willing to become a better person. I am willing to leave this planet. Don't be fooled by him, Son Goku. He is trying to confuse your mind. He will not repent. Piccolo heard Raditz's pleas and saw Son Goku wavering, so he gathered his energy and loudly reminded Son Goku. Please believe me. My dear brother, I know I was too extreme before. I am sorry, but I will keep my word. Is it true? Son Goku in the end was soft-hearted, unable to bear letting Raditz die. It is true. Raditz seemed to see a glimmer of hope for survival, his tone becoming softer. No, you must not let go of his tail. This is his trap. Piccolo shouted anxiously as he saw Son Goku's hands beginning to relax, exerting all his strength to hold on. I beg you, Kakarot, believe me. Raditz, afraid that Son Goku would trust Piccolo's words, pleaded even harder. Ultimately, Son Goku released his grip on Raditz's tail. Son Goku. Piccolo, witnessing this scene, shouted in terror. Ha! Raditz felt his strength returning, shedding the weak demeanor he had just shown, and with a sneer he stood up, turning to elbow Son Goku, sending him flying. Son Goku seemed to have believed Raditz was truly pleading for mercy. Seeing him stand up, he made no defenses and took Raditz's furious blow, collapsing to the ground. Ha ha ha! Raditz jumped and stomped on Son Goku's stomach, laughing heartily. Son Goku, you idiot! Piccolo helplessly shouted, and also lowered his finger from his forehead, seemingly giving up the fight. He is not wrong. There are fewer idiots like you around these days. Raditz laughed triumphantly, saying, I just said it casually, and you believed it. You truly are not cut out to be a warrior. However, I am different. I am a top warrior, and I can even ruthlessly kill my own brother. You are despicable. Son Goku, having suffered a heavy blow, was now crushed under Raditz's foot, having lost all strength to resist. Ha ha ha! Now I will demonstrate for you, die. Raditz suddenly pressed down hard with his foot. Son Goku could only cry out in agony. Wow! Dad, curled up in a corner of the spaceship, Son Gohan heard Son Goku's cries of pain. Does it hurt? Raditz lifted his foot and repeatedly kicked Son Goku in the stomach, laughing heartily. Let's see how much more you can endure. Ha ha ha! With each kick from Raditz, Son Goku let out a cry of agony. Ha ha ha! Seeing Son Goku already on the brink of death and unable to resist, Raditz ignored him, turning to Piccolo and coldly asked, What's wrong? Why not continue? Come at me again like before. It's too late. You won't hit me again. Piccolo trembled all over. Dad. On the top of Mount Payaz, with birds singing and flowers blooming, a wisp of smoke wafted as Shishi cooked in the kitchen, humming a tune, while holding Son Gohan's test paper with a score of 100. La 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 la, Gohan, this child really. He promised to show me the test results after finishing, but oh, this score is indeed not bad. Putting down the ladle, Shishi smiled happily. It seems forcing him to attend 8 hours of tutoring every day wasn't in vain. Goku will definitely be very happy to see this. Looking at the boiling soup in the pot, Shishi sighed. Where are Goku and Gohan? Really? Ha! Ah ha ha ha! Scream. Cry. You will be next. Prepare for death. Ha ha ha! After enjoying Son Goku's suffering, Raditz sneered at Piccolo. Die Kakarot. Beep beep. My. Raditz was preparing to deliver the final blow to Son Wukong, but at that moment the power level detector emitted a warning sound again. Raditz looked around. Apart from the three of them, there was no one else. A gentle breeze rustled the birds in the bushes. Suddenly the scene turned silent. Crack. Crack. A series of intermittent cracking sounds came from the spaceship containing Son Gohan, which had begun to break apart. Amidst the debris of the spaceship, Son Gohan jumped out of the pit, landing in a roll. His hat fell off, and at that moment Son Gohan's face was filled with anger. The explosive power brought by his fury was not to be underestimated in his small body. Son Wukong's son. No, it can't be. Gohan, run away quickly. Hurry and escape. The three in the arena were shocked by the energy emanating from Son Gohan. Beep beep. The battle power actually reached 1307. Raditz was stunned by the data displayed on the power level detector, muttering to himself. Even Son Wukong and Piccolo, hearing Raditz's words, were left dumbfounded. You can't bully my dad. Son Gohan's momentum continued to surge. The energy emitted from his anger distorted the air around him. With a powerful push of his legs, he charged towards Raditz, who was still in a daze and failed to dodge, taking the hit squarely, causing his chest armor to shatter. Son Gohan landed beside Son Wukong. Seeing that Son Wukong was still alive, he called out with tears in his eyes, Dad. Dad. Gohan, run away quickly. Son Wukong looked at Gohan, but still couldn't get up. Beep beep. Strange, this time the battle power is only 1. It fluctuates with changes in emotion. Raditz covered his stomach and walked towards Son Gohan. You little brat, you're really asking for it. Raditz punched Son Gohan, sending him flying. Son Gohan rolled on the ground a few times and fainted. Gohan. Son Wukong shouted anxiously upon seeing this. As Raditz approached Son Gohan again, Son Wukong moved slightly, pleading, No, I beg you. You mean to say that I shouldn't bother with such a little kid? You're joking. This little brat's battle power far exceeds yours. I must kill him before he learns how to use his strength. Rest assured, you two, father and son, will meet again soon, but it will be in another world. Ha ha. Raditz glanced at Son Wukong with a sinister smile. Yeah, my. Just as Raditz was about to unleash his energy towards Son Gohan, Son Wukong jumped up and hugged Raditz from behind. Due to the earlier impact from Son Gohan, Raditz's stamina had decreased and his battle power was lowered, making it difficult for him to break free. Damn it. Let go of me. Let go of me. Hurry up and let go of me, you bastard. Piccolo quickly used that ultimate move from before. Hurry up, quickly. I had anticipated this would happen. I have been preparing for it. Ha ha ha, just give me a little more time. Piccolo laughed excitedly. Why don't you grab his tail? Because Scions can consciously cut off their own tails, you know that, right? So you already knew? Raditz shouted angrily. Piccolo, hurry up, do it now, damn it. I was hit by that little brat, and my battle power has been declining. Don't be foolish, if you hold on to me, you'll be killed too. Let go of me. I willingly die with you. What did you say? Are you crazy? As long as this method can defeat you, Sun Wukong, I will not show mercy. Being able to kill you together would be a blessing for me. Piccolo chuckled. Now just watch me. Anyway, your companions will collect the Dragon Balls to resurrect you. Piccolo, hurry up, while I still have a hold of him. Do it quickly. You. Let. Go. Hurry. Do. It. Beep beep. Heavens. This guy's attack power is as high as 1480. Seeing the data on the power level detector, Raditz could no longer hold back and began to plead again. Kakarot, let go. I was wrong. I won't come to this planet again. Let go. Let go. Do you think I would fall for it a second time? This time I am not lying. You have to believe me, Kakarot. Let go. Let go. Piccolo, hurry up. Sorry to keep you waiting, Wukong, prepare yourself. Piccolo had completed his charging, and the energy at the tips of his index and middle fingers had been compressed to the extreme, shimmering with arcs of electricity on the dazzling energy sphere. Do it now. Wait. Demon Flash Cannon. Stop. The rapid wave of light pierced through both Raditz and Sun Wukong's chests, penetrating the hillside behind them before disappearing into the sky. I can't accept this. I never expected to be defeated by such lowly beings. Raditz lay on the ground, gasping for breath. Huff. Huff. This is what you deserve. Piccolo slowly walked towards Raditz. Kakarot, that brat actually sacrificed his life for the sake of Earthlings. How despicable. Fool, Sun Wukong will be revived soon. You? What did you say? There is something on this planet called the Dragon Balls. After gathering 7 of them, one can summon the eternal dragon to wish for anything. He can bring the dead back to life. Damn it, you've just told me some good news. From yesterday until now, my 2 companions in the far reaches of space have heard everything. If they know I died at your hands, they will definitely come back to take revenge for me. Not just you 2, every human on this planet will be wiped out in an instant, not a single one left. At that time, I can be resurrected with the Dragon Balls you mentioned, hee, and then I can. What? When will those 2 arrive? Sun Wukong struggled to lift his head and asked Raditz. In a year, just 1 year's time. This time your chances of victory are 0. In this year, enjoy life slowly. Raditz began to feel smug again, laughing. A brief victory, huh? At that time you will be trampled like ants. Yeah. Unable to bear it any longer, Piccolo shot through Raditz's head with a single finger, and Raditz died. On Bowsy Mountain, Chi-Chi was inside the house mending Sun Wukong's martial arts uniform. Gohan should be having a great time on Kame house. I wonder how he's getting along. It should be fine. Gohan is a very polite child. Had I known he would take so long to return, I would have gone with him. A plane landed in front of the house. It was the Bull Demon King. Gohan, it's Dad. Chi-Chi hurriedly rushed outside. Where has that brat Gohan gone? Gohan, Grandpa brought you a lot of gifts. Come out. The Bull Demon King bypassed Chi-Chi and headed straight for the door, searching for Sun Wukong, but his large body got stuck at the entrance. Haha, Dad. Chi-Chi felt a warm feeling in her heart upon seeing this scene. Alright, he should be around here somewhere. Bulma looked at the environment outside the plane and said to Kame, Sunin, and Krillin. Kame, Sunin, and Krillin also leaned against the window, looking down for the figures of Sun Wukong and Piccolo. There are people down there. A few people are lying on the ground. Quick, let's go check it out. Finally dead, still rambling before dying. Piccolo confirmed that Raditz was dead and breathed a sigh of relief. He turned to Sun Wukong and said, Sun Wukong, this guy is dead. Just then Piccolo looked up at the sky, though a plane was landing, and it was Bulma's plane. The one standing there is. It's Piccolo. Krillin murmured, noticing that only Piccolo was still standing. What on earth happened? Seeing that Sun Wukong's companions had arrived, Piccolo no longer paid attention to him and turned aside to recover his strength. At this moment, on a distant cosmic frontier on a planet deep within countless stars, traces of battle were everywhere. Houses were collapsed and fires were spreading. In the dense jungle by a small river, 2 individuals sat on the ground eating food made from an unknown animal. That useless Raditz is already dead. What a useless thing, what a disgrace to be killed by someone with a combat power of only 1,000. What do you think we should do? Should we leave here for Earth? Raditz mentioned something interesting before he died. It seems to be called the Dragon Balls, right? Yes, it seems any wish can be granted. Great. Let's set off. Should we resurrect Raditz? Are you kidding? I don't want that useless waste to wish for immortality and eternal life. What do you think of that wish? This way we can enjoy the thrill of battle forever. Hey, this idea is fantastic. Ha. That's how it is. Piccolo explained the situation of the battle to Kaiōshin and the others. Oh, I see now. Goku, get it together. Gohan is fine, he just passed out. It's nothing. Bulma picked up Gohan, who was sound asleep at the moment. I won. That way I won't have to hear Kiki's scolding. Goku, Krillin grasped Sun Wukong's hand. Krillin, death is truly a bothersome thing. Yeah. What are you talking about? Goku, you must pull through. Those words don't sound like you at all. This time it seems like we really can't make it. Don't worry, we will definitely use the Dragon Balls to resurrect you. Please. Sun Wukong closed his eyes and died. Goku. On the moon outside Earth, Shang Yun sat cross-legged with his hands joined, eyes closed, floating in midair. He could actually use the flying technique on the moon, suspended and remaining 10 meters above the lunar surface. At this moment, Shang Yun was enveloped in a layer of energy shield, which was the effect of the technique, Zen meditation. Void spiritual domain. As the moon orbited Earth, Shang Yun remained on the sunlit side, facing the sun. However, the sunlight that shone on the energy shield was actually absorbed, and there was a round shadow on the moon behind Shang Yun. It seems Shang Yun was perfecting the battle technique, Zen meditation. Void spiritual domain. As if sensing something, Shang Yun slightly furrowed his brow within the energy shield. His aura became somewhat chaotic. Just as he was about to open his eyes, a faint light flickered above his head. Shang Yun relaxed his brow, and his aura returned to calm, as if nothing had happened. The faint light still hovered 3 feet above Shang Yun's head, and the patterns on the energy shield seemed clearer, almost resembling a fearsome divine beast. Bulma's estimation was quite accurate. If it were the past Shang Yun, that food would indeed only sustain him for half a year. However, Shang Yun's realm had broken through to void refinement and unity, allowing him to absorb the internal energy from his dantian to nourish himself. Not only could this delay hunger, but it could also slowly wash the marrow and promote his bone structure. Thus his need for food was not as great, especially since Shang Yun had so many fairy beans. On a distant planet, 2 scions dealt with the last humans on the planet and arrived at the location where the spaceship was parked. There is one thing we need to be cautious about. Kakarot's son has an unusually high combat power compared to other scion children of the same age. Yes, but did we hear it wrong? We didn't hear wrong. Raditz was severely injured just now because he was attacked by that little guy. It seems that when our scion bloodline combines with Earthlings, it produces hybrid offspring with even greater strength. Super scion, perhaps. I see. Then let's reproduce on Earth. In that case, the resurgence of the scions in their prime won't be a dream anymore. Stop joking. Let those little guys grow up and the tables will turn, then it will be us who will die. That makes sense. In any case, all humans on Earth should be exterminated. It will only take 3 days to finish them off. Before that, let's have a good sleep. It has been a long time since we closed our eyes. That's true. As they spoke, they had already sat inside the spaceship and closed the hatch. The 2 ships slowly levitated, emitting a dazzling light as they quickly shot out of the planet, heading towards distant Earth. Goku, you can't die. Bulma and the others were wailing over Sun Wukong's death, only to find that his body began to slowly disappear. Disappeared? Kaiōshin exclaimed. I see, but it was the work of the Kaiōshin. Only that guy in the whole world has this ability. Seeing this scene, Piccolo also felt a bit strange. He lowered his head to think for a moment and understood disdainfully, saying, that bastard is trying to use Sun Wukong for some boring scheme again. What boring scheme? What exactly does the Kami intend to do? Yet if it is the Kami's doing, we need not worry. No matter what, we must locate the remaining 6 Dragon Balls to revive Goku. Krillin picked up Gohan's hat, which had fallen to the ground, and gazed at the 4-star Dragon Ball embroidered upon it, murmuring to himself. How utterly annoying. Yamcha always vanishes at the most critical moments. Where on earth could he have run off to? Bulma grumbled as she held Gohan in her arms. Didn't you yourself forbid him from coming? Krillin stared blankly at Bulma. Yes, but how then did Goku's elder brother instantly discern our location? How strange. Because he wears a remarkable device upon his face, one capable of detecting both the strength and position of adversaries. Piccolo, now clad in his cape, replied. Upon hearing Piccolo's words, Bulma handed Gohan to Master Roshi and gestured for Krillin to remove the battleskin device from Raditz's face. Bulma withdrew her portable tools and carefully disassembled the battleskin device, inspecting its intricate internal structure. An astonishing machine. Even though it's malfunctioning, a minor repair should restore full functionality. Her eyes sparkled with fascination at the device's exquisite craftsmanship. Wow, Bulma, you're incredible. Krillin exclaimed in awe. It's nothing extraordinary. They'll take it back and modify it. Perhaps then we can pinpoint Yamcha's or Tien's locations. Well then, let us return to Kame Island first. Lingering here serves no purpose. Master Roshi suggested. That sounds reasonable. They'll resume my search for the Dragon Balls later. Piccolo, what are your intentions? All 3 turned toward Piccolo. only to see him slowly raise the mangled stump where his arm had been severed. His wound was raw and grotesque. Torn vessels and frayed tendons exhaled faint wisps of white vapor. His body trembled faintly from the searing agony. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Piccolo channeled his inner energy to initiate self-regeneration. At the wound's edge, cells erupted into furious division and proliferation. A soft emerald luminescence flickered across the site, as if countless minuscule spirits labored ceaselessly beneath the surface. At first, delicate granulation tissue cautiously emerged, interweaving and coiling until they formed the nascent outline of an arm. Gradually, skeletal architecture began assembling within the tender flesh, emitting subtle rhythmic click-click sounds, as though a masterful edifice were being erected layer by precise layer. Capillaries fine as spun silk extended along the new limb's pathways, weaving a dense vascular network that pulsed with vital energy and nourishment. Muscle fibers aligned with disciplined precision, their striations deepening, contours sharpening, strength returning palpable and inevitable. Finally, skin, smooth, supple, and verdant as jaded silk, gently unfurled over the reborn limb, enshrouding every fiber, vessel, and bone in seamless unity. In the end, a fully formed arm stood restored. Piccolo flexed it once, joints, fluid muscles coiled with latent power. Bulma and the others recoiled in shock. "It's just like a gecko's tail," Krillin whispered. "You may pursue the Dragon Balls as you wish. The Kami, for all his might, cannot resurrect the dead. But I shall take Goku's son with me." Arms crossed, Piccolo regarded them coldly. What do you intend to do?" Krillin instantly stepped forward, shielding Gohan. "I know. You want to devour him, don't you?" "Preposterous." Piccolo roared, incensed by the accusation. "Why on earth would I eat him? Then what do you intend?" Bulma stepped forward beside Gohan. "This boy, Gohan, after rigorous training, will stand beside us against the Scions soon to arrive. That seems unwise. Surely we ought first to seek his mother's consent. We have neither time nor patience for such formalities. Hesitate further, and I shall kill you all before taking him. 1 year hence, I shall bring this child back to you. And should Goku be revived, tell him plainly he is to await me obediently and without resistance." With that, Piccolo pointed a finger toward Gohan, who floated gently from Master Roshi's arms into his own, and then turning sword skyward and vanished. "What do we do now? I refuse to take responsibility for this. Gohan is doomed. Even if he survives, he'll surely become a delinquent. Goku and Chi-Chi will absolutely explode with rage. In the yellow springs of the underworld, form orderly lines. No cutting. Single file only. No double rows." A spectral warden bellowed through a megaphone, directing the flow of souls along the path of the yellow springs. Nearby in the hall of Yama, the colossal King Yama sat upon his throne, reviewing the book of life and death, while before him stood the Kami and Son Goku, haloed and serene. "This is the matter, Your Majesty. This humble deity has brought him forth to request permission for his training under King Kai. May it be granted?" The Kami pleaded deferentially. Son Goku. His deeds are indeed extraordinary. He merits ascent to heaven. Yet why risk the perilous serpent road? Is meeting King Kai truly worth such danger?" King Yama remarked, glancing at Goku's entry in the book of life and death. "Indeed it is. So all who die come here?" Goku asked, surveying the surreal underworld. "Precisely. And extraterrestrial beings. The same. Upon death, all souls report here for judgment, determining whether they ascend to heaven or descend to hell. Your Majesty, before I arrived, did a being named Raditz pass through here?" Goku inquired directly. "Show proper respect." The Kami hastily intervened. "Raditz? Yes, he passed through. He is your brother, and has already been consigned to hell." King Yama flipped through the book of life and death until he found Raditz's page. "Did he cause trouble?" "Of course he did. But I have already subdued him." "Whoa, you must be incredibly powerful. How else could you restrain him?" Goku beamed, turning to the Kami. "I think I'll train right here instead. Your voice is far too loud. You must never speak so disrespectfully to His Majesty the King of Hell." The Kami urgently hushed. Goku then leaned close and whispered, "Be silent. King Kai surpasses even King Yama in power. Understand?" Kami of Earth, I have heard you. What? You heard me. For speaking thus after death, I shall sentence you to hell. Forgive me, Your Majesty. I had no idea you could hear. I bow to your divine ears. Please forgive me, The Kami stammered, bowing profusely. Goku observed the scene impassively, offering no reaction, only quiet, unblinking regard. Son Goku, do you possess no sense of humor?" King Yama asked, puzzled by his stillness. "Very well. If you are determined to meet King Kai, then go ahead. Wait over there for now. I shall dispatch an escort shortly." "Understood." Goku sprinted toward the exit. "But heed this warning, should you fall from the serpent road, I bear no responsibility for the consequences." "Understood." "Goku, press onward. Your success or failure rests upon this year's cultivation." "Yes, I may not yet grasp the full meaning, but I will strive to meet King Kai. Farewell, Kami, and please convey my regards to Mr. Popo. The fate of Earth is truly dire being targeted by such a troublesome person. I fear this time it has genuinely reached a critical juncture of life and death. Those two scions are incredibly strong, and even if we ask Shenlong to eliminate them, it is likely that Shenlong lacks the power to do so. After receiving guidance from Lord Kai, how much stronger can Sun Wukong become? The only hope now rests on Sun Wukong's son Gohan. No matter how much Piccolo trains him, time is still needed. Shan Yun has gone to the moon to practice, and it's uncertain when he will return. I sensed his aura fluctuating yesterday. I wonder what technique he's practicing. Previously, Shan Yun's strength was comparable to Sun Wukong's, but how much can he improve in a year? He has been in seclusion for far too long. I don't know if he will arrive in time after a year. If Sun Wukong and he join forces, our chances of success should increase. The celestial deity gazed at the disappearing Sun Wukong at the door, lost in thought, murmuring to himself, "So noisy. Do you think I can't hear you? Hurry and leave. Don't be a nuisance." King Yin slammed the table and shouted at the celestial deity. I'm sorry. My bad. My bad. I'm leaving." The celestial deity was startled by the loud shout, hurriedly bowing to King Yin and awkwardly running away. "Thank you for waiting. Now I will take you to the head of the Serpent Path. The Serpent Path is quite difficult to traverse. How is your body holding up? If it's not good, it will be very hard to get through," the ghostly assistant said, while driving, addressing Sun Wukong. I don't really know. After one dies, one can't exactly claim their body is healthy, right? May I ask what kind of person Lord Kai is? That's a good question. Lord Kai is the greatest god, the most remarkable deity. Then he must be very strong. Isn't he? This will definitely be known by Chi-Chi. Krillin, I think you should tell Chi-Chi. I'll go. I heard Chi-Chi is a very educational mother. You'll definitely get beaten by her. The ghostly assistant led Sun Wukong to a gigantic serpent head, the body of which stretched endlessly behind it, hidden among the clouds with no end in sight. All right, we have arrived. Is this the Serpent Path? Yes, start walking from the serpent head. Do not turn and walk straight to reach Lord Kai's residence. Wow, it's so long. Of course, it is said that this road is 1 million kilometers long. 1 million kilometers. Has anyone ever successfully walked through it? Well, it seems that 100 million years ago, only King Yama succeeded. Is he that old man? Since someone has managed to complete it, I believe I can also give it my all and finish it. Just remember not to fall below the clouds, as below them lies hell. If you fall, it's all over. You won't be able to return. I should have brought some food. Don't worry, you are already dead. Your soul won't feel hunger. I need to ask you for a favor. What is it? Do you know the fortune teller Granny? She comes around often. That's great. Next time she comes, please let her convey to Master Rashi not to let Shenlong revive me within this year. Okay, I've noted it down. Thanks. Now I'll leave. Just be careful not to fall off the serpent path, right? Yes. Sky dance technique. Sun Wukong directly used the sky dance technique to fly straight past the serpent path. The ghostly assistant watched as Sun Wukong vanished, then turned and drove back. The Serpent Path, a mysterious road leading to King Kai's planet, is narrow and long, winding through the vast yellow springs and the cosmos, resembling a gigantic python suspended in endless void. Its sides are bottomless abysses of hell. Just a slight misstep, and one would fall into an irreversible fate. Moreover, the surface of this road is covered with strange energy fluctuations, posing a significant test to the stamina and spirit of those who run upon it. Sun Wukong flew for a while using the sky dance technique, but was soon suppressed by the power of the Serpent Path, unable to fly, and had no choice but to run on the path. At first, Wukong moved briskly and powerfully, his body like a swift leopard darting across the Serpent Path. The ground beneath him trembled slightly, as if cheering for this brave warrior. His gaze was fixed ahead, with only one belief in his heart: to reach King Kai's planet as quickly as possible and become stronger. However, as time passed, the power of the Serpent Path gradually revealed itself. The invisible energy fluctuations began to erode Wukong's body, making each step increasingly difficult. His breathing became rapid, sweat soaked his martial arts uniform, but his eyes remained resolute. During his run, Sun Wukong faced various sudden dangers. At one point, the Serpent Path shook violently and huge cracks stretched across the ground. Wukong's figure flashed as he easily leaped over the cracks, but right after, countless sharp stones rained down from the sky, crashing towards him like raindrops. Unfazed, Sun Wukong swiftly moved his hands, shattering the incoming stones one by one. But before he could catch his breath, a powerful gravitational force emerged ahead, attempting to pull him into the endless dark abyss. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth, his feet firmly planted on the ground, with all his muscles bulging from the effort as he struggled step by step to move forward. Despite the overwhelming difficulties, Sun Wukong never gave up. He continually adjusted his breathing and pace, trying to find a way to break through in this harsh environment. He thought of his Master Rashi and the days spent fighting alongside his friends. Those precious memories became the source of his motivation to persevere. I cannot lose, I must protect everyone. Sun Wukong shouted in his heart, and unbeknownst to him his speed increased once again. As time passed, Sun Wukong's stamina gradually depleted. His steps became staggered, and each stride felt like it drained all the strength from his body. But just as he was about to collapse, he suddenly felt a mysterious power surging within him. It was the potential ignited by his desire to grow stronger and to protect his friends and family. Wukong's eyes shone with renewed light, as if a new strength surged forth from his body. With this power, he once again sped down the serpent path like a gale. Finally, after enduring countless hardships, Sun Wukong saw the shining King Kai's planet in the distance. King Kai's planet floated deep in the vast universe, resembling a mysterious gem standing apart from the world. It was small in size, but emitted a unique and gentle glow, its light seemingly alive, outlining the smooth contours of the planet against the endless darkness of the universe. Sun Wukong's heart filled with joy and excitement. Using every last bit of his strength, he leaped towards King Kai's planet, but just as he was about to reach it, a powerful gravitational force pulled him down, crashing heavily onto the surface of King Kai's planet. On the towering heavenly temple, Lord God has already informed Tianjin Fan, Jiaozi Yamcha, and Krillin through Aki Luobe that they are to undergo special training. Coincidentally, when Aki Luobe arrived at the Turtle Hermit's house, the fortune-telling granny was also there, informing Master Rashi that Sun Wukong's soul is training at King Kai's place and should not be revived within a year. Shishi was originally very angry that Sun Wukong had spent too much time playing with Goten, hindering his studies, and flew to Turtle Island, followed by the Ox King, who missed his little grandson. However, upon learning of Sun Wukong's death and that Goten had been taken away by Piccolo, Shishi let out a cry and fainted in the Ox King's arms. Seeing Shishi collapse, Krillin felt relieved and breathed a sigh of relief, greeting Master Rashi and Bulma before heading off to find Tianjin Fan and Yamcha under the guidance of the power level detector. Lord God and Mr. Popo set a series of training methods for Tianjin Fan and the others, appointing the diligent and strict Tianjin Fan as the leader to train the other three. Standing on the platform of the heavenly temple, Tianjin Fan's gaze was firm and cold as he looked at the clouds in the sky, slowly speaking. Everyone, we have only heard a little about the strength of the Scions, but it is certain that our current strength is far from enough. This year will be a critical period for our rebirth. Krillin scratched his head, a hint of worry on his face. Tianjin Fan, you are right. But can we really make sufficient progress in such a short time? The Scions are a warrior race in the universe. Yamcha crossed his arms confidently and said, don't let others' strengths diminish your own. We are not pushovers, and as long as we give it our all this year, we will definitely reap rewards. Jiaozi nodded silently beside them, softly saying, Big brother Tianjin Fan, we will follow your arrangements no matter how tough the training is. We will not back down. Tianjin Fan nodded slightly, turning to look deep into the heavenly temple. Then we will start with basic physical fitness and energy control. Lord God has already prepared some special training methods for us, and we must strictly adhere to them. The first rays of sunlight in the morning fell upon the heavenly temple as Tianjin Fan led everyone to begin physical training. Run 100 laps around the heavenly temple for warm-up, Tianjin Fan commanded. Yamcha widened his eyes. 100 laps. That's no small number. Krillin had already rushed out. Stop complaining, Yamcha, let's get moving. The others had no choice but to follow in Krillin's footsteps. At first, everyone could maintain a relatively fast pace, but as the laps increased, fatigue gradually set in. Yamcha gasped for breath, saying, I can't do it anymore, my legs feel like they are filled with lead. Tianjin Fan shouted from the side. Hold on, if you give up now, how can we talk about fighting the Scions? Jiaozi gritted his teeth, and although he was also very exhausted, he still encouraged everyone. Come on, we can do it. With sweat pouring down and constant self-struggle, they finally completed the 100 laps of warm-up running. However, this was just the beginning. Next up was high-intensity strength training. Tianjin Fan brought over huge stones, saying, Use your strength to lift these stones and hold them for an hour. Yamcha looked at the stones and smiled bitterly. Tianjin Fan, are you trying to kill us? But complaints aside, they still went to the stones and tried to lift them. Krillin's face turned red as he tightly gripped a stone and lifted it with all his might, shouting, Ah! With a loud cry, he finally lifted the stone, but his arms trembled uncontrollably. Tianjin Fan, on the other hand, effortlessly lifted an even larger stone, saying as he did so, This is not only a test of strength, but also a training of your endurance and willpower. After a period of physical training, Tianjin Fan realized that energy control was also crucial for improving strength. Now we will learn how to control our chi more precisely. Tianjin Fan said, demonstrating how to gather chi in the palm of his hand to form a small energy ball, which emitted a blue glow, stable and bright. Krillin looked on curiously. Tianjin Fan, this is so difficult, I can never control it well. Tianjin Fan walked over to Krillin saying, you need to feel the chi within you just like you feel your heartbeat. Then slowly guide it and concentrate it at a point. Yamcha was trying nearby, but the chi he gathered was always unstable, fluctuating in size and ultimately dissipating. Ugh, why is this so hard? Jiaozi closed his eyes, calming himself, and slowly gathered his chi according to Tianjin Fan's guidance. Although the energy ball he gathered was small, it was relatively stable. Yamcha, don't rush, take your time. Tianjin Fan encouraged them, saying, don't lose heart, this takes time and patience. Only by mastering energy control can we unleash greater power in battle. Through continuous practice and attempts, they gradually gained some insights into energy control, being able to gather chi more stably and perform some simple energy attack exercises. As training deepened, practical combat drills became an important part of their training. Tianjin Fan divided everyone into two groups. Yamcha and I will be in one group, while Krillin and Jiaozi will be in another. We will conduct a practical combat drill. Remember to apply everything learned in training. As the battle began, Yamcha quickly charged at Krillin and threw a punch. Krillin dodged to the side and counterattacked with an energy wave. Yamcha jumped up to avoid it while launching his own Wolf Fang fist with gusts of fists slicing through the air towards Krillin. While dodging, Krillin shouted, Yamcha, your punches are still not fast enough. On the other side, Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi were also engaged in a fierce battle. Tianjin Fan, leveraging his three-eyed heritage, was able to better predict Jiaozi's movements. Jiaozi, utilizing his nimble form, constantly darted around Tianjin Fan, looking for opportunities to attack. Jiaozi, your attacks are too singular, it's easy for the opponent to see through them, Tianjin Fan reminded. Jiaozi flipped in the air, changing his attack style and kicking from below. Tianjin Fan caught his foot with both hands and then threw him away. In the practical combat drills, everyone continuously discovered their shortcomings and worked hard to improve through mutual communication and learning. In addition to training in physical fitness, energy, and combat skills, Tianjin Fan deeply understood the importance of mental will in battle. In addition to physical training, energy control, and combat skills, the Celestial God has also devised training methods for the mental fortitude of Tianjin Fan and the others. The four of them are well aware of the importance of mental will in battle. Tianjin Fan said, when facing powerful scions, we cannot be governed by fear. We must temper our mental fortitude so that we can remain calm and resolute under any circumstances. Mr. Popo led everyone to a serene place in the Celestial God Temple, surrounded by ancient runes and a mysterious aura. Now we shall meditate here, clearing our minds of distractions and focusing solely on our inner selves and our goals. Yamcha frowned. Meditation. This sounds rather dull. Krillin, however, sat down earnestly. Yamcha, don't underestimate meditation, it may be of great help to us. Everyone sat down and began to meditate. At first, various thoughts swirled in their minds: fear of the scions, longing for family and friends, and exhaustion from training. But as time passed, they gradually learned to control their thoughts, and their hearts grew calmer and more resolute. After one meditation session, Jiaozi opened his eyes, his gaze now imbued with depth. I feel as if my inner self has become stronger. Tianjin Fan nodded. Indeed, this is the power of meditation. We must continuously engage in such training until our mental fortitude is unbreakable. However, the path of cultivation is not without its challenges. As time went on, they encountered various obstacles. Krillin faced a daunting barrier in energy control. No matter how much he practiced, he could not elevate his energy to a new level. Sitting in a corner of the Celestial God Temple, feeling somewhat dejected, he said, "Is this all I can do?" Tianjin Fan approached and patted his shoulder. Krillin, every cultivator encounters bottlenecks. Do not give up, let's think of a way together. Yamcha also found himself in a predicament with combat skills, realizing he kept making mistakes with the same techniques and struggled to find new avenues for improvement. Am I not suited for battle? Yamcha questioned himself. Tianjin Fan looked at him seriously and said, Yamcha, do not speak such discouraging words. When we encounter difficulties, we must overcome them. We can learn from each other and draw on each other's strengths. Thus, they began to reassess their cultivation methods and share experiences. Krillin consulted Tianjin Fan about the intricacies of energy control, while Tianjin Fan sought inspiration from Yamcha's combat experience, and Jiaozi shared his insights on cultivating mental fortitude. Through their collective efforts, Krillin finally broke through the barrier in energy control, resulting in a significant boost in his energy. Yamcha also discovered new combat strategies, making his techniques more agile and versatile. As the day of the Scion's arrival drew nearer, their training in the Celestial God Temple entered its final sprint. Tianjin Fan looked at his companions, who had shown remarkable growth, filled with gratitude. Everyone, this year of training has cost us much sweat and effort. Although we do not know how powerful the Scions truly are, we are no longer the same as we were a year ago. Krylin clenched his fists, determination in his eyes. Indeed, we must defend the earth and not allow our home to be destroyed. Yamcha also spoke with fighting spirit. Let those scions witness the might of earth warriors. Jiaozi raised his small fist beside them. We can do it. In these final days, they continued to strengthen their training achievements, honing their physical abilities, energy control, combat skills, and mental fortitude. They poured out their last drops of sweat in the celestial god temple, preparing as thoroughly as possible for the impending life-or-death battle with love for the earth and a firm resolve for victory, awaiting the arrival of the scions. On the moon, Shang Yun sat cross-legged in the air, hands clasped in prayer, his head surrounded by a faint light that was becoming increasingly difficult to discern. Recently, on the night of the full moon, when the bright moonlight fell upon Shang Yun, he felt his spirit rise like a clear spring, slowly ascending to the void 3 feet above his head, filling his heart with an unprecedented sense of calm and rationality, his emotions under control, like docile sheep, no longer reckless. Shang Yun felt gratitude and contentment in his heart, thankful for the universe's insights and pleased with his perseverance. As his cultivation of Zen heart, 3 feet of divine light deepened, the light sphere above his head grew fainter until it completely merged into the void, signaling the completion of his training. Ding! Congratulations, host. The combat technique, Zen heart. 3 feet of divine light has reached completion. Ding! Reminder: gaining power through emotions is ultimately not the righteous path. Zen heart. Until the cultivation of 3 feet of divine light is complete, please use it with caution to avoid emotional loss of control, leading to backlash and falling into the demonic path. It seems the risk of falling into darkness has increased. Indeed, one cannot solely pursue power. Son Gohan, a boy with Saiyan blood, yet inherently kind-hearted and gentle, was led by Piccolo Daimao onto a path of training filled with thorns and challenges. I think you should already know your father is dead. Dad! Wow! Upon hearing the news of Goku's death, Son Gohan was at a loss and could only cry out in anguish. Shut up! Stop crying! Piccolo shouted impatiently. Goku's companions will gather the Dragon Balls to revive him. A year later, 2 even more powerful scions will arrive on Earth. I need to train you to become a strong warrior to resist the scions. Me? I don't know how to fight. I've never trained. My dream is to become a great scholar. That's fine. After we defeat the scions, you can become whatever you want. Piccolo grabbed Son Gohan and threw him toward a nearby mountain. Don't underestimate yourself. Let me show you how terrifying your potential is. Son Gohan was suddenly hurled towards the mountain, closing his eyes in fear and yelling to mask his terror. However, in an instant, his inner rage was ignited and he clenched his fists, energy waves emanating from his body, striking the mountain with a thunderous crash, obliterating it. This little guy's power exceeds my expectations. Looking at the flattened mountain, Piccolo was taken aback. Do you see? This is your potential. Let's begin training. Piccolo walked over slowly and picked up Son Gohan, who had returned to normal and had fallen to the ground. Wait. I'm hungry. What a hassle. With no other choice, Piccolo prepared grilled fish for Son Wukong, carefully dividing it into small pieces. Wukong, from today onward, your training will be akin to being in hell. Piccolo's stern face revealed no emotion, and a sense of authority seemed to emanate from his dark green skin. He stood atop a towering sand dune, his figure appearing exceptionally resolute amidst the howling wind and swirling sand like an immovable statue. The training ground Piccolo arranged for Son Wukong was often the vast and scorching desert. The blazing sun hung high in the sky, resembling a gigantic fireball, radiating endless fury, pouring down scorching sunlight without reservation. The undulating sand dunes shimmered with glaring gold under the sun, resembling a golden sea, yet also an unforgiving hell. The fierce wind howled by whipping up clouds of yellow sand, as if a ferocious beast was rampaging through the sea of sand, causing waves of sand to roll and obscure the sky, plunging the entire desert into chaos and haze. Son Wukong gazed at the terrifying desert before him, his small face filled with fear and unease. Uncle Piccolo, this desert is so hot I feel like I can't breathe. His voice was faint and powerless against the roaring wind and sand. However, Piccolo remained unmoved, his eyes reflecting coldness and determination. If you can't endure this heat, then facing the scions will only lead you to death. Here you must learn to find water sources and identify directions. These are the basic skills for survival in the desert. After a period of physical training, Piccolo left Son Wukong deep in the desert and disappeared. Wukong stood alone in the sea of sand, surrounded by silence and desolation. He looked up at the sky where the blazing sun mercilessly scorched him, as if trying to extract every drop of moisture from his body. His throat felt as if it were on fire, every swallow bringing sharp pain. The hot sand beneath his feet was scorching, and he could feel the heat, even through his shoes, making it feel as if he were walking on burning coals. Son Wukong's steps grew heavier, each stride feeling like he was expending all his strength. Yet he recalled Piccolo's words, steeling himself and beginning to search for possible water sources using the knowledge he remembered. He struggled to climb the sand dunes, the fierce wind whipping the yellow sand against his face painfully. His eyes could only squint into a narrow slit, straining to find even the slightest clue in his blurred vision. After what felt like an eternity, he finally discovered a small patch of damp sand on the leeward side of a dune. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Wukong's eyes as he hurriedly crouched down, digging with all his might. Sweat soaked his clothes, streaming down his cheeks and falling onto the yellow sand, instantly absorbed. After a long and arduous digging effort, he finally unearthed a bit of murky water. Wukong eagerly scooped up the water, disregarding the mud and sand, and drank it all in one go. Though the water was filthy, it felt like sweet rain, barely sustaining his strength and allowing him to escape this desert predicament. Piccolo had been observing Wukong from the sky, and after Wukong escaped danger, he brought him to a dark valley, surrounded by towering peaks, with steep cliffs and jagged rocks appearing like monstrous beasts overlooking everything in the valley. An oppressive atmosphere pervaded the valley, eerie and terrifying. When a massive beast emanating a fierce aura appeared before Wukong, its gigantic body nearly filled half the valley. The creature's eyes glowed with a blood-red light, its mouth continuously exhaling hot air, and its sharp claws carved deep grooves in the ground, producing chilling sounds. Wukong stood before the beast, his legs trembling uncontrollably. "Uncle Piccolo, I'm so scared." His voice trembled noticeably. "Wukong, this is your opponent, and do not expect me to help you," Piccolo coldly stated from the side. He stood on a large rock, arms crossed over his chest, his expression serious and stern, quietly observing Wukong and the beast. Wukong took a deep breath, summoning his courage to rush toward the beast. At first his attacks seemed chaotic, each punch imbued with hesitation and fear. The beast easily evaded his strikes, then suddenly swung its claw, creating a whistling wind. Wukong narrowly dodged to the side, the sharp claw barely grazing his body. "Focus, observe its movements," Piccolo shouted loudly. His voice echoed in the valley like a clap of thunder, resonating in Wukong's ears. Wukong worked hard to calm himself, beginning to take note of the beast's attack patterns. He noticed that the beast would slightly crouch before each attack, so he patiently awaited an opportunity. Finally, after one of the beast's strikes missed, Wukong seized the moment, channeling all his strength into a powerful attack. His fist, accompanied by a whooshing sound, struck the beast's vital spot. The creature let out a pained roar, its massive body swaying a few times before crashing to the ground. Wukong looked at the fallen beast, his heart a mix of emotions. There was joy in defeating his opponent, but also reflection on the harshness of this training. The rigorous training during this time had transformed Wukong from an innocent child into a strong warrior. Throughout this challenging and arduous journey, he continuously broke through his limits, both physically and mentally. And all of this was merely to ensure that when the impending Scion crisis arrived, he could protect the Earth and his loved ones, giving him a glimmer of confidence and courage when facing the formidable Scions. As time passed, Wukong continued to grow under Piccolo's training. Their training scenes constantly shifted, sometimes in the wilderness during storms where the cold rain lashed against them like bullets, and the muddy ground made each step exceedingly difficult. Other times it was in the silent, dark forests of night, where various unknown dangers lurked in the shadows, with eerie calls testing Wukong's courage and alertness. During one training session in the forest, Piccolo set a trap, challenging Wukong to find a mysterious orb hidden with immense energy. Entering that deep forest felt like stepping into a realm of demons. Twisted vines coiled like giant pythons, shadowy trees loomed like lurking spirits, and the marsh seemed like a man-eating beast, while hidden scorpions posed a deadly threat, creating a perilous atmosphere that sent chills down one's spine. Gohan navigated through the dense woods where the towering trees intertwined their branches and leaves obscuring the sky. Only sporadic rays of light filtered through the gaps, creating patches of illumination on the ground. The decaying leaves beneath his feet piled high, exuding a pungent odor, and with each step it felt as if he were sinking into a swamp. Suddenly Gohan sensed a powerful aura stirring nearby. He cautiously halted, scanning his surroundings. At that moment, a massive spider monster slowly descended from the tree, its body as large as a house. Its hairy legs scraped against the trunk, producing a rustling sound, and its 8 eyes glimmered with an eerie light. "Gohan, this is one of the trials for your training. You must defeat it to obtain the orb," Piccolo's voice echoed from deep within the woods. Gohan clenched his fists, his gaze shifting from fear to determination. He took the initiative to attack the spider monster, skillfully evading its strikes by using the environment of the woods while searching for its vulnerabilities. After a fierce battle, Gohan finally discovered the spider monster's weakness and dealt it a fatal blow, successfully obtaining the mysterious orb and completing this trial of training. The sky of King Kai's planet was a magnificent sight, with vibrant energy streams crisscrossing like a painting splashed with colors by the gods. Occasionally, a meteor would streak across the sky, trailing a long tail, instantly illuminating the entire expanse before vanishing, leaving only a fleeting and brilliant memory of light. On this mysterious planet, it seemed that every inch of space was permeated with rich and peculiar energy that cultivators could absorb. As soon as Sun Wukong arrived on King Kai's planet, he was weighed down by its gravity, making it difficult for him to muster his strength. His soul struggled to adapt, initially stumbling, as if battling an invisible force with every step. At that moment, a peculiar diminutive figure appeared before him. It was King Kai. With long ears and a lively tail, his eyes reflected deep wisdom and authority. Sun Wukong, you reckless fool, while your courage is commendable, you are far too careless about the consequences. King Kai's voice resonated deep within Sun Wukong's soul. Sun Wukong scratched his head, revealing his signature goofy smile. Lord King Kai, the situation was dire at that moment. I was only thinking about preventing Raditz from continuing his wrongdoing. Surrounding King Kai's residence were two unique pets. One was a gigantic baboon-like creature named Beerus, towering like a mountain, its thick fur shimmering under the light of King Kai's planet. The other, a fierce rabbit-like creature called Giri, had eyes as red as flames, bounding with an imposing aura. Upon seeing Sun Wukong, they displayed wary expressions. Beerus let out a deep growl, causing the ground to tremble. Giri hopped around, baring its fangs and claws in an attempt to intimidate the intruder. Sun Wukong was not daunted by their hostility. He knew that animals could be touched by sincerity. He slowly crouched down, emanating a gentle aura, his eyes filled with warmth and friendliness. Beerus sensed this sincerity and gradually calmed down, its heavy breathing becoming steadier. Taking advantage of the moment, Sun Wukong gently approached, extending his hand to carefully stroke Beerus' fur. Beerus closed its eyes in comfort, emitting a low purring sound, as if expressing enjoyment. Seeing this, Giri also relaxed its fierce demeanor, curiously hopping over to King Kai's side, watching Sun Wukong with wide eyes. King Kai observed the interaction between Sun Wukong and the pets, nodding slightly, feeling a growing fondness for this earthling. Sun Wukong, since you have arrived here, you must train diligently. First, you must adapt to the gravity here. Only by stabilizing your footing in this intense gravitational environment can you proceed to higher levels of cultivation. King Kai said sternly. He informed Sun Wukong that the gravity on King Kai's planet was 10 times that of Earth, and the planets where the Scions lived also had the same gravity. This revelation weighed heavily on Sun Wukong, prompting him to begin the grueling gravity adaptation training. He started with the basics of standing, legs slightly apart, knees bent, striving to adjust his center of gravity. Every second, he was engaged in a fierce struggle against gravity, sweat trickling down his forehead. Although he was in a spiritual state, the fatigue and soreness were palpably conveyed to his consciousness. Gradually, he managed to take a small step, then 2, 3. His figure moved slowly across the soil of King Kai's planet, each step leaving a deep imprint. As Sun Wukong gradually adapted to the gravity, King Kai began teaching him a powerful technique, the Kaiōshin. This Kaiōshin can instantly enhance your combat power with the multiplier depending on your own abilities, but each increment significantly increases the burden on your body. When executed, you must concentrate all your energy, unleashing power from your dantian, while maintaining a calm mind, otherwise you risk being overwhelmed by the power. King Kai explained in detail while demonstrating. Surrounding King Kai's body, a faint glow began to emanate, his energy spiking instantly, as the air around him seemed to be compressed by a powerful force, producing a sizzling sound. Sun Wukong's eyes lit up, filled with a desire for this new technique. He immediately began to try it according to King Kai's guidance. He first closed his eyes, calming his mind, feeling the flow of energy within his soul. Then he gradually gathered his energy to the dantian, suddenly exerting force while shouting Kaiōshin. A surge of power erupted from within him, his hair blowing in the wind as a faint glow enveloped his body. But in an instant, a wave of excruciating pain coursed through his body, causing him to sway and nearly fall. Haha, Sun Wukong, achieving such results on your first attempt is already commendable, but you need to keep practicing. King Kai encouraged. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth, continuing to practice repeatedly on King Kai's planet. With each use of the Kaiōshin, he felt the changes in power, striving to help his body and soul better adapt to this overwhelming impact. As he delved deeper into the training of the Kaiōshin, Sun Wukong began attempting to increase the multiplier. He invested a significant amount of time and energy to execute a twofold Kaiōshin. As Sun Wukong adapted to the gravity and practiced the Kaiōshin, the king of the world mentioned to him another formidable technique, the Spirit Bomb. The Spirit Bomb is a powerful technique formed by gathering the spiritual energy of all living beings. You must open your heart and perceive the energy around you with the purest of spirits, whether it be from mountains and rivers or from the birds and beasts. They all contain the essence of life. Once you establish a mental connection with them, they will continuously supply you with spiritual energy. The king of the world patiently explained while sitting on his small mushroom house. Sun Wukong sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to calm his mind, attempting to sense the energy fluctuations on King Kai's planet according to the king's guidance. At first his mind was in chaos, only able to capture a faint breath like a distant elusive call. But he did not give up. He adjusted his breathing to achieve a more peaceful state of mind. Gradually he began to feel the life rhythm of the surrounding flowers and trees, their spiritual energy converging towards him like a gentle stream. He stretched out his hands, palms facing upward, trying to gather this spiritual energy. Slowly a faint glow began to form in his hands. Although still unstable, it was already a good start. During his training breaks, Sun Wukong would chat with the king of the world, filled with curiosity about the king's experiences and the history of King Kai's planet. "My lord king, have you always been on this planet? Have you ever been to Earth?" Sun Wukong asked with wide eyes. The king of the world gazed into the distance, lost in memories. "I have spent a long time on this planet guarding this realm. Earth, I have also observed it from afar. It is a planet full of vitality and life." Sun Wukong nodded thoughtfully, recalling his family and friends on Earth. "I really want to become stronger quickly and then go back to protect Earth. My friends are still waiting for me, and I cannot let them be harmed." The king of the world smiled at Sun Wukong's determined gaze and said, "As long as you persist in your training, you will surely realize your wish." Days passed, and Sun Wukong became increasingly skilled in the Kaiōshin technique. He was now able to use a double Kaiōshin with relative ease. During one training session, he stood on the plains of King Kai's planet, took a deep breath, and instantly enhanced his aura double Kaiōshin. He shouted, and the light around him suddenly intensified, power surging forth. He moved swiftly, throwing punches like the wind, each strike carrying tremendous force as the air around him was torn apart with a howling sound. But he was not satisfied with this. His goal was a higher realm. He began to attempt to break through to the triple Kaiōshin. When he fully unleashed the triple Kaiōshin, the surrounding space seemed to distort due to the power fluctuations. His body was under tremendous pressure, as if it would be torn apart by this force, yet his gaze remained resolute. He gritted his teeth, holding on to a single belief: to become stronger. "Sun Wukong, you cannot rush. While your body and spirit are continuously growing stronger, you must also adhere to the rules of training," the king of the world reminded from the side. Sun Wukong took a deep breath, slowly dissipating the power of the Kaiōshin. "My lord king, I understand. I just want to acquire the power to protect Earth more quickly. I fear that if I return late, Earth may face disaster." In the training of the spirit bomb, Sun Wukong also made significant progress. He discovered that when he communicated with the beings on King Kai's planet with a sincere heart, they were always willing to share their spiritual energy with him. He traveled through the forests of King Kai's planet, conversing with ancient trees and interacting with lively small animals. He gathered the spiritual energy collected in his hands, forming a bright energy sphere that radiated a mysterious and powerful aura. As he collected more and more spiritual energy, the size of the energy sphere grew larger, its brilliance becoming ever more dazzling. Sun Wukong also interacted more frequently with the king's pet. He would play simple games with Beerus, such as tossing stones back and forth to train his reflexes. Beerus would swing his massive arms, sending stones flying towards Sun Wukong like cannonballs, while Sun Wukong adeptly jumped and dodged, quickly picking up stones to throw back. Goragrilli would pester Sun Wukong to tell stories about Earth. Sun Wukong would sit on the ground, vividly describing the mountains and rivers of Earth, his friends, and the exciting battles. Goragrilli listened intently, eyes fixed on Sun Wukong, as if it too was immersed in the wondrous world of Earth. Earth must be a place full of vitality and life. The king of the world sighed as he listened to Sun Wukong's descriptions. "Yes, my lord king, there are people I love and who love me there. I must return." Sun Wukong clenched his fists. Through continuous training and communication, not only had Sun Wukong made tremendous leaps in power, but his state of mind also became more stable. He realized that power is not just for combat, but also for protection. He learned to sense the power of life in his training and experienced the meaning of harmony and coexistence through interactions with the beings of King Kai's planet. The time he spent training on King Kai's planet would become a solid foundation for him to face even stronger enemies in the future. He was like a star, gradually shining brighter through refining, waiting for the moment to return to the sky of Earth. He knew that his mission was far from complete, and the training on King Kai's planet was merely an important stop on his long journey. He aimed to excavate the infinite potential deep within his soul, in this world of tenfold gravity, carrying the teachings of the king, the newly learned techniques, and the friendships with the pets back to Earth to defeat the invading Psiots. As time passed, Sun Wukong's training on King Kai's planet entered a new stage. His mastery of the Kaiōshin had reached a remarkably high level, allowing him to switch freely between the double and triple Kaiōshin while striving to achieve even higher multipliers. During a confrontation with the harsh weather on King Kai's planet, he unleashed the triple Kaiōshin, forming a shield of immense power around his body to withstand the onslaught of strong winds, rain, and lightning. The howling winds sought to knock him down, but he stood firm like an immortal monument on King Kai's planet. In the training of the spirit bomb, Sun Wukong had already become adept at collecting spiritual energy on King Kai's planet and compressing it into a highly powerful energy sphere. In his communication with the King of the Realm, Sun Wukong learned more about cosmic energy and soul cultivation. The King of the Realm told Sun Wukong that every soul harbors immense energy, and by awakening and mastering this energy, one can transcend their own limits. Sun Wukong began to delve into the mysteries of soul energy, sitting alone atop a mountain on the tranquil nights of the King of the Realm, meditating and contemplating, feeling the rhythm of his own soul. Sun Wukong's relationship with Beerus and gradually grew increasingly intimate. Beerus became his partner in cultivating strength, using its immense power to engage in combat training with Sun Wukong, helping him better master the application of power. Gradually would accompany him during his soul energy training, using its unique perception abilities to protect Sun Wukong, preventing external disturbances. Sun Wukong knew that the day he would return to Earth was drawing near. His heart was filled with longing for his family and friends, while also brimming with anticipation for the challenges ahead. Every moment of training on the King of the Realm was dedicated to defeating the invading Scions upon his return to Earth and safeguarding all that he held dear. In a secluded mountain peak shrouded in clouds and mist, Piccolo was conducting an incredibly rigorous special training with the young, yet immensely promising Son Gohan. The solitary peak pierced the sky like a sword breaking through the heavens. Its walls stood tall and steep as if carved with rugged cliffs resembling a giant's axe. The solitary pines rooted in the crevices of the rocks stood defiantly against the biting northern winds, their branches gnarled and their needles frosted. The peak reached into the clouds, connecting with the sky, only the sound of the long wind howling past emphasizing its towering and treacherous nature, as if a colossal being isolated from the world bore witness to the passage of time, narrating endless solitude and pride. Gohan, if you wish to survive in this perilous world and protect all that you cherish, you must endure countless trials and overcome the dual limits of your mind and body. Piccolo's expression was stern, yet a glimmer of hope for Gohan's future shone in his eyes. He suddenly swung his arms, lifting Son Gohan as if he were a chick, and then with a burst of strength from his waist, he hurled Gohan towards a massive boulder atop the mountain. Son Gohan's small body tumbled helplessly through the air, accompanied by the howling wind, and finally landed with a thud next to the boulder, kicking up a cloud of dust. As night fell like ink, the temperature at the mountain peak dropped sharply and the cold wind grew increasingly biting. Exhausted, Son Gohan's eyes gradually closed as he fell into a deep sleep. Piccolo sat cross-legged, slowly rising into the air, hovering in place. His dark green form appeared like a statue in the night, his cold gaze fixated on the sleeping Gohan below. Though he felt a twinge of reluctance, he understood that only through such brutal training could Gohan's latent power be awakened. At this moment, a bright moon quietly ascended in the sky, the full moon like a disk shining brilliantly against the dark sky, its light cascading like a silver waterfall over mountains and lakes. The earth seemed to be covered with a layer of dreamy frost, everything appearing faint against this clear and radiant glow. The perfect outline resembled a jade plate carved with the finest craftsmanship, flawless and plump, breathtakingly beautiful, leaving one entranced without even realizing it. In his dream, Son Gohan was awakened by a pressing need to urinate. Groggily rubbing his eyes, he stood up unsteadily. Unintentionally, he looked up at the bright moon hanging high in the sky. In that instant, a mysterious and powerful force surged within him like a roaring tide. The blood of the Scion seemed to be completely ignited by the brilliance of the full moon, the light emanating from it acting like a key to unlock forbidden doors, directly shining into Son Gohan's eyes, and then sweeping through his entire body along his furry tail. Son Gohan's body began to swell at an astonishing speed, muscles rapidly inflating like balloons, and his bones emitted crackling sounds as if they were being reshaped. His eyes gradually filled with a blood-red hue, and a low wild roar escaped his mouth as he transformed into a gigantic and ferocious great ape. Piccolo was startled by this sudden commotion when his gaze fell upon Gohan, now towering and radiating an aura of boundless fury. And unprecedented panic surged within him. Wherever Son Gohan went, boulders were effortlessly tossed aside, some even crushed to dust by his massive hands. The mountains trembled violently under his rampage as if they would collapse at any moment. This power is simply terrifying. If he continues to wreak havoc without restraint, Earth might be destroyed before the Scions even invade. Piccolo's heart raced with urgency, his thoughts galloping like wild horses. Images of the battle against Raditz with Sun Wukong flashed through Piccolo's mind. Raditz is arrogant, and warning words echoed in his ears. On the night of the full moon, the Scions become most powerful, and at that time we shall be invincible. In that moment, Piccolo realized that the root of all this chaos lay with that damned moon and Son Gohan's tail. He attempted to approach Son Gohan, knowing that only by stopping Gohan's reckless actions could he save Earth from disaster. He darted through the air like a wraith, trying to find an opening in Gohan's attacks. However, after transforming into a great ape, Gohan's power surged, and his attacks became utterly unpredictable. Each punch stirred up a howling wind, the powerful gusts slicing through the air like blades, making it difficult for Piccolo to approach. Just as Piccolo drew near, he was forced back by Gohan's overwhelming attack waves. Several times, he narrowly avoided being struck by Gohan's colossal arms, as being hit would yield disastrous consequences. What should I do? Is there really no way out? Sweat beaded on Piccolo's forehead, sparkling in the moonlight. Piccolo rapidly circled in the air, weighing the pros and cons in his mind. His gaze occasionally fell upon Gohan's swaying tail, and a thought flashed through his mind: cutting off his tail might restore him to normal. However, Gohan was in an extremely violent state. If he forcibly severed the tail, it was highly likely that Gohan would be severely injured during his struggles. Piccolo's heart was in turmoil, his hands instinctively clenching and relaxing. Suddenly, a resolve flashed in his eyes. Only by destroying the moon can I perhaps sever the source of this power. Piccolo took a deep breath, slowly descending to land firmly on a massive rock at the mountaintop. He swiftly extended both hands, forward palms facing each other, as the energy within him surged like a roaring river towards his palms. A dazzling sphere of energy rapidly formed in his palms, and as energy continued to pour into it, the brilliance of the sphere grew increasingly resplendent, causing the surrounding air to ionize with a crackling sound. A grave expression appeared on Piccolo's face as he clenched his teeth and let out a furious roar. Disappear. The shockwave shot forth like a bolt of lightning, splitting the night sky, carrying a devastating momentum towards the heavens, aiming directly at the high-hanging full moon. With a thunderous roar, the moon shattered under the powerful assault of the shockwave. Countless fragments flew into the depths of the universe like shooting stars, and the once radiant moonlight completely vanished in that moment. Deprived of the full moon's continuous illumination, the raging power within Son Gohan seemed to be stripped of its foundation. His body began to gradually shrink, his muscles slowly relaxing, and the blood-red hue in his eyes faded away. Before long, he reverted to his original small and adorable form, collapsing weakly and falling into a deep sleep. Piccolo slowly descended beside Son Gohan, gazing at the sleeping figure, his heart filled with mixed emotions. The Scions can actually harness the moon's power to become so strong. If I hadn't destroyed the moon in time, I would surely have faced dire straits in future battles against other Scions. Piccolo crouched down and gently stroked Son Gohan's head, a wave of guilt surging within him. Gohan, this is also to protect you, to protect the Earth. I had no other choice. Piccolo stood up, his gaze falling upon the now still tail behind Son Gohan. He reached out, slowly grasping the tail, and with a slight pull he tore it off. Looking at the bare Son Gohan, Piccolo pondered for a moment, then extended his right hand, pointing at him as he murmured incantations. A radiant light emitted from his right hand, and a set of battle armor resembling that of Son Goku gradually manifested on Son Gohan, except the characters on the chest and back were replaced with the prominent character demon. Piccolo then produced a sword radiating a cold gleam from the void and placed it beside Son Gohan. Gohan, I hope you can truly grow strong soon. The road ahead is still long. Piccolo looked up at the night sky that no longer held the moon, silently contemplating the future battles against the Scions. He knew this was just the beginning, and Gohan would be the key force for Earth against the Scions. He had to train Gohan more rigorously so that he could stand alone in future crises. To attain enlightenment, one does not need a lotus seat. Even in the depths of the mundane world, one can meditate. Shang Yun stood on the desolate and vast land of the moon, surrounded by endless silence. His figure appeared small yet resolute against the silvery, gray lunar soil. There was no hustle and bustle of Earth, no sounds of wind or rain, nor any whispers of life, for the universe was indeed an expanse of silent grandeur. The distant and blazing sun, a massive fireball, continuously radiated light and heat, its brilliance traversing the vast starry sky to reach where Shang Yun stood. In this tranquility, Shang Yun's gaze wandered among other celestial bodies in the universe. Those stars, bright or dim, each seemed like a mysterious world harboring endless unknowns. In this silent universe, Shang Yun's ears were no longer disturbed by external sounds. Thus, he turned his attention inward. He could clearly hear his own heartbeat, that steady and rhythmic thumping felt like the most primal drumbeat echoing from the depths of the cosmos. Each heartbeat accompanied the rise and fall of his thoughts as he began to explore his inner self, reflecting on his past, present, and future. As time passed on this tranquil moon, Shang Yun's realms of heavenly eye and heavenly ear subtly elevated. His heavenly eye could pierce through the cosmic mist, observing the minute changes of stars in distant galaxies. Behind those twinkling lights seemed to hide the secrets of the universe's birth and evolution. Meanwhile, the heavenly ear allowed him to capture the faintest sounds from deep within his heart, a resonance that transcended the material world, heralding his oneness with the universe. Ding! Congratulations, host! The realms of heavenly eye and heavenly ear have elevated. The mechanical voice of 9527 interrupted Shang Yun's meditation, and he ceased forcing himself, waking from his cultivation. Still unable to break through. It seems my innate qualities are insufficient, and I can't achieve another breakthrough. Should I go back to find the Dragon Balls and ask Shenron to help transform my qualities into those of a great king? Shang Yun awakened from his cultivation, seemingly encountering a bottleneck, and could no longer calm his mind to practice. Forget it. This pursuit of strength will only lead to reminders from 9527 that may affect my mindset. The risk of falling into madness would be greater than. Shang Yun feared truly falling into madness. If his strength improved, that would be fine, but if it regressed or worse led to the system leaving, that would be a loss. Shang Yun stood up, gazing at the sun from the moon, thinking at least it wasn't all for nothing. Indeed, this lunar journey had not only created Zen Heart, 3 feet of divinity, but also advanced to great mastery. He had also perfected Zen Meditation Void Spirit Domain and Zen Awareness Spirit Avoidance Technique. Spirit Avoidance Technique can carry people, but the more who join, the greater the consumption of spiritual energy. However, when using Zen Meditation Void Spirit Domain, he no longer needed to sit cross-legged, he could move. Yet he could only absorb and transform energy attacks, allowing opponents to enter the barrier for close combat. However, those who entered the barrier would gradually lose energy, meaning the larger they were, the more fatigued they became, while Shang Yun might convert their energy attacks back. Thinking of this, a smile involuntarily spread across Shang Yun's face. Just as Shang Yun laughed heartily, a glimmer of light caught his peripheral vision, and an inexplicable sense of crisis surged within him like a tide. Fortunately, Shang Yun remained in the state of Zen Heart, 3 feet of divinity, and was not affected by emotions. Zen Awareness Spirit Avoidance Technique. Just as the dazzling light wave was about to strike the moon, Shang Yun executed the combat skill, Zen Awareness Spirit Avoidance Technique. His form twisted and shifted like a wisp of smoke, swiftly dodging the imminent attack. In an instant, Shang Yun appeared in the void not far away. Almost at the moment he left, the terrifying wave of attack struck down with overwhelming force, accompanied by brilliant light vaporizing the moon into nothingness. Shang Yun stared blankly at the spot where the moon had once existed, mumbling to himself. The moon was attacked. Only those few could destroy the moon, and the motive must be that Gohan transformed into a giant ape. No, Son Goku and Shishi know that Gohan transforms into a giant ape upon seeing a full moon. They wouldn't let him see it. Moreover, the aura from that light wave was Piccolo. Oh no, the Scions are coming. Shang Yun recalled the reason for the moon's attack. It must be to prevent the Scions from transforming into giant apes. The battle may have already begun, but he was unaware of the battlefield's location, so he swiftly flew towards Earth, heading for the Temple of the Gods, where the deity would surely be monitoring the battlefield and would know its position. Upon arriving at the Temple of the Gods, Shang Yun saw 4 individuals engaged in battle: Tien, Shinhan, Yamcha, Krillin, and Chaozu. Sensing the presence of someone entering the temple, the 4 ceased their fight and turned to see who it was. Shang Yun, you're back!" Krillin exclaimed, rushing over to embrace Shang Yun, crying out, "Shang Yun, Goku is dead." Shang Yun was knocked to the ground by Krillin's embrace, his mind racing. Is Goku really dead? The 4 of them are still training. It seems Raditz has already arrived, but Vegeta and Nappa are still absent. Everyone is actively training to confront the Scions. The moon, which was likely transformed by Gohan into a giant ape, has been destroyed by Piccolo. Having thought this through, Shang Yun felt a slight sense of relief. It appeared the situation had not yet reached its worst. He helped Krillin to his feet, calming his emotions. Krillin, knowing that Son Goku could be revived, felt overwhelmed seeing Shang Yun. Shang Yun greeted the other 3 along with the deity and Mr. Popo and learned about the current situation. There was less than a month left until the Scion's arrival. Shang Yun, your previous strength was comparable to Goku's. Now that you have resumed your training, our chances of victory have greatly increased. Yamcha suddenly said excitedly. Tien, Shinhan, and Krillin's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Just as they were about to respond, the deity approached with his cane, asking, Shang Yun, what is your current level of strength? Right? Shang Yun, what is your current strength? When you arrived at the Temple of the Gods, we didn't sense your energy at all, and even now, we can't tell how strong you are. Tien, Shinhan asked, widening his 3 eyes. Strength. I'm not quite sure what my current level is either, Shang Yun replied. During this time, Shang Yun had been diligently contemplating the Heart Sutra of the great Prajnaparamita. His mental state had reached a high level, and he believed he had almost attained the highest realm of a mortal. If he could advance further, he would break through the limits and reach the realm of Arhats or immortals. However, the gap between the celestial and the mortal was vast, akin to clouds and mud, making it difficult for Shang Yun to grasp. However, the realm of thought does not equate to true strength. Shang Yun's innate talent was limited, and although his physical strength had improved, it was ultimately insufficient. The Prajna Sutra had already reached the 4th level of refining emptiness and merging with the Tao, allowing his internal energy to gradually transform into true energy, and it began to nurture his innate talent. But the process was slow, and given Shang Yun's original qualifications, even with improvement, it remained limited. Time at this moment was the most crucial element. I don't know what my current strength is. My qualifications are limited and my strength is improving slowly. I have trained to a somewhat unique state. My current level is refining emptiness and merging with the Tao. Shang Yun closed his attribute panel, feeling awkward under the expectant gazes of those around him. He scratched his head and chuckled. Refining emptiness and merging with the Tao. What does that mean? That sounds really powerful. Krillin asked curiously. In simple terms, it means communicating with the void through the mind and merging oneself into the void. Once completely successful, one's power will experience a qualitative leap. However, until then, there won't be much improvement at all, Shang Yun explained, looking at everyone. Does that mean? Chaozu began to say something, but was interrupted by Tian Xinhan. However, my techniques focus on defense and control, which should also be of some use. Shang Yun continued, not wanting to disappoint everyone. I have also created a combat technique that I can teach you all, though it should help improve our combat effectiveness, Shang Yun added. Alright, I have also created a technique. Everyone please take a look and see if there are any improvements needed. Krillin quickly chimed in, not wanting to make his brother feel awkward. With that, Shang Yun explained the training method of Zen Heart, 3 feet of divine light. All present were powerful martial artists and did not require much explanation from Shang Yun. They understood the significant impact emotions had on strength. However, excessive emotions could also impair training and judgment during battles. After Shang Yun finished speaking, everyone recognized the power of Zen Heart, 3 feet of divine light, and set aside their underestimations of him. Krillin also shared his newly created technique, Qi Yuan Slash, which gathers the internal qi to the palm through mental focus, compressing it to form a powerful energy sphere. By using concentrated mental energy, the compressed energy sphere rotates rapidly in the palm, and the centrifugal force further compresses and condenses the energy, giving the Qi Yuan Slash formidable cutting and penetrating power, shaping the high-speed rotating energy sphere into a thin saw-like disc to enhance its cutting effect. Finally, the Qi Yuan Slash is thrown in a straight line from the hand to attack the enemy, capable of slicing opponents in half due to its overwhelming cutting and penetrating force. After listening to Krillin's description of the Qi Yuan Slash, everyone was amazed at its destructive power. Tian Xinhan also explained the training methods for the Kikaho and Solar Flare. The Solar Flare transforms the internal qi into light energy, generating a bright flash that temporarily blinds enemies. The user places both hands on their forehead, controlling and gathering qi, then releases it in the form of light. The stronger the qi, the greater the transformation into light energy, resulting in brighter flashes and better blinding effects. The Kikaho, on the other hand, gathers and compresses qi between the hands and releases it explosively, producing immense impact and destructive power capable of suppressing opponents far beyond one's own strength, but it consumes a tremendous amount of stamina, and if not controlled properly, can even endanger the user's life. This is somewhat similar to the Kamehameha, albeit with greater power. However, the Kamehameha can be enhanced by charging up with its strength depending on the user's qi, making it consume less stamina compared to the new Kikaho. Next, Yamcha also described his perfected technique, the energy ball. Yamcha concentrates all his qi into his right palm, forming an energy sphere. During the energy gathering process, one must maintain high mental focus and precise control over the qi to ensure the energy stabilizes in the palm, forming a sphere with considerable power. While gathering qi, electrical energy is also utilized to assist in controlling and guiding the energy. The interaction between electrical energy and qi makes the energy sphere more stable and easier to manipulate, which is one of the key factors for the unique effects of the energy ball. After launching the energy sphere, one can use the index and middle fingers to control its trajectory, allowing it to change direction flexibly in midair, repeatedly attacking the opponent and even burrowing underground for a surprise attack. Such precise control over the energy sphere requires immense mental power, making the energy ball a highly flexible and covert attack method. Hey, Yamcha, your techniques rely on mental power to control. Can they be combined? This way the Qi Yuan Slash could be manipulated like the Qi ball, and wouldn't that make it even stronger? After Klin and Yamcha shared their techniques, Shang Yun raised a question he had been curious about in his past life. Yes. Upon hearing Shang Yun's suggestion, both of them suddenly realized, clapping their hands in agreement. Thus the group began to learn battle techniques and conducted fusion experiments which lasted 2 days but ended in failure. Both battle techniques required strong mental power as a foundation, and to combine the two would require even greater mental strength. Given their current capabilities, it was difficult for them to simultaneously condense a high-speed rotating Qi Yuan slash and freely control its direction. This is why Klin's Qi Yuan slash has strong attack power, but its attack direction is too singular and can be easily dodged, while Yamucha's Qi Ball is very flexible yet lacks sufficient attack power. Speaking of mental power, Dumpling possesses great mental strength as it is his main focus. However, although these two techniques require powerful mental energy to execute, the fundamental basis is still the strong Qi within oneself. Dumpling's strength is insufficient, and even if he manages to execute them, they would be a weakened version with no real attack power. Nonetheless, everyone did not leave empty-handed. Klin and Yamucha learned from each other's techniques, allowing the Qi Yuan slash to slightly adjust its direction after being executed, which is already impressive. Meanwhile, the Qi Ball was compressed to a smaller size, significantly increasing its attack power and flexibility. Of course, Shang Yun could also simultaneously execute both techniques with his mental power, but after attempting to do so, he found that the inner Qi in his Dantian had not fully transformed into true Qi. Regardless of which type of Qi he used, his attack power was inferior to Klin's. While everyone was discussing, an idea suddenly flashed in Shang Yun's mind, as if he had thought of something. He quickly sat cross-legged, closed his eyes tightly, joined his hands together, and even displayed the 3-foot deity. Shang Yun, what's wrong with you? Seeing the faint light above Shang Yun's head, everyone was puzzled, and Klin hurriedly approached to inquire. Klin, don't disturb him. Shang Yun must have gained some insight. Tian Shun, who understood Shang Yun better, quickly stopped Klin from reaching out to push him. But what exactly is going on with Shang Yun at this moment? What has he thought of? It turns out that Shang Yun realized his current state. All 5 aggregates are empty. The 5 aggregates refer to form, feeling, perception, mental formations, and consciousness. Form encompasses all material phenomena, including our bodies and the external world. It is the tangible existence that we can perceive. However, Zen Buddhism asserts that form is empty, meaning that these seemingly real and solid substances do not possess independent, unchanging existence. For instance, our bodies are composed of countless cells that continuously metabolize. From birth to aging, the body is always in a state of change and does not have a fixed, unchanging entity that can be called the body. Feeling refers to the sensations we experience through our senses when interacting with the external world, including pleasurable, painful, and neutral feelings. When we savor delicious food, we feel joy. When we encounter setbacks, we experience pain. However, these sensations arise from the interplay of conditions and are fleeting. They depend on external stimuli, internal states, and the interaction of various conditions, and do not possess independent essence. Thus, they are also empty. For example, the same cup of tea might taste fragrant and sweet when we are in a good mood, while it may seem bland when we are feeling down. Hence, feeling is not inherently fixed. Perception arises from the sensations and encompasses cognitive, imaginative, and conceptual psychological activities. We name, categorize, and judge things, constructing various ideas and thought systems. However, these thoughts are shaped by subjective consciousness and past experiences and do not represent the true essence of things. For instance, different people may have varying perceptions and associations with a flower due to cultural backgrounds and personal preferences. The concept of flower is merely a human construct and does not possess an absolute fixed flower nature. Thus, perception is also empty. Mental formations mainly involve behavioral tendencies and psychological activities that drive us to take action, pursue goals, and make choices. However, the emergence of these actions is also driven by numerous conditions and is not autonomous or eternally existent. For example, when a person strives for fame and fortune, it arises from a complex interplay of desires, frustrations, and various factors, such as social environment and family background. When these conditions change, the motives and methods of action will also change. Thus, mental formations do not possess substantiality and are also empty. Consciousness refers to the identification and discrimination of various phenomena by the mental subject, including visual, auditory, olfactory, gustatory, tactile consciousness, and awareness. Consciousness relies on the other 4 aggregates for its existence, playing a crucial role in perception and cognition, yet it is not an independent entity. For example, in deep sleep or a comatose state, the function of consciousness can temporarily cease or diminish, indicating that consciousness also depends on specific conditions for its existence, and its essence is empty. However, all 5 aggregates are empty, reveals emptiness from the perspective of human sensory experience, cognition, will, and other mental aspects. Therefore, Shang Yun's cultivation had always focused on transcending mentally, neglecting the material transcendence of the physical body. This exchange with everyone made Shang Yun realize that spirit and body are inherently one and must be cultivated together. This realization helped Shang Yun understand why his realm had not progressed, as his comprehension of the Heart Sutra of Mahaprajnaparamita was still superficial, and within all 5 aggregates are empty lies, all 4 great elements are empty. The 4 great elements refer to earth, water, fire, and wind. The earth element represents solid, hard material characteristics such as bones and rocks. The water element symbolizes the properties of moisture and flow like blood and bodily fluids, as well as rivers and lakes in nature. The fire element signifies warmth and thermal energy, including body temperature and sunlight. The wind element manifests as motion, and the flow of gas is represented by breathing and air movement. Zen Buddhism asserts that all things in the world, including the human body, are composed of these 4 great elements, which come together through conditions. For instance, in a house, it is made up of wood, earth, nails, earth, paint, water, heat generated by the occupants, fire, and air circulation inside, wind, among various factors. There is no eternal entity called house that exists independently of these elements. When these elements disperse, the house ceases to exist. The human body is similar. The 4 great elements depend on each other and interact throughout life. Once life ends and the 4 elements separate, the body will gradually decay and dissipate. Thus, it is said that all 4 elements are empty. The concept of emptiness of the 5 aggregates emphasizes the emptiness from the perspective of the human body and mind as a whole, revealing the illusory nature of subjective experience and cognition of the world, while emptiness of the 4 elements focuses more on the fundamental components of the material world, elucidating the inherent emptiness of all things from an objective material standpoint. The 2 concepts complement each other, assisting practitioners in deeply comprehending the essence of all phenomena in the world, thereby liberating themselves from attachment and desire for the body, mind, and the material world, and embarking on the path of liberation and enlightenment. Ding! Congratulations, host, for comprehending the Heart Sutra of Mahaprajnaparamita, grasping the profound meaning of the emptiness of the 4 elements and combining it with the emptiness of the 5 aggregates. Your state of mind has elevated, and your current realm is the emptiness of all phenomena. Friendly reminder, host, you finally thought of cultivating your body. Luckily, you haven't veered too far off course, which is not too foolish. Remember, cultivating both spirit and body together is the righteous path. Shang Yun never expected to be mocked by 9527 one day. Ding! Congratulations, host, for leveraging the realm of the emptiness of all phenomena, combining the Solar Fist, Qi Yuan Slash, and Qi Control Bomb to create a new combat technique. This technique uses Qi Yuan Slash as a medium, allowing for directional control after being unleashed, and can also be set to self-detonate while causing damage while emitting a blinding light to disrupt the opponent. Additionally, by utilizing the property of high-speed rotation, Qi Yuan Slash can be positioned to defend against the opponent's attacks. Please name the technique. Zenlike. Yuan Light Shield Slash. Open the Attributes panel. Host Shang Yun. Age 24 years. Mental Method Heart Sutra of Mahaprajnaparamita. Realm emptiness of all phenomena. All forms appear like dreams, hard to capture the law's essence. All become illusions, dissipating with the wind, clarity and freedom in subtle resonance. Entering demonic. Concealed extreme emotion and nature. Forgetting emotions, severing nature. Extinguishing emotion and nature. Supernatural powers, heavenly, able to perceive the suffering and joy of all beings in the 6 realms and witness all forms and colors in the world without obstruction. Currently at the beginner level, awakening a heart of compassion, can perceive within a radius of 1 kilometer, can briefly sense the current emotional fluctuations of others. Heavenly ear, able to hear the language of all beings in the 6 realms, as well as various sounds in the world. Currently at the beginner level, awakening a heart of compassion, can clearly hear all sounds within a radius of 1 kilometer, can briefly sense the current emotional fluctuations of others. Fate connection, able to know one's own and all beings' past destinies and deeds across countless lifetimes. Currently at the beginner level, awakening a heart of compassion, can perceive the life experiences of others in this life. Technique Prajna Heart Sutra fourfold, understood from the Mahaprajnaparamita Heart Sutra, a supreme method of refining Qi, currently at the realm of refining emptiness to unite with the Tao. Martial skill Diamond Prajna Force second fold, understood from the Mahaprajnaparamita Heart Sutra, a supreme method of circulating Qi, can be integrated into any combat technique. The strength is unmatched, comprehensively enhancing physical attributes, forming a diamond manifestation. When in operation, can rebound all damage as long as the manifestation remains intact with no upper limit on the realm. When executed, it rapidly consumes internal energy and spirit. Every elevation of realm doubles physical attributes, and the consumption speed of internal energy and spirit increases by double. Transformation. Combat technique Turtle Sage Style Turtle School Qigong Wave Universal Thunderpalm Sky Dance Technique Zen Perception. Spirit Evasion Technique Zen Meditation. Void Spirit Domain Zen Heart. 3-foot divine being Zen-like. Yuan light shield/transformation. Shang Yun's strength has increased, and his means of attack have also multiplied, so the next step is to fully transform the internal energy in the Dantian. Silently reciting "Close the attributes" panel, he opened his eyes. At this moment, there was no one beside Shang Yun, as everyone must have left to cultivate, not knowing when he would awaken. Shang Yun knew that what he lacked the most right now was time, so he sought the celestial being, explained the reason, and requested to enter the Spirit and Time House. A day in the Spirit and Time House equates to a year outside. Each person can only stay for 2 days in their lifetime. Shang Yun had already spent some time inside, so he couldn't stay for 2 more years. Soon 2 days passed, and Shang Yun walked out of the Spirit and Time House. At this moment, Shang Yun's aura was retracted, looking like an ordinary person with no offensive capability. Indeed, Shang Yun's internal energy in the Dantian had completely transformed into true Qi, and he had also integrated the charging technique of Tianjin Fan's combat skill Qigong Cannon into Universal Thunder Palm, making the lightning strike of Universal Thunder Palm faster and more powerful. However, it also posed a risk of excessive energy consumption, endangering his life. "Shang Yun, you're out. How's it going?" Clint turned his head to see Shang Yun coming out and stepped forward to inquire. Clint, I feel my strength has increased. Let's spar a bit." "Sure." Tianjin Fan and the others halted upon hearing Shang Yun wanted to spar with Clint. Clint no longer joked around, his expression turned serious. He knew Shang Yun would not attack first. Taking a deep breath, he initiated the attack, swiftly moving his palms, launching energy blasts like meteors toward Shang Yun. Seeing this, Shang Yun did not dodge. He clasped his hands together and shouted Zen meditation, "Void Spirit Domain," and charged towards the energy blasts. A light golden energy shield formed 3 feet around Shang Yun, effortlessly blocking Clint's wave of attacks. The energy blast struck the shield without making a sound, being assimilated by the shield. Seeing this, Clint ceased firing energy blasts, swiftly closing the distance. He unleashed fierce martial arts techniques, each strike accompanied by a rush of wind. Shang Yun also raised his hands to counterattack, with their speed increasing as they exchanged blows. Shang Yun usually surrenders during battles. "I didn't expect him to be this strong," Tianjin Fan remarked, while watching Shang Yun engage Clint back and forth. "He simply doesn't like fighting, but he's not actually weak." As fellow disciples, Yamucha felt he couldn't allow Tianjin Fan to belittle Shang Yun. As the two battled in the air, changes began to show. Sweat beads had already formed on Clint's forehead, while Shang Yun appeared relatively relaxed. Noticing this, Clint leveraged Shang Yun's kick to leap out of the energy shield. Knowing Shang Yun's defense was unmatched, he no longer hesitated and shouted, "Take this move, Qi Yuan slash." Clint swiftly stabilized his position, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. He raised his right hand above his head and a vortex of energy rapidly formed. Clint struck the Qi Yuan slash forcefully towards the airborne Shang Yun. Shang Yun was prepared, quickly dodging and evading the Qi Yuan slash. He was about to dive down and attack Clint when he saw Clint's right hand index and middle fingers come together, moving slightly. Shang Yun suddenly realized, feeling his hair stand on end, cold sweat pouring down. It turned out Clint could already slightly manipulate the direction of the Qi Yuan slash, and the Qi Yuan slash that Shang Yun had evaded had actually circled around and was flying towards Shang Yun from his right side. This time Shang Yun was unprepared, and it was too late to dodge. Moreover, judging from the recent battle, it was clear that Zen meditation, Void Spirit Domain, might not be able to withstand the Qi Yuan slash's attack. Zen Heart, 3 feet of the divine. Zen Awareness, technique of spiritual evasion. At a critical moment, Shang Yun hurriedly executed the Zen Heart technique to prevent any emotional disturbance, calming his heart and quickly employing the Zen Awareness technique. The technique of spiritual evasion once again dodged Clint's Qi element slash. Disappeared. Where did it go? Yamcha was greatly surprised to see Shang Yun vanish in an instant. Over there. Tianjin Fan widened his 3 eyes, noticing Shang Yun appearing in the air 100 meters away. Wow. Amazing. How did he do that without anyone noticing? Jiazi's face was filled with disbelief. Is it because he moved too fast? Yamcha murmured. No. This should be a combat technique of Shang Yun's, capable of instant activation to evade danger when faced with threats. Tianjin Fan explained thoughtfully, when we fought against the old demon king, Shang Yun used the same technique, but I didn't expect he could evade even further this time. Moreover, Shang Yun is holding back. I remember he can control the position he appears after dodging. If he were to show up behind Clint while Clint is celebrating his perceived victory. At this point, Tianjin Fan's forehead began to sweat. Shang Yun is indeed not someone to provoke easily. Oh. Yamcha and Jiaozi felt a chill run down their spines from Tianjin Fan's description. After locating Shang Yun's position, Clint unexpectedly grasped his right wrist with his left hand, attempting to control the Qi element slash's direction again. Clint was already covered in sweat, and from his grim expression, it was clear his mental energy had reached its limit. The chi element slash traced a larger arc in the air, flying once more toward Shang Yun. Due to the excessive consumption of mental energy, Klin collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, Shang Yun wanted to try his new combat technique. He suddenly widened his eyes, a fierce light bursting forth, and shouted Zen intent. Yuan light shield slash. His right hand flicked downward, fingers spread wide as the surrounding air seemed to begin to condense, threads of light seeping from his palms, gradually gathering to form a Yuan light shield radiating a soft glow with Zen-like patterns faintly visible on its surface. Shang Yun flicked his right hand forward again, sending the Yuan light shield flying toward the incoming chi element slash. The two spirals collided, producing violent sparks, and moments later the chi element slash was deflected. Not good. Klin, get away. Just as everyone was watching with great interest, Tianjin Fan suddenly shouted, and the others quickly turned to look at Klin. The chi element slash, after being deflected by the Yuan light shield, changed direction, but surprisingly, it was heading toward the collapsed Klin. At this moment, Klin experienced a splitting headache and was too weak to dodge, helplessly crossing his arms defensively over his chest. As everyone rushed to rescue Klin, Shang Yun also saw Klin's predicament. He clenched his right fist, extending his index and middle fingers, controlling the Yuan light shield to fly toward Klin at an even faster speed. Oh, Shang Yun. No. They thought Shang Yun was going to use the Yuan light shield to knock away the chi element slash again, but at this moment the chi element slash was less than 3 meters away from Klin. Even if the Yuan light shield could catch up, the direction after the collision would be uncertain. Oh, Klin yelled, gathering energy in his arms to increase his defense. In that fleeting moment, the Yuan light shield finally surpassed the chi element slash. Control, Shang Yun shouted, and the Yuan light shield adjusted its position, standing upright. Just as the chi element slash was about to make contact with Klin, it quickly inserted itself between the two, blocking in front of Klin. The chilling chi element slash collided once more with the Yuan light shield, which had originally held the upper hand, but under the fierce impact of the chi element slash it began to tremble violently. The light on the shield rapidly spread thin cracks like a spider's web, and the Zen patterns twisted and deformed accordingly. The edges of the chi element slash rubbed against the Yuan light shield, sparking energy sparks. With each collision and friction, the glows of the chi element slash and the Yuan light shield dimmed a bit, and the outlines of the two spirals gradually became blurry. From the originally clear, deadly disc shape, it slowly twisted and deformed, and the dazzling brilliance gradually faded. As more energy was consumed, the rotation speed of the chi element slash gradually slowed, ultimately dissipating into nothing amidst a feeble energy fluctuation. At the same time, a crisp yet muffled roar echoed as the cracks instantly pierced through the entire Yuan light shield, causing light to explode in all directions, fragments scattering like shattered glass, flashing with residual light under the sunlight before slowly dissipating into the air. Everyone silently watched the two spirals gradually disappear, feeling the energy fluctuations in the air that had yet to dissipate, unable to regain their senses for a long time. Klin, are you okay? Shang Yun landed beside Klin, helping him up and inquiring about his injuries. Klin, how are you? Klin, are you alright? Under Shang Yun's reminder, everyone rushed over to check on Klin's condition. Fortunately, Klin had merely exhausted his mental energy and would recover after some rest. Shang Yun, what was that technique you used just now? It looked so much like Klin's chi element slash. Seeing that Klin was fine, Yamacha relaxed and turned to ask Shang Yun about his curiosity. I combined your chi control bullet with Klin's chi element slash's power technique along with Tianjin Fan's solar fist and fused it with my own insights to create a technique called Zen Intent Yuan Light Shield slash, Shang Yun explained with a grin. You're still impressive. Yamacha couldn't help but admire Shang Yun's comprehension. Solar fist. Why didn't I see the characteristics of the solar fist? Jiaozi looked at Tianjin Fan and asked Shang Yun. My Yuan light shield can also self-destruct, causing damage while emitting a strong light similar to the solar fist. Shang Yun answered Jiaozi's question, but his eyes were directed at Tianjin Fan. Tianjin Fan, Yamacha, Jiaozi, let's spar a bit, Shang Yun suggested. I'd better pass. I can't even beat Klin. Yamacha shook his head repeatedly. I won't fight either. Your mental energy is stronger than mine, Jiaozi also declined. Everyone turned to look at Tianjin Fan, who, feeling annoyed by their gaze, had veins popping on his forehead. He glared at Shang Yun and said, don't think that just because your technique counters me completely, I'm too afraid to accept the challenge. Come on. After saying that, Tianjin Fan stepped forward a few paces, glaring at Shang Yun with his 3 eyes. Shang Yun smiled slightly, stood up, and squinted at Tianjin Fan's 3 eyes as the air around them fell silent in that moment, as if frozen. In the divine temple, the atmosphere was tense, as if it had solidified. Even the deity and Mr. Bobo stepped out of the temple. Klin and the others held their breath, their eyes locked tightly on the two figures confronting each other in the temple. Tianjin Fan's strength was unquestionable, known to be second only to Sun Wukong and Piccolo. At this moment, he stood tall with a gaze that revealed a calm and stern demeanor forged through years of battle. Opposite him, Shang Yun exuded an aura that could not be underestimated, with mysterious waves of spiritual power subtly swirling around him, indicating that he had already invoked Zen Heart. The 3-foot deity was also a mark of his respect for Tianjin Fan. Today, let us decide the victor here. Let's make up for the regret of not battling at the world's greatest martial arts tournament. Sensing Shang Yun's intent, Tianjin Fan's expression softened a bit as he broke the silence, first his voice deep, yet filled with power. Shang Yun smiled slightly. That suits me well, Tianjin Fan. However, back then I truly could not defeat you. Without further ado, Tianjin Fan swiftly executed the sky dance technique, his body suddenly rising into the air, circling around before gazing down at Shang Yun. Shang Yun, not to be outdone, lightly tapped the ground, channeling his spiritual energy as he slowly ascended, confronting Tianjin Fan. Tianjin Fan's gaze sharpened, his hands swiftly placed on his forehead, fingers splayed as he chanted Solar Fist. In an instant, his hands released in overwhelming brilliance, the light bursting forth like miniature suns, blinding rays shooting toward Shang Yun. Shang Yun found himself engulfed in a blinding white light, nearly losing his vision instantly. However, he had prepared for this, tightly closing his eyes while thinking, I was careless. Zen meditation. Void spirit domain. Suddenly, a peculiar ripple spread around Shang Yun as a layer of faint golden spiritual energy shield swiftly unfolded, firmly blocking the piercing sunlight. Taking advantage of the momentary distraction caused by the Solar Fist, Tianjin Fan swiftly changed his hand movements, extending his fingers towards Shang Yun, shouting, Dong Dong Wave. Several sharp energy beams shot from his fingertips, slicing through the air like blades, whistling menacingly as they bore down on Shang Yun. Although Shang Yun could not see, he could clearly sense the approaching danger through his connection to the Void Spirit Domain. Yet he did not dodge. Instead, he fully unleashed the Void Spirit Domain as the beams struck the energy shield, creating ripples before vanishing. With quick reflexes, Tianjin Fan scoffed, stabilizing himself in midair before deciding to unleash an even more powerful technique. Suddenly, his back swelled, muscles tensing, and with a series of bone-cracking sounds, 2 extra arms sprouted from his back. For Demon Fists. Tianjin Fan roared, his 4 arms moving in unison, creating afterimages in the air, unleashing a storm of attacks toward Shang Yun. Shang Yun slowly opened his eyes, a glint of determination flashing within. He swiftly moved his hands, forming 2 whirlwinds, invoking Zen intent. Yuan Light Shield Slash. Shang Yun flicked his hands, sending the Yuan Light Shield behind him while he charged forward to engage Tianjin Fan. Tianjin Fan, watching the Yuan Light Shield swirling behind Shang Yun, wore a serious expression. He knew the power of this move was not to be underestimated, using all 4 arms to fend off Shang Yun's attacks, while also being distracted by the Yuan Light Shield. However, the Yuan Light Shield moved too swiftly and with such tricky angles that it would always fly between them, just as Tianjin Fan was about to strike Shang Yun, even positioning itself directly in front of his fist to block his attacks. Tianjin Fan gradually began to feel the strain. This cannot continue. Tianjin Fan thought to himself. Suddenly, a flash of resolve crossed his eyes. He ceased his assault, retreating as he rapidly concentrated his energy, a powerful golden light radiating around his body. 4 body fists. With a loud shout, his body instantly split into 4 identical Tianjin Fans, charging towards Shang Yun from 4 different directions. Shang Yun was slightly startled. He hadn't expected Tianjin Fan to use such a technique. But he quickly calmed down, fully unleashing the Void Spirit Domain to engage in close combat with the 4 Tianjin Fans. Within the Void Spirit Domain, he could accelerate the energy consumption of Tianjin Fan's body while converting that energy into his own attacks. Moreover, with 4 Tianjin Fans, the rate of energy conversion accelerated even further. Before long, Tianjin Fan was alarmed. He could feel a powerful suction locking onto his body, draining his energy rapidly. Seeing this, Shang Yun's lips curled into a slight smile as he concentrated his attacks on 2 of the Tianjin Fans, while simultaneously controlling the Yuan Light Shield to attack the other 2. Just as the Yuan Light Shield was about to strike Tianjin Fan, the 3rd eye on his forehead suddenly opened, releasing a powerful beam of light toward the Yuan Light Shield. The beam of light collided with the Yuan Light Shield, emitting a strong energy fluctuation that distorted the surrounding space. Taking advantage of the chaos from this energy fluctuation, Tianjin Fan broke free from the constraints of the Void Spirit Domain. His 4 bodies swiftly merged, and he took a deep breath, slowly spreading his hands apart in front of his chest to gather an immense amount of energy. His expression became extremely serious, for he knew this move would exhaust a considerable amount of his stamina and energy, but he had no other choice at this moment. Kamehameha. Tianjin Fan roared, unleashing a massive energy beam from between his hands, the beam resembling a golden dragon, claws bared as it lunged toward Shang Yun. The energy contained in the Kamehameha was incredibly powerful, ionizing the air along its path, sparkling with dazzling electric sparks. Shang Yun sensed the world-destroying might of the Kamehameha and dared not be careless. He wanted to test the power of the Kamehameha as well and did not use Zen awareness. Spirit evasion technique. Instead, he channeled all his true energy into the Void Spirit domain as the patterns on the energy shield of the Void Spirit domain instantly became denser and more radiant. At the same time, he pointed with both hands, retracting the Yuan light shield that had been rotating around Tianjin Fan, placing it in front of his chest. The Kamehameha collided with the energy shield of the Void Spirit domain, producing a tremendous roar. The Void Spirit domain was momentarily unable to convert such massive energy, and the Kamehameha pierced through the Void Spirit domain, striking the Yuan light shield, which began to show cracks, causing Shang Yun to stagger backward. At the center of the energy collision, both Tianjin Fan and Shang Yun gritted their teeth, straining to hold their ground. Tianjin Fan's complexion grew increasingly pallid, sweat streaming ceaselessly from his brow. Yet he clenched his teeth and persisted, channeling his inner chi relentlessly into the Kikaho cannon. Meanwhile, Shang Yun's body trembled faintly, though the Void Spirit domain's barrier and the Yuanguang shield temporarily deflected the bulk of the Kikaho's assault. The sheer concussive force sent violent surges of chi churning through his meridians. As time elapsed, the Kikaho's power waned steadily, while fissures across the Yuanguang shield widened inexorably until at last it shattered entirely, dissolving into the ethereal expanse of the Void Spirit domain. With Tianjin Fan's current cultivation level, the Kikaho was no longer a forbidden technique that threatened his life with each use. Just as he prepared to gather energy for another strike, Shang Yun seized the moment and roared, "Ha!" He withdrew the Void Spirit domain. The pale golden aura encircling his body compressed violently inward within 3 chi of his form, then thrust both palms forward in one explosive motion, transferring the residual energy absorbed from the Kikaho directly into his hands. Next, he drew a deep, measured breath, slowly raised his arms, pressed his palms together, and tensed every sinew, veins bulging like coiled serpents beneath taut skin. As power coalesced between his palms, blinding arcs of lightning erupted, crackling, snapping, shattering the surrounding silence, until their radiance intensified beyond all restraint, threatening to eclipse even the sun itself. At the apex of accumulation, Shang Yun unleashed a thunderous cry, Wangwa Jingtian Palm. A roar that pierced the heavens, its shockwaves rippling outward like concentric circles upon still water. His palms surged forward, and instantly the sky convulsed. Clear blue vanished beneath churning black clouds, lightning split the firmament, and thunder rolled like the wrath of heaven itself, trembling before this overwhelming force. From his palms erupted a colossal hand forged purely of condensed energy, shimmering with countless crackling arcs, hurtling toward Tianjin Fan. Though launched, it remained tethered to him by shimmering filaments of lightning. As it flew, it swelled rapidly, within moments blotting out the sky, its palm lines etched with terrifying clarity. The air along its path ionized, instantly shrieking with a piercing electric howl. Tianjin Fan, already gathering internal energy for another Kikaho, found himself utterly unprepared, unable to reposition or evade the sudden onslaught of the Wangwa Jingtian Palm. He was locked in place by an overwhelming pressure, paralyzed, forced only to watch as the titanic hand, laden with endless torrents of lightning, swept toward him like a cataclysmic tidal wave. "Oh!" Tianjin Fan managed only a single agonized cry before the Wangwa Jingtian Palm struck, engulfing his body in an infinite web of searing lightning. His garments disintegrated under the torrential energy, shredded into dust that scattered midair, consumed by the lightning's fury. His epidermis blackened and blistered instantly, splitting open in grotesque fissures. Blood welled forth in thick streams, only to vaporize in the scorching heat, leaving behind charred, desiccated flesh. His eyes bulged wide, pupils swimming in crimson webs of ruptured capillaries, straining as if to burst from their sockets. His mouth gaped open, a silent scream trapped in his throat, paralyzed by lightning's cruel grip. Only a faint guttural gag, escaping the ragged gasp of a soul clinging fiercely to life. His entire frame convulsed uncontrollably, muscles spasming violently under relentless electrical stimulation, while his bones groaned and cracked with sickening resonance, as though poised to splinter apart at any instant. All this transpired in the blink of an eye, the very instant the Wangwa Jingtian Palm made contact. Even Shang Yun had not anticipated how dramatically its destructive force and suppressive dominance would amplify after integrating the Kikaho's unique kinetic methodology. Fortunately, the energy harnessed for the Wangwa Jingtian Palm stemmed solely from the residual Kikaho power previously absorbed and refined via the Void Spirit domain, not from his Dantian's remaining reserves of true chi. Witnessing Tianjin Fan's dire state, Shang Yun immediately severed his energetic link to the technique, the lightning on his palms fading swiftly and the arcs enshrouding Tianjin Fan dissipating into thin air. The heavens cleared instantly, brilliant, boundless, cloudless blue. Deprived of the Wangwu Jingtian Palm's sustaining force, Tianjin Fan lost control of his flight technique and began plummeting. From impact to cessation spanned mere seconds, so swift, so overwhelming that none among the onlookers registered Tianjin Fan's condition amid the blinding flash and deafening thunderclap of the Wangwu Jingtian Palm. Tianjin Fan, senior brother. Jiaozi shot forward, desperate to catch him midfall. But Shang Yun moved faster, intercepting Tianjin Fan's descent and cradling him just in time. Lingering currents still coursed through Tianjin Fan's body, jolting Shang Yun with numbing shocks, enough to impair even his own coordination. Had Jiaozi attempted the catch alone, his lesser strength would likely have dragged them both down from the celestial god hall. Tianjin Fan remained conscious, though mute from neural paralysis, his three eyes fixed intently upon Shang Yun, their usual sharpness dimmed but unwavering. Shang Yun landed gently upon the celestial god hall's arena floor, laid Tianjin Fan down, and administered a senzu bean. Instantly, a gentle golden light emanated from within Tianjin Fan, rippling outward like concentric waves, bathing his ravaged form in its serene restorative glow. Fissured bones emitted soft rhythmic clicks, mending as if guided by unseen divine hands, while torn flesh sealed itself before the eye wounds, contracting, knitting, vanishing, leaving only flawless, unblemished skin. His breathing steadied, deepened, and strengthened. His gaze, once dulled, now blazed anew with fierce vitality and indomitable resolve. He sprang upright, every muscle coiled with renewed potency, his tattered garments unable to conceal the raw, overwhelming power thrumming through his being, as if he had vaulted from the precipice of death straight into the zenith of his prime, radiating an aura of awe-inspiring might. Senior brother, are you all right? Jiaozi rushed to his side, tears welling as he embraced him tightly. I'm fine, Jiaozi. Tianjin Fan gently patted his shoulder, then turned to Shang Yun. Shang Yun, you're formidable, but I will defeat you. Ha! Shang Yun scratched his head with a wry smile and explained, the Wangwu Jingtian Palm wasn't meant to be this powerful. I merely incorporated your Kikaho's kinetic principles, never expecting such a dramatic surge in output. No explanation needed. To fuse two distinct martial techniques, that is mastery in itself. Tianjin Fan's tone regained its characteristic cool composure, yet the arrogance had dissolved, replaced by quiet, unmistakable acknowledgement. Tian Xinhan and his companions knew the function of the senzu beans. Before ascending to the Kami's lookout, they had first gathered at Karen Tower, where Master Karen bestowed upon them a pouch of senzu beans and explained their restorative power, ensuring they could train without restraint for so long as they remained alive. The beans would restore them completely. Yet their prior training had been so grueling that the beans were long exhausted. When they later descended to Karen Tower seeking more, they learned that Yajirobe had already devoured the entire stock, and the next harvest was still far off. To their astonishment, Shang Yun possessed senzu beans as well. Once assured Tian Xinhan had fully recovered, Shang Yun exchanged brief greetings with Kami, and the others then turned away to find a quiet spot for meditation and recovery. Watching Shang Yun's retreating figure, Tian Xinhan silently vowed to redouble his cultivation, to surpass his limits, to forge greater strength. One day he would face Shang Yun once more, not merely as rivals, but as equals locked in a final decisive contest of will and power. Deep within the boundless cosmos, upon the enigmatic and distant King Kai's planet, an uncanny aura shimmered in the air. King Kai stood solemnly, his gaze fixed upon Son Goku, who now mastered the ultimate technique, the Spirit Bomb. King Kai's distinctive high-pitched voice pierced the silence like an electric current. Crisp, grave, and unwavering. Goku, you must use the Spirit Bomb as sparingly as possible. Understand this: the universe teems with ceaseless vital energy, the life force known as Ki. This technique draws upon the Ki of every object in existence, even the blazing sun itself, suspended in the heavens, radiating boundless light and heat. Should even the slightest miscalculation occur during its formation, this overwhelming, reality-defying power could obliterate Earth in the blink of an eye, reducing our cherished world to cosmic dust scattered forever into the abyssal void. Goku instinctively scratched his spiky hair, his face breaking into that signature, disarmingly innocent smile. Yet his eyes gleamed like cold stars piercing the midnight sky, resolute and unshakable. Understood, Lord Kai. I shall wield it with utmost caution, and never lightly. King Kai gave a slight, thoughtful nod. Then, as if struck by thunder within his own mind, he suddenly recoiled, his face draining of color. Oh dear. My wretched memory. The Scions are due to arrive on Earth tomorrow, and I've utterly forgotten to account for the immense time you spent traversing the Serpent Road to reach me. Goku froze, stunned. Instantly vivid images flooded his mind, the endless, treacherous serpent path, 6 months of relentless travel, enduring wind, rain, hunger, and solitude. His heart lurched with urgency. Lord Kai, what shall we do? Time is slipping away, and I remain stranded here on King Kai's planet impossibly far from home. King Kai paced frantically like a caged flame, then abruptly halted, lifted his head, and his eyes blazed with sudden resolve. Goku immediately established telepathic contact with Master Roshi. Have him summon the Dragon Balls and wish you back to life. It may be our only hope to avert catastrophe. Without hesitation, Goku stilled his breath, focused his entire consciousness, and reached across the gulf of stars, straining to forge the fragile, luminous bridge of thought between himself and Master Roshi on Earth. Meanwhile, on Earth, Master Roshi sat serenely upon the toilet, humming a light-hearted tune, utterly absorbed in his rare, tranquil solitude. Suddenly, Goku's voice erupted in his mind, like a temple bell tolling at dawn. Grandmaster Roshi. Startled beyond measure, Roshi nearly tumbled from the seat. Fumbling hastily to adjust his robes, he cried out, voice trembling, Goku, you rascal. Must you barge into my thoughts like this? You'll give this old man a heart attack. Grandmaster Roshi, is the set of Dragon Balls complete? Goku pressed urgently. Roshi steadied his breath, drew in a slow, deep inhalation, and replied, yes. They've been assembled for some time. What is it, Goku? Has something momentous occurred? Grandmaster Roshi, I am presently on King Kai's planet, unable to return in time. Yet the ferocious Scions will descend upon Earth tomorrow. I beg you, wish for my resurrection using the Dragon Balls, so I may race back without delay. Roshi furrowed his deeply lined brow, concern etching deep grooves across his face. Goku, is this truly the only path? Can you truly make it back in time? Goku's reply was absolute, unflinching, without question. Grandmaster Roshi, please, resurrect me at once. I'll run every step of the way. Roshi hastened. Very well, Goku. I'll summon the dragon immediately. But promise me, you will return safe and sound. Goku's voice softened, thick with gratitude. Thank you, Grandmaster Roshi. I swear, I will return alive. Roshi emerged from the restroom, summoned Bulma, and instructed her to bring forth the 7 Dragon Balls. He placed them carefully upon the open ground of Turtle Island, gazing down at their soft, enigmatic glow, his heart whispering silent prayers for success. With reverent hands clasped, his lips trembling faintly, he began the ancient sacred incantation, appear, O eternal dragon. In an instant the tranquil sky convulsed. Black clouds roiled like titanic waves, lightning split the heavens, and thunder shook the earth as though the world itself stood on the brink of dissolution. From the radiant orbs ascended a colossal, golden-scaled dragon, vast enough to blot out the sun, its voice booming with divine authority across heaven and earth. Speak your wish. I shall grant any single desire. Roshi inhaled deeply, gathering all his strength, and declared, Eternal Dragon, resurrect Son Goku. The dragon's lantern-like eyes flickered as if verifying the name Son Goku. Are you certain this is your wish? Roshi did not falter, his gaze unwavering, his spirit immovable. Yes, Eternal Dragon. Earth needs him. Bring him back to life. The dragon inclined its vast golden head slightly, its colossal form shifting gently amid the storm-racked clouds as commanded. Son Goku shall rise anew. On King Kai's planet, Goku felt a surge of profound celestial energy flood his being, a tide of life rushing through his veins, while the halo above his head dissolved into shimmering motes of light. He knew Roshi's wish had been granted. Turning to King Kai, he bowed deeply, voice steady with reverence, and resolved, Lord Kai, I must depart. I will defend Earth with every fiber of my being, and I will not fail you. King Kai met his gaze, eyes brimming with unspoken trust, quiet certainty, and profound hope. Go, Goku. You will make it in time. Sun Wukong took a deep breath, beginning to adjust his breathing as he prepared to embark on the perilous journey back to Earth. His heart was filled with both anticipation for the thrilling battle that lay ahead and a tinge of anxiety and unease. He understood well that the Scions were no ordinary beings. They hailed from a distant and powerful extraterrestrial race, possessing terrifying strength and a cruel nature. Yet for the sake of Earth and his friends who shared life and death with him, he had no choice but to forge ahead courageously. Even if the road ahead was fraught with danger, a path laden with thorns and death, he would charge forth unflinchingly, using his own blood and life to defend the peace and tranquility of Earth. Meanwhile, back on Earth, Master Roshi quietly watched as the divine dragon gradually disappeared into the clouds and the Dragon Balls returned to their ordinary stone form. He muttered to himself, Wukong, it all depends on you now. May fate favor you, and may you triumph over all foes and return safely. But could Vegeta and Nappa truly remain in that small spaceship for a year? The answer was clearly impossible. What exactly had they experienced before arriving on Earth? Not long ago, deep within the vast, boundless universe, the Scion warriors Vegeta and Nappa were aboard their spaceship racing towards the distant Earth. The Scion race was renowned throughout the universe for their powerful combat instincts and insatiable thirst for battle. Vegeta, as the Prince of the Scions, harbored a fierce ambition to become the strongest warrior in the universe. Nappa, his loyal follower, was a hulking figure of immense strength, always obedient to Vegeta. Their spaceship traversed the stars like a shooting star streaking across the dark cosmic canvas. During the long journey, the replenishment of resources became a necessity. On this day, the ship's detection system discovered a mysterious planet. According to the data, this planet seemed to harbor some valuable resources, perhaps an energy source or precious materials. For the Scions, any unknown planet could be a treasure trove for obtaining strength and wealth. The spaceship slowly landed on the planet, and as the hatch opened, Vegeta and Nappa stepped out, instantly struck by the scene before them. The bustling landscape they had anticipated was nowhere to be found, replaced instead by a desolate silence. The cities that once thrived had now become ruins, remnants of walls scattered everywhere, and the earth was riddled with massive cracks, as if torn apart by some powerful force. Thick smoke filled the air, and the acrid smell made breathing difficult. The sky displayed an eerie shade of dark red, as if stained by blood. What on earth happened here? Nappa furrowed his brows and said with a gruff voice, "It looks like it has been through a brutal war." Vegeta's gaze was cold and vigilant as he scanned the surroundings, saying, "Regardless, let's take a look around. Perhaps we can find something useful." Just as they were preparing to search, two insectoid beings suddenly leaped out from the ruins. These two insectoids had peculiar appearances, their bodies covered in hard shells, long antennae swaying continuously, and their compound eyes glimmering with a sinister light. Insectoid 1 cackled, "Look at these two guys covered in dirt and grime. Are they here to beg?" Insectoid 2 joined in the mockery, "Haha, they must be pitiful creatures unable to survive in the universe." Vegeta's expression darkened, and he shouted angrily, "You lowly creatures dare to speak to me like that." With that, he prepared to strike. However, the insectoids showed no fear as they quickly assumed fighting stances and launched an attack on Vegeta and Nappa. Insectoid 1 swung its sharp forelimbs like blades, slicing through the air and aiming directly at Vegeta's throat. Insectoid 2 sprayed a corrosive liquid from behind towards Nappa. Vegeta dodged Insectoid 1's attack with ease, then kicked it in the abdomen. Insectoid 1 was sent flying, crashing hard against a large rock, debris scattering. Nappa opened his mouth wide, letting out a roar, the sound waves forming a powerful force that blew away the corrosive liquid sprayed by Insectoid 2. Then he strode forward, grabbing Insectoid 2 tightly and squeezing it. Insectoid 2 let out a painful scream. Yet despite their seemingly weak appearance, these insectoids possessed tenacious vitality. Insectoid 1 got back up from the ground and charged at Vegeta again, shouting, "Don't get cocky. When you meet King Moai, you'll know what real strength is." Vegeta and Nappa exchanged glances, a surge of curiosity rising within them. Vegeta thought to himself, who exactly is this King Moai? What could make these two little minions so confident? Thus Vegeta decided to change his strategy. He signaled Nappa to stop, then said to the insectoids, "Humph, let's see what King Moai is capable of. Take us to meet him." Insectoids 1 and 2 exchanged glances, a glint of pride in their eyes. They led Vegeta and Nappa deeper into the planet. Along the way, Vegeta and Nappa remained alert to their surroundings. They discovered that the planet was littered with signs of battle, with massive skeletal remains of creatures scattered along the roadside, some bones still bearing deep scars, as if recounting the tales of brutal fights. This planet must have been prosperous once. I wonder what caused it to become like this, Nappa murmured. Vegeta remained silent, his gaze fixed ahead, contemplating various possibilities. Finally, they arrived at a massive castle. The castle loomed high into the clouds, its architectural style ominous and terrifying, with walls covered in strange symbols and patterns. The castle gate slowly opened, and a powerful aura surged forth. King Moai was a gigantic and bizarre figure, his body seemingly a mix of rock and metal, extraordinarily hard. His head resembled a colossal mass of flesh covered with eyes that glimmered with a chilling light. His limbs were thick and powerful, with each step causing the ground to tremble. King Moai rumbled, "So these are the outsiders you spoke of? They don't seem special at all." Vegeta snorted coldly, "Are you the leader of this wretched place?" "Just a facade." King Moai fumed, presumptuous. "What do you want on my territory?" Vegeta replied, "We were merely passing through, but your foolish minions provoked us. Now we wish to see what you are capable of." Nappa chimed in, King, I see a big monster. Instead, you'll regret it later." King Moai laughed heartily, "Ignorant fools, you won't leave here alive today." With that, King Moai waved his hand, and a swarm of minions surged from within the castle, surrounding Vegeta and Nappa. The minions of King Moai took on various forms. Some bore sharp claws, while others carried massive weapons. They roared as if awaiting their master's command, ready to pounce on Vegeta and Nappa at any moment. However, Vegeta and Nappa showed no fear, standing back to back and vigilantly watching the surrounding enemies. Vegeta quietly calculated in his mind, knowing that in this situation, he could not blindly attack. He must first understand the enemy's strength and weaknesses. Nappa, unable to contain himself, whispered to Vegeta, "Your Highness, these guys look quite arrogant. Let me teach them a lesson first." Vegeta softly halted him, saying, "Not so fast, let's assess the situation first." King Moai, observing the calm demeanor of Vegeta and Nappa, felt a hint of confusion. He had initially thought that these two outsiders would be intimidated by his imposing aura, but he was surprised by their composure. Do you think I will let you off easily? King Moai roared once more. Vegeta sneered. Do you think you can stop us? We Scions are not to be trifled with. Just as the stalemate continued, a sudden alarm sounded from within the castle. A subordinate rushed to King Moai, anxiously reporting, "My king, there's trouble. The energy core is showing abnormalities. It seems something is invading." King Moai's expression changed. He realized that these two outsiders might not be his biggest trouble. You watch them. Oh, I will check what's wrong with the energy core. After saying this, King Moai turned and walked deeper into the castle. Vegeta and Nappa exchanged glances, smiling at the opportunity. Vegeta whispered, "Looks like our chance has come." They swiftly took action. Vegeta darted like lightning towards the nearest enemy, his fists raining down like a storm, each punch containing immense power, causing the enemy to retreat in defeat. Nappa leveraged his strength, charging like an enraged bull, knocking away the enemies surrounding him. After an intense battle, Vegeta and Nappa successfully broke free from the enemy's encirclement. They pursued the direction of the energy core, eager to discover what was invading this planet's energy source. Upon arriving at the room housing the energy core, they beheld a massive energy device. The device shimmered with dazzling light, and strange creatures flitted within the glow. These beings seemed to be composed of energy, their bodies transparent, emanating powerful energy waves. King Moai was engaged in battle with these energy beings. Despite his massive size and strength, he found it somewhat challenging to face these agile entities. "What are these creatures?" Nappa asked in astonishment. Vegeta frowned, replying, "They appear to be some form of energy life forms, likely targeting the energy source of this planet." Vegeta and Nappa did not immediately join the fray. Instead, they observed from the side, trying to identify the weaknesses of these energy beings. After a period of observation, Vegeta discovered that the core area of these energy beings seemed to be their weak point. Attacking their core would lead to their annihilation. "Nappa, we will attack their core," Vegeta instructed. Nappa nodded, and the two charged at the energy beings simultaneously. Vegeta unleashed his signature technique, the Prince's Battle Method, moving swiftly to evade the energy beings' attacks while looking for an opportunity to strike at their cores. Nappa utilized his strength, rushing directly at the energy beings to draw their attention and create openings for Vegeta. With their cooperation, the energy beings fell one after another. King Moai watched this scene with a mix of surprise and gratitude. "Thank you for your assistance," he said. "I misjudged you before." Vegeta replied nonchalantly, "We simply do not wish to be embroiled in unnecessary troubles. Now we must continue on our way." King Moai nodded, aware that these two powerful warriors had their own mission. Vegeta and Nappa departed from the Moai planet, reboarding their ship and heading towards Earth. This brief stop, though full of twists and turns, allowed them to witness more strange creatures and unknown dangers in the universe. On King Kai's planet, King Kai watched as Son Goku gradually disappeared, feeling pleased. The Scions truly are a warrior race. I never expected that in just a year of training Son Goku would become so powerful without even realizing it. Indeed, and judging by Son Goku's recent aura, he seems even stronger than you, King Kai. Little grasshopper Gregor looked at King Kai. Roar. The nearby gorilla Beerus thumped his chest in agreement, seemingly supporting Gregor's words. Is that so? But his sense of humor still doesn't compare to mine. King Kai scratched his head to ease the awkwardness, laughing heartily. I wonder when Goku will arrive. I hope it's not too late. I should notify the Earth's deity and have the Earth warriors prepare. In the serene and mysterious training grounds of the deity's palace, Shang, Yun, Krillin, Yamcha, Tien-Shinin, and Den were fully absorbed in their intense training. Every drop of their sweat sparkled with determination under the brilliant sunlight, each movement infused with the power and resolve to protect Earth, honing themselves tirelessly to safeguard the blue planet they loved amidst the vast universe. Shang Yun sat cross-legged in the air, eyes tightly shut, palms joined together, moving with the wind. Krillin was immersed in his training world, focused intently, his movements agile as a leaping monkey in the woods, with punches and kicks accompanied by a fierce wind, as if the air itself was being torn apart by his actions. Yamcha furrowed his brows, veins slightly bulging on his forehead, seemingly pondering every inadequacy in his techniques, constantly adjusting his moves, trying to break through his limits. His focused expression suggested that the world around him was irrelevant, only training and becoming stronger were his current missions. Tien-Shinhan's demeanor was grave like a steadfast mountain, his aura stable and powerful. He and Den worked in perfect harmony, engaging in specialized training. Their figures intertwined in the training ground as if they were in sync, with every glance and movement executed flawlessly, showcasing the profound rapport cultivated over time. Just as the tense atmosphere of cultivation among Shang Yun and Tianjin Fan reached its peak, the celestial god nearby suddenly received a mental transmission from the Realm King resonating like a thunderous bell in his mind. The celestial god instantly altered his stance, his already hunched figure bending even further at that moment, adopting an extremely respectful posture as he listened to the mental transmission from the Realm King. After a brief moment, his previously calm expression was abruptly shattered like a tranquil lake struck by a boulder. Turning tense, his eyes widened, filled with shock and disbelief. The voice of the Realm King echoed continuously in his mind. Earth's celestial god, the Science, will arrive on Earth in less than a day, and Sun Wukong has just been resurrected, currently racing back via Snake Way. However, it is uncertain whether he can arrive in time. Before his arrival, the warriors of Earth must withstand the Science. Shang Yun sensed the celestial god's chaotic aura, slightly furrowing his brows as he slowly opened his eyes and turned to look at the celestial god, contemplating something in his mind. Meanwhile, the celestial god took a deep breath, struggling to suppress the tidal wave of panic within him. He understood that at this moment, he must become the stabilizing force for everyone, maintaining composure to convey this shocking news to the cultivators. He walked slowly towards Tianjin Fan and the others, his heavy footsteps seeming to carry the weight of 1,000 burdens. The others seemed to have sensed the celestial god's unusual demeanor as well, halting their cultivation movements and looking at him with confusion, their eyes filled with questions and unease. The celestial god looked at them and slowly spoke. Everyone, the Realm King has just conveyed news that the Scions are about to attack, and time is pressing. They will reach Earth in less than a day. Sun Wukong has already been resurrected and is on his way, but we do not know when he will arrive. Although his voice was calm, it could not conceal the hint of worry within. Upon hearing this, the others displayed expressions of shock and seriousness. Krillin's eyes widened, filled with anxiety, as he somewhat lost his composure and exclaimed, "What? Although we have been preparing, I didn't expect this day to come so soon." His voice trembled slightly, his hands unconsciously clenching and relaxing, betraying his extreme unease. Yamcha clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white from the force, his eyes revealing a hint of tension. "Yes, it's frustrating. We don't even know how powerful these two Scions really are." His brow furrowed tightly, as if shrouded in a fog of uncertainty, filled with an unknown fear towards the impending enemy. Tianjin Fan took a deep breath, as if inhaling all the calm energy around him, and said firmly, "No matter what, we must not retreat. Our recent cultivation has not been in vain. We must believe in our strength." His words struck like a heavy hammer on the hearts of everyone present, gradually calming their earlier panic. Jiaozi silently nodded nearby. Though he did not speak, his eyes were filled with determination, as if silently conveying his resolve to stand together with everyone through thick and thin. Shang Yun slowly descended beside everyone and smiled, saying, "Everyone, don't worry, our Wukong will definitely make it back in time. Besides, what are Scions to us? We will not be easily defeated. This is our Earth to protect, and even if it costs us our lives, we must make them aware of our might. Now that we know the Scions will arrive in less than a day, we should stop frantically cultivating and take a good rest to adjust our state, preparing for battle." His tone was gentle, yet his words brimmed with authority and resolve, a powerful confidence emanating from his being, enveloping everyone present. Tianjin Fan looked at everyone and said loudly, "That's right, as Shang Yun is right. What we need to do now is adjust our state and conserve our energy. This battle concerns the survival of Earth. We cannot afford to be the slightest bit negligent." His voice resonated through the entire celestial hall like a military command, prompting everyone to dismiss the distractions from their minds. Everyone nodded in agreement, understanding the importance and brutality of this impending battle. Although their hearts were filled with tension and unease, there was no trace of retreat in their eyes. Instead, those eyes burned with a fierce flame, ready to fight to protect Earth. Krillin took a deep breath and said, "Then let's rest well for now, adjusting our states to greet this life-and-death battle with the best mental state." Thus, everyone dispersed, finding quiet places to rest. Yet their hearts remained restless, with visions of their recent cultivation frequenting their minds as they contemplated strategies for the upcoming battle. Some silently recalled the techniques they had learned, while others pondered how to cooperate with their teammates to unleash their maximum power, each preparing for the imminent life-and-death struggle. Time passed second by second, enveloping the entire celestial hall in a tense and oppressive atmosphere. Shang Yun sat quietly in a corner, palms joined in prayer, silently praying for Sun Wukong, believing that he would create a miracle and return in time. His resolute face reflected determination and anticipation, as if his belief could transcend time and space, reaching the heart of Sun Wukong, who was racing along Snake Way. Krillin paced back and forth in the room, his steps hurried and chaotic, trying to relax himself, but his heart raced uncontrollably, the thump-thump of his heartbeat echoing loudly in the silent room. He recalled the days of training with Sun Wukong. The hardships they endured would now become their combat capital. Each fall and injury a source of strength in his heart, gradually calming him down. Yamcha sat on the edge of the bed, gripping his weapon tightly, the handle soaked with his sweat, constantly encouraging himself not to be afraid. He gazed out the window at the sky, silently vowing to protect this land, for beneath that sky lay everything he cherished: friends, family, homeland. He would not allow anyone to destroy it. Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi sat nearby with their eyes closed, their breathing steady and deep, striving to bring their bodies and minds to their optimal state. Tianjin Fan constantly rehearsed various battle scenarios in his mind, considering strategies for different situations, while Jiaozi silently sensed Tianjin Fan's thoughts, their spirits drawing closer in the tranquil atmosphere, preparing for the perfect cooperation to face the impending formidable foes.